Chapter 1650. In the end, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan reluctantly joined the Thunder Clan's camp. Lei Wanlong was very happy with the addition of the two. He felt that he had pulled in two potential worshippers for the clan. Ling Xiao thought to himself, this old man really has a good eye. After that, the group from the Thunder Clan stopped at a stable space. Reloading, Lei Luojun, Lei Wanlong, Lei Zhen, and a few others gathered together to discuss the next steps. The Thunder Clan's people all thought that they were tricked by the Heaven Tiger region, so they hated the Heaven Tiger region to the bone. Instead, they temporarily put aside the matter of attacking the Medicine Alliance. Oh right, Wu Xiao and Wu Fan were once chased by the Heaven Tiger region's people. They know the Heaven Tiger region's plot the best. We can let them talk. Lei Luojun suggested. No one present objected. They didn't know the situation now. They had to find someone familiar to ask clearly to know what to do next. Thus, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan were both summoned. Ling Xiao began his counterplan. As long as he could persuade the Thunder Clan and the Heaven Tiger region to turn against each other, he could kill two birds with one stone. Not only could he solve the Tianyuan region's crisis, he could also make them fight each other and both sides suffer. Tell me, what is the Devil Tiger Clan's plot against our Thunder Clan? Reloading stared at Ling Xiao and asked. For some reason he always felt uncomfortable looking at Ling Xiao. Maybe it was because he felt that whether it was in terms of character or temperament, Ling Xiao was not inferior to him, the young patriarch of the Thunder Clan, which made him feel a little unbalanced in his heart. If Ling Xiao could hear Reloading's thoughts, he would definitely shout, "It's a crime to be too handsome." You may not know, but the Devil Tiger Clan is powerful now. They have already controlled the Heaven Tiger region. It can be said that the Heaven Tiger region is already their world. We brothers were originally from the Heaven Tiger region, but because we didn't follow their orders, we were hunted down. If it wasn't for Brother Luojun, we would have died without a doubt. Ling Xiao began. However, before he could finish, Reloading interrupted him rudely. I'm not asking you to talk nonsense. Hurry up and get to the point. Ling Xiao could only continue. They ruled the Sky Tiger region and everyone obeyed their orders. They planned to swallow up the Tianyuan region, and then conquer the other three regions, completing their grand ambition of unifying the Heaven Domain. Now that they have successfully conquered the Tianyuan region, our Thunder Clan wants to occupy the Tianyuan region, which is equivalent to declaring war with them. The reason why they gathered all of you here is because they want to trap and kill all of you, because their future dream is to dominate the outer region, and make everyone obey their orders. That Thunder Clan is no exception. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, everyone present became incomparably angry. Bastard, a bunch of dogs actually want to dominate the outer realm, they really don't know what's good for them. Reloading immediately cursed. That's right. Who do they think they are? They are all filthy things, yet they dare to call themselves kings? It seems like they are overconfident. Lei Zhen shouted. Rather, Lei Wanlong looked at Ling Xiao somewhat doubtfully and said, do they really have this kind of ambition? Don't they know what the outcome is if they really start a war with our Thunder Clan? Lei Wanlong's thoughts were meticulous, and he was especially careful in everything. He was also the wisest person among this group of people. Facing his question, Ling Xiao had no choice but to answer carefully, of course they won't start a war with the Thunder Clan immediately. They plan to entangle and swallow up all the forces in the Heaven region bit by bit. At that time, even the Thunder Clan won't dare to easily challenge them. As for this time, it is you guys who want to plunder the Heaven region's alchemists, so the Devil Tiger Clan has no choice but to delay you guys in advance. If it really doesn't work, they will surround and kill you guys together with the people of the Heaven region. Think about it, you guys came from the distant lightning space, what advantage do you have here? That's right, the Medicine Alliance is the largest alchemist organization in the outer realm. Whoever obtains them will have countless medicinal pills that can continuously make their own people stronger. The Devil Tiger Clan first targeted them because of this point. If they were given more time to develop, create more experts, and subdue more people from more regions, our Thunder Clan might not be their opponent. Lei Luojun echoed. After a pause he continued, back then they also knew that I was from the Thunder Clan, but they still wanted to kill me. It can be seen that they really have no fear. How dare they? Do they think that our Thunder Clan is so easy to bully? Let's immediately find them and kill them. Lei Zhen said angrily. No wonder Jiang Yan suddenly cut off contact when our people were almost here. It seems like he played us like monkeys. Lei Wanlong narrowed his eyes and said. He now believed Ling Xiao's words. No matter how careful he was, he didn't think that Lei Luojun had already become someone else's puppet. Elders, what do you think we should do? Reloading asked. he was also quite annoyed right now. Originally, he wanted to capture some alchemists and bring them back, which could be considered the first great contribution he had made after becoming the young patriarch. Who would have thought that it would be a trap? Fortunately, they met Lei Luojun and the others, or else they wouldn't even know what was going on. Lei Wanlong and Lei Zhen both fell silent, not knowing how to express their opinions. After all, if they made the wrong decision in such a big matter, the price they would have to pay would be extremely high. Now that we are on the road to the Heaven region, I'm afraid that the alliance of the two great regions will be waiting for us. I think we should return first and then plan from there. Lei Wanlong broke the silence. His idea was a bit conservative, but it was also the safest way. Elder Wanlong, if we return with our tails between our legs, the prestige of our Thunder clan will definitely be ruined, and it won't be good for the young patriarch either. Lei Zhen said. Then he said, I think we can take a detour and directly kill our way to the Heaven region to capture those alchemists and then return. They are all waiting for us here, but we suddenly entered their territory. I'm afraid they didn't expect it. No, most of the alchemists in the Heaven region have already been captured and sent to the Heaven Tiger region. Even if we take a detour to the Heaven region, it would only be a wasted trip. Lei Luojun immediately said. Then let's directly kill our way to the Heaven Tiger region and let them know the consequences of playing with our Thunder clan. Lei Zhen said again. This idea is not bad. The Heaven Tiger region is their base camp. If we can pull out the teeth of the Devil Tiger clan, it can be considered as venting a mouthful of resentment. Reloading wiped away a cold smile and agreed. If you really want to do this, us two brothers are willing to lead the way. We know where the territory of the Devil Tiger clan is. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and said. He was secretly proud of himself. If it is difficult to use the Thunder clan to deal with the Devil Tiger clan, I can take the opportunity to find the Dark Attribute Genesis Stone in their territory. That would be perfect. I'm afraid this is too rash. I heard that the ancestor of the Devil Tiger clan is someone who can be compared to the old patriarch. Lei Wanlong disagreed. Elder Wanlong, you don't need to worry too much. That ancestor has already perished together with an ancestor of the Kim people of the Sky Dragon region many years ago. Ling Xiao replied. Is this true? Lei Wanlong's eyes lit up as he shouted. Absolutely true, this matter is not a secret anymore. Ling Xiao nodded affirmatively. In that case we can give it a try. However, we must finish the battle quickly. We absolutely can't let the enemy's army return to block us. Otherwise, we won't be able to obtain any benefits. Lei Wanlong replied. Alright, in that case, let's discuss how to take a detour. We must let the Devil Tiger clan know the power of our Thunder clan. Reloading said. Immediately after, the group of people began to discuss the route and calculated many factors so that there could not be any accidents on this trip. Ling Xiao was extremely proud. If this plan succeeded, not only could they make the two great ancient clans turn against each other, but they could also benefit from it. This was really a perfect plan. One day later, the people of the Thunder clan finally chose a route. They planned to pass through a place with spatial turbulence, bypass the place where the army might appear in front, and rush to the Sky Tiger region. Along the way, the Thunder clan would send people to explore in advance. They would first check whether it was safe to pass through in front and whether they would encounter people from other forces. When they were sure that it was safe and they would not encounter other people, the army would come from behind. All of them were not as ostentatious as before. Instead, they all restrained their combat state. They must hide their whereabouts and rush to the Sky Tiger region as soon as possible. In the other direction of the southern region road, Jiang Dian, Jiang Angguang and the others did not know that the Thunder clan had been tricked into rushing to their lair. The reason why Jiang Dian did not contact the people of the Thunder clan these days was mainly because the Thunder clan's journey was delayed again and again. They did not meet up with them to deal with the people of the Tianyuan region, causing them to suffer a crushing defeat. Another reason was that he entered a short period of seclusion to completely refine the divine soul power that he absorbed from Ling Xiao into a vicious soul. His soul devourer staff could suck any divine soul and turn them into malicious ghosts and specters to attack others' divine souls. Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger was powerful and his soul power was especially vigorous. After being absorbed by the soul devourer staff, the power of the soul devourer staff was enhanced. Now he came out of seclusion and wanted to contact the people of the Thunder clan again, but he found that he could not contact them. Father, how is it? Have the people of the Thunder clan arrived? They probably just want to pick up the ready-made ones. They don't have any sincerity at all. Jiang Angguang asked Jiang Dian. Jiang Dian narrowed his eyes and shook his head. I can't contact them. It seems that they are really arrogant. Those bastards, if they had come earlier, we wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. Jiang Angguang scolded and then asked, what should we do next? Why don't we go back and reorganize first? Let's wait for a while. If we can contact them again, we will immediately return and think of a way to take revenge for the humiliation of this battle in the future. Jiang Dian replied. It's all that little bastard Ling Zhao's fault. That day, father only destroyed his divine soul doppelganger. The next time I see him, I will definitely cut off his dog head. Jiang Angguang gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 1651. The Heaven Territory was divided into 5 regions. Heaven Dragon in the east, Heaven Sparrow in the south, Heaven Tiger in the west, Heaven Mysterious in the north, and Heaven Origin in the middle. The climate of this region was different. Compared to the other regions, the Heaven Tiger region had the most ancient mountain ranges. It covered a vast area, but humans didn't have many places to live. Thus there were more beasts than humans. Thus, the living environment of the Heaven Tiger region was tough. It wasn't easy to get some spiritual items or holy items. Because of this, the customs of the Heaven Tiger region were much stronger. Men, women, old and young all practiced martial arts. The overall level of the warriors here was one level higher than the other regions. The Devil Tiger race was the most powerful ancient race in the Heaven Tiger domain. It could be traced back to the ancient times and had experienced countless generations of prosperity. Generation after generation, it had become the overlord of the Heaven Tiger domain. The other forces had already been subdued by them and were under their command. Rumors said that the Demon Tiger tribe had occupied the space on the West Territory Road. They had moved many of their fellows there. The Heaven Tiger region was just a base they had left in the Heaven Territory. However, this base was also intimidating. It had many supreme experts. It wasn't like the Winged Men tribe, which kept the weak and moved the strong away. The Demon Tiger tribe's territory was in the Demon Tiger mountain range. Deep in the mountain range was the territory of the Demon Tiger tribe. The Demon Tiger sect and the Demon Tiger tribe were just like the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. This Demon Tiger mountain range was covered in dark clouds all year round. The sunlight couldn't reach it, which gave people a gloomy and depressing feeling. Most of the warriors of the Demon Tiger tribe and the Demon Tiger sect cultivated dark class. Thus, they needed this special environment to increase their competence faster. Ling Xiao had asked Lei Luojun to deceive more than 180 incipient God Realm experts of the Thunder Clan to attack the Demon Tiger tribe. This intimidating force was enough to shock people. The Demon Tiger tribe is like our Thunder Clan. They have existed since the antiquity time. I'm afraid their foundation isn't weaker than our Thunder Clan. Although they have moved a part of their people to the Demon Mist space, we shouldn't underestimate their competence here. Fortunately, their army has already gone to the outer territory. Otherwise, I absolutely wouldn't agree to attack the lair of the Devil Tiger clan now. Lei Wanlong warned before entering the Heaven Tiger territory. Elder Wanlong, you are boosting the momentum of others while diminishing your own. Even if these dogs are from an ancient clan, their souls will still scatter under our thunderbolt strength. Lei Jin disapprovingly said. He was a proud person and had absolute confidence in the power of the thunder attribute. Because dark attribute martial artists were most afraid of being restrained by lightning and fire, and the Thunder Clan was proficient in the power of lightning. Lei Jin felt that exterminating them was inevitable. We have to end this quickly. We can't let them call for help. Relaton agreed and then ordered, kill. We will only kill for half a day. Regardless of the result, immediately retreat back to the lightning space. We cannot give the Devil Tiger race any chance to stop us. Relaton didn't let his anger get to his head. He knew the gravity of the matter. Although their force was strong enough, it was the majority of the Thunder Clan's force. They couldn't afford to lose too many of them. Otherwise, when they returned to the clan, he didn't know how to explain. Everybody entered the Heaven Tiger territory and headed to the Devil Tiger clan's territory. It was the first time for Ling Xiao to come to the Heaven Tiger territory, but he was familiar with this place. Because he had absorbed the god soul of the Devil Tiger clan, he had the memories of the other. That was why he suggested to bring the Thunder Clan's people here. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan played the same role, sending a signal that they could understand each other. This group of people had already concealed their strength and snuck into the sky above the Devil Tiger mountain range. However, there were too many people and not every one of them could conceal themselves so well. Furthermore, the Devil Tiger clan also had a powerful formation that immediately detected their existence. An extremely old incipient God Realm expert walked out of a cave mansion deep inside the Devil Tiger territory. This old man was holding a walking stick, his body bent. His hair and eyebrows were so long that they reached his waist. The wrinkles on his face were as rough as tree bark. People could tell that this man was an old monster who had lived for countless years. This old man lifted his head to look at the sky. His eyes seemed to pierce through layers of space and fall on the Thunder Clan's people who were about to land. Activate the Demon Cloud Defense Formation. Enemies are attacking. The old man hit the ground with his walking stick, shouting in fear. His voice was hoarse, but the undercurrent that came out was extremely heavy, shocking everyone in the Fiend Tiger clan to hear it clearly. It's our forefather's voice. He said that enemies are attacking. Everybody be on guard. They're going to activate the Demonic Cloud Defense Formation. Could it be that those people from the Tianyuan district are coming? It can't be. Forefather Jiang Dian is leading his clan and the others to the outer space to stop them, right? Forefather Jiang Dian's team failed? It's impossible. Let's not talk too much. If they can disturb Forefather Wei Zheng, they must be really intimidating. Everybody go and confront them. The Devil Tiger clan's warriors changed their faces in fright. They screamed. However, they calmed down shortly and prepared to confront the enemies. Could be seen that their qualities were really good. They wouldn't panic easily. Those dirty things do have some competence. They found us. We don't need to hide anymore. Let's use the heavenly lightning to blow them up. Lei Jin said weakly. He didn't hide his aura anymore. He released all of his energy and started to urge the heavenly lightning to attack his body. Let's strike them first. Didn't the Heaven Territory say that the incipient God Realm experts are not allowed to fight here? We have to do that. Let's see what the Heaven Territory can do to us. Reloading sneered in agreement. Purple lightning arose from his body. As soon as they finished talking, all the warriors of the Thunder Clan released their powerful auras. The auras of more than 180 incipient God Realm experts stirred up the atmosphere in this area. It was as if a strange phenomenon was about to happen. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the 9 heavens surged without end, and lightning bolts suddenly appeared like snakes. Numerous shocking explosions shook the surroundings to the point of ceaselessly shaking. This imposing manner was like a stampede of 10,000 horses, vast and mighty, and the thunder was furious. Countless purple lightning strikes descended from the sky. A sea of lightning occupied the entire sky. The thick lightning strikes carried the power that could destroy the entire world. They crazily attacked the Demon Tiger Mountain Range, the territory of the Demon Tiger clan. More than 180 incipient God Realm experts attacked at the same time. It wasn't hard to imagine how intimidating it was. Before the lightning fell, a natural defensive barrier had already formed in the sky above the Devil Tiger clan. Layers of corrosive black cloud seemed to be solid as they enveloped and defended the Devil Tiger clan's territory, blocking the lightning outside. It was a top-grade formation created by the energy of dozens of level 11 beast cores and hundreds of level 10 and 9 beast cores. No matter which incipient God Realm expert came here, he couldn't break this great formation. It was the foundation of one of the strongest ancient clans from the antiquity time. If they didn't have the competence to challenge them, they wouldn't be able to break their defense. How could they destroy the Thunder Clan? Fortunately, the group from the Lei clan had more people and every single one of them was a peak existence. Their strength far exceeded the strength of the defensive array. Furthermore, the lightning attribute was the strongest offensive force in the world. Under wave after wave of attacks, the defensive array finally showed signs of cracking. Damn it! Are they the Thunder Clan's warriors? Why do they want to attack us? Everybody come out. We'll hold the formation together. We can't let them break it. Send someone to inform Jiang Dian to come back immediately. Jiang Weijing faced the sky and shouted indignantly. His bent body straightened. He raised his walking stick and urged his terrifying energy to increase the power of the great formation. He was the second terrifying realm expert of the Demon Tiger clan. He was 1 level stronger than Jiang Dian. He was one of the top 10 existences in the sovereign list. The Demon Tiger clan had 2 experts in the top 10 of the sovereign list. That was why they were known as the strongest ancient clan in the Heaven Territory. Fortunately, the other ancestor of the Demon Tiger clan had fallen along with the ancestor of the Kim people. Otherwise, with that ancestor here, Lei Wanlong wouldn't have dared to let them come here. All the Supremes and incipient God Realm experts of the Demon Tiger clan had come out. There were almost 50 of them. One could imagine how powerful the Demon Tiger clan was. After all, most of their forces had gone to outer space with Jiang Dian. Moreover, there was a space in outer space that belonged to the Demon Tiger clan. This was just a part of the Demon Tiger clan's force. Bastards! Are the Thunder Clan's people crazy? They have the guts to attack us. God knows how crazy they are. Stop them immediately. We can't let them break the Great Formation. Otherwise all of us juniors will be killed. Hurry and call the others. They are attacking in the Heaven territory. Aren't they afraid that all the Supremes of the Heaven territory will hunt them down? Hurry. Stop them first. After this, we will ask the Thunder Clan for an explanation. The Supremes of the Demon Tiger Clan were frightened. They were either the old monsters who rarely came out of seclusion or the newly ascended incipient God Realm experts. Facing such a terrifying attack, they finally panicked. They hurried to reinforce the power of the formation. Many God King Realm experts of the Demon Tiger Clan also took action. They wanted to help as much as they could. In the past, it was always their Devil Tiger race that dealt with the people from other forces. But today it was the first time that someone else directly came to their doorstep. This made them feel a strong sense of crisis. If they couldn't get through this, they would all die. The warriors of the Demon Tiger Clan who weren't far from them also felt the danger. More than 10 Supremes and many God King Realm experts dashed towards the Demon Tiger Clan. However, they were just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. They were destined to become cannon fodder. Chapter 1652. The thunderbolts shook the sky with immense power. The great defensive formation of the Demon Tiger tribe couldn't resist the attacks of so many incipient God Realm experts at the same time. It was forcefully destroyed. Numerous lightning bolts formed a dense sea of lightning, and the vast and mighty heavenly might struck down, causing the Devil Tiger Clan's territory to be riddled with holes. The weaker Devil Tiger clansmen didn't even have the chance to let out a blood-curdling scream before they were turned into dust. After the first round of attacks, the Devil Tiger Clan's territory was practically completely destroyed. Countless mountains and pavilions were forcefully destroyed, and numerous deep pits suddenly appeared, causing this entire mountain range to sway endlessly, and space kept on collapsing and being destroyed. The spirit beasts and the holy beasts in the entire mountain range were panic-stricken. Their beasts roared helplessly. The level 11 Black Demon Tiger and the other dark class holy beasts hiding deep inside flew out and attacked the members of the Thunder Tribe who had destroyed their territory. Those beasts dare to be presumptuous. All of you should die, Lei Zhen said. He asked a group of people to deal with the holy beasts while the others continued to attack the Demon Tiger tribe's territory. Ling Xiao seized the chance to talk to Wu Bufan. Brother Wu, we should act according to the situation. If we have a chance, we should leave them. Let them kill us here. Wu Bufan answered, Don't worry. I know what to do. I will follow you. Pausing for a while, he continued, Brother Ling, your move is ruthless. Wu Bufan had a new understanding of Ling Xiao. Not only was Ling Xiao's fighting competence intimidating, but his wisdom was also something that not many people could compare with. This move of borrowing a knife to kill someone was really ruthless. He had even plundered the Demon Tiger tribe's territory. If Jiang Dian and the others knew that it was Ling Xiao who had done this, they would be enraged. And when the Thunder Tribe's warriors knew this, they would vomit blood in anger. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He watched everything quietly and thought, You destroyed my body, so I destroyed your ancestral land. It's my interest. I hope I can find the Genesis Stone to make up for my loss. At this time, a figure rushed into the sea of lightning. He was riding on a peak-level Black Devil Tiger King, clad in black godly armor. His aura was like a rainbow and he wasn't afraid of the lightning at all. The walking stick in his hand swept away the lightning bolts. People of the Thunder race, what are you guys trying to do? This person was none other than the old ancestor of the Devil Tiger race, Jiang Weijing. He roared at the people of the Thunder race. Jiang Weijing sat in seclusion inside the Fiend Tiger clan all year round, but he understood many matters of the outside world clearly. Jiang Dian led his army to the Tianyuan territory and even contacted the Thunder clan to deal with them together. However, they didn't expect the Thunder clan to not join forces with their Devil Tiger clan to deal with the people of the Tianyuan district. Why did they kill their way here? Suddenly, he recalled the recent news of the Heavenly Tiger region's defeat in the Heavenly Tiger region. He couldn't help but wonder if the Thunder clan had set their sights on the Demonic Tiger region instead of the Medicine Alliance. You still have the nerve to ask us what we want? You made us make a trip for nothing, and you still don't put our Thunder clan in your eyes. You want to deal with us? Old fool, today our Thunder clan will exterminate your Devil Tiger clan. Lei Luojun was the first to stand out and shout. He then used all his strength to attack Jiang Weijing. Lei Luoting, Lei Wanlong, Lei Zhen, and the others didn't expect Lei Luojun to be so courageous. Facing such a terrifying existence, he actually dared to make the first move. They couldn't help but look at him in a new light. Jiang Weijing's strength was extraordinary. With a light wave of his crutch, he swept Lei Luojun's power to the side. When he was about to speak, Lei Luojun had already closed in on him. The divine artifact pierced towards Jiang Weijing's head. "How dare you? I'll kill you first, then properly settle the debt with you." Jiang Weijing had been famous for many years, but it had been a long time since he killed someone. Now that a middle-stage Supremacy Realm Junior also dared to behave atrociously above his head, he couldn't help but be greatly enraged. His figure drifted, avoiding Lei Luojun's attack, and his crutch pierced towards Lei Luojun's face. Lei Luojun practically didn't even have time to react and was about to be assassinated. However, Lei Wanlong made his move at this moment. "I've heard that everyone on the supremacy list in the heavenly domain is powerful and invincible. Today, let this old man have a taste of your excellency's skills." A thunder sword appeared in Lei Wanlong's hand and he slashed at Jiang Weijing. Lei Wanlong was also at the peak of the heaven territory. He was one of the strongest experts in the thunder and lightning space. He was confident that he could deal with any expert. His sword was so powerful and imposing that it seemed like it could break the earth and heaven. It carried the lightning energy that could destroy any incipient God realm expert. "Then you can try." Jiang Weijing gave up his attack on Lei Luojun. He shouted and swung his crutch to parry Lei Wanlong's sword. Lei Wanlong's attack had solved Lei Luojun's danger. However, Jiang Weijing's aura had blown him away. At this time Relatin shouted, Kill all these dog-like things to your heart's content. Let our wrath of thunder destroy this place." The leader of the Thunder clan continued to attack crazily. Half of the Demon Tiger Mountain range had been destroyed. The Demon Tiger tribe's warriors had been killed or wounded. Their screams echoed everywhere. The members of the Demon Tiger tribe were enraged. They had activated all the formations in their tribe. The energy of the killing formations shot out crazily. However, they couldn't change the result of being destroyed by such a great army. The leader of the Demon Tiger tribe and the experts of their affiliated sects had come together. However, half of them were killed before they could counterattack. If the holy beasts in the Demon Tiger Mountain range hadn't helped them resist some attacks, they would have been wiped out. "Hurry! Summon the puppets to attack together," screamed a member of the Demon Tiger tribe. Indeed, many of them summoned their puppets. There were around 200 or 300 of them, all of which had the competence of an incipient God realm expert. Unfortunately, they didn't have any elemental attacks, so they couldn't pressure the Thunder clan's warriors. However, they could alleviate the danger of their tribe being exterminated. The Thunder clan's warriors couldn't form a unified attack like they had done before. As Lei scattered, they had a chance to counterattack. The Demon Tiger tribe's warriors had a special power in their blood. They could grow tiger-patterned wings, which increased their fighting competence greatly. With the help of so many puppets and holy beasts, the Demon Tiger tribe's warriors regained their confidence. They wanted to kill the Thunder clan's warriors even if they had to risk their lives. Kill all these bastards. They killed so many of our fellows. Someday we must kill our way to their lightning space. We will destroy their Thunder clan. That's right. These bastards should die. It's not a loss to kill one today. If we kill 2 we will gain a lot. Damn it. My wife and children are all dead. You bastards, I will swallow you alive. It's the first calamity our Demon Tiger tribe has to face. We must endure it. Someday we can take revenge. The Demon Tiger tribe's experts had lost their minds. They tried their best to attack the incipient God realm experts of the Thunder clan. Finally, the Thunder clan's warriors engaged in close combat with their opponents. Whether or not they could kill all of the Demon Tiger tribe depended on this moment. The Demon Tiger tribe had puppets and the Thunder clan also had many lightning puppets. The Thunder clan had the absolute advantage. However, there was an old monster of the Demon Tiger tribe who was as strong as Jiang Weijing. He stormed into the crowd of the Thunder clan members and killed them with one strike. His skills were extremely intimidating. This man looked younger than Jiang Weijing, but his competence wasn't much weaker. Lei Jin had to take action to stop this man. However, the other didn't confront him directly. He just attacked the others and tried to avoid Lei Jin's pursuit. He didn't confront him directly. "Stop him for me. Let's kill this old dog together." Lei Jin was enraged. He shouted at the other 2 peak supremes of the Thunder clan. The 3 of them started to besiege this old monster. "Today all of you will die." This old monster wasn't afraid. He shouted ruthlessly and burst out all of his energy. A pair of tiger-patterned wings appeared, which increased his speed several times. He fought against 3 enemies alone. The advantage of this battle was on the Thunder clan's side. Even if the Demon Tiger tribe used all of their strength, they were powerless and couldn't reverse the situation. However, the Demon Tiger tribe also displayed his unyielding character and dragged many supremes of the Thunder Clan to die with them. In this chaotic situation, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan took the opportunity to deal with the Demon Tiger tribe and killed their way into the territory of the Demon Tiger tribe. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to summon the living puppets back into his apothecary master. All of this was done without anyone knowing. Even the Thunder Clan didn't know that Lei Luojun suddenly disappeared at this time. No one noticed his whereabouts. Because everyone had entered the battle state, who would have the time to care about the life and death of others? Brother Wu, let's split up and search. Let's see if we can find the Darkness Genesis Stone. Once we find it, we'll leave immediately. Don't run into the Thunder Clan. Ling Xiao said to Wu Bufan. Wu Bufan nodded lightly and said, "Be careful. That old fellow from the Thunder Clan isn't simple. He might notice us. And all be careful." After Ling Xiao responded, he hurriedly sped off in another direction. The Genesis Stone was normally a sect-stabilizing divine item. It would be placed in the most important place and protected by an array. It absolutely couldn't let ordinary people approach. The Demon Tiger tribe's territory here was already completely destroyed. Many important places were filled with the power of lightning lingering endlessly. The surviving Demon Tiger tribe members all fled in all directions. How could they still dare to stay here? Along the way, Ling Xiao encountered several heavily injured divine kings of the Demon Tiger tribe. They were all directly annihilated by him and absorbed their divine souls, understanding the direction of the important places of the Demon Tiger tribe. Tiger Blood Pool, Black Cloud Cave, these are all important places of the Demon Tiger tribe. The Genesis Stone might be inside the Black Cloud Cave. Ling Xiao secretly thought in his heart. However, when he hurried in the direction of the Black Cloud Cave, he discovered that the place was already leveled. There was even a huge pit on the ground. There were many remnants of heaven lightning. Mother asterisk cur, could it be that even the Genesis Stone was destroyed? Ling Xiao cursed. Immediately after, he rushed into the deep pit. He must find the existence of the Genesis Stone. However, just as Ling Xiao was frantically searching for the Genesis Stone, a figure also quietly arrived in front of the deep pit. Why is this little bastard here? That person was puzzled and also dove into the deep pit. Chapter 1653. This man hid his aura well. Ordinary people couldn't find him. Moreover, Ling Xiao's god soul hadn't recovered to the peak, so he couldn't sense his existence. This man had a black mist hovering around him. At first glance, he was a member of the Demon Tiger tribe. However, he didn't go up to the ninth sky to kill the enemies like the others. Instead, he came to this deep pit. Apparently, he had a purpose. He moved fast, but he didn't catch up with Ling Xiao immediately. Instead, he hung behind Ling Xiao, paying attention to Ling Xiao's movements. Ling Xiao was trying his best to find the Genesis Stone. His attention was focused on the deep pit, so he didn't notice anything strange behind him. Shi Yan continually moved the rocks around and cleared the obstacles. He hoped to find the Genesis Stone. I don't have the dark class, so I can't sense the dark origin power. Otherwise, I could know if the Genesis Stone was destroyed or not. Ling Xiao was worried. He was afraid that the Genesis Source Stone would be destroyed by the thunderbolts that had just attacked. After he moved the rocks, he didn't find anything. He couldn't help but think that it was just as he had thought. The Genesis Stone was destroyed or not. As he was about to give up searching, he found a strange feeling under his feet. Beams of corrosive energy were spreading to the bottom of his feet. The corrosive power was so strong that even Bian Ling Xiao's strong physical body could inflict pain from the corrosive attack. Ling Xiao stooped to see a jet of thick, ink-like energy surging from the cracks of the rocks under his feet. He was surprised. What a thick dark class. The Genesis Stone is underground. As Ling Xiao was about to break the ground, he felt a sense of danger coming from behind him. Ling Xiao's hair rose. He didn't think much and immediately soared up to the sky to dodge this fatal attack. Boom boom. As soon as Ling Xiao left, a terrifying explosion occurred at his position, which made the deep pit explode one more time. That person clearly had no intention of chasing after Ling Xiao. Instead, he stretched out another black palm and grabbed towards the deep pit. Shi Yan grabbed a black stone that wasn't really big. The original chi twirled around it like ink. This kind of energy had a terrifying erosive power. Even a supreme incipient God realm expert didn't dare to touch it. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao's body was much stronger than an ordinary person's, he would have been corroded to the point that his body would have been destroyed. The black stone quickly disappeared before their eyes. Clearly, that person had put it away. Only then did Ling Xiao turn around and see the person's face clearly. His expression immediately became incomparably shocked. "It's you, Black Devil?" Ling Xiao couldn't help but shout. He hadn't expected that the person in front of him would be the Black Devil whom he hadn't seen for many years. Black Devil was the patriarch of the Black Demon sect in the central region of Xianling continent. He was also the disciple of Cruel Leopard. Many years ago he had gone to outer space. When he was in the Heavenly Territory Fortress, he had hooked up with Granny Yin of the Yin Puppet sect. They had taken the monster's heart and left the fortress to come to the Heaven Territory. Ling Xiao hadn't seen Black Devil for many years. He almost didn't remember the existence of such a character. He didn't expect to see him again in the Demon Tiger tribe's territory. Moreover, he had taken away the Genesis Stone that he had just found. It was a small world indeed. "Haha, Ling Xiao, no, Alchemist God Ling, how have you been?" Black Devil put away the Genesis Stone and smiled. Apparently, Black Devil was familiar with Ling Xiao. He had been cultivating in the Demon Tiger tribe for many years. However, compared to the monstrous geniuses who came from the same place, Ling Xiao was too dazzling. He couldn't help but pay attention to him. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such achievements in just 100 years. Even he couldn't help but praise Ling Xiao in his heart. However, they were born to be enemies. Even if he admired the other, it only deepened his conviction to kill the other. Now Black Devil's strength had increased even faster than Ling Xiao's. He had reached the high-level Supreme Being realm, which shocked Ling Xiao. He knew that Black Devil had great talents and was also a ruthless and ambitious character. However, he didn't expect that Black Devil could become stronger at such a terrifying speed like him. Ling Xiao had to go through many perilous situations to get to where he was today. Not everyone could get to where they were today. Not everyone could get to where they were now and get to where they were today. Hand over the Genesis Stone, or else you will die today. Ling Xiao didn't have time to waste with Black Devil. He released all of his strength and entered his strongest state as he said to Black Devil, "I know you're powerful, but you don't have the ability to deal with me." After Black Devil said faintly, his mount appeared. Brr. An angry roar rang out. The terrifying sound wave was filled with killing power, and it shook the space until it collapsed. Although Ling Xiao was already prepared, he was still knocked back by the sound wave. His eardrums vibrated incessantly, and he felt as if they were about to explode. At the same time, a wave of dragon energy automatically roared out to protect his body. Ling Xiao calmed himself down and stared at Black Demon's mount with wide eyes. Once again he cried out involuntarily, "Black! Black True Dragon!" Beside Black Devil was a Black True Dragon Divine Beast. Moreover, it had reached the high level of level 11. It wasn't any weaker than Ling Timing's Metal True Dragon Divine Beast. It was much stronger than Dragon the Fifth. Its bright black body looked incomparably strong, and each of its dragon scales flickered with a dazzling radiance. Its majestic appearance was extremely shocking. It's not only Kim people who have True Dragon Divine Beasts. Black Devil can also have one. Devour him. Black Devil laughed coldly. He stood on the Black True Dragon and charged towards Ling Xiao. The Black True Dragon swung its tail and opened its mouth wide as it pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao retreated decisively without thinking. At the same time he shouted to the people above him, someone from the Demon Tiger race is escaping." If it was before Ling Xiao's divine soul was injured, he still had the confidence to fight against Black Devil and this Black True Dragon. Now there was almost no chance of victory. Therefore he could only attract the attention of the Thunder Clan and let them deal with Black Devil. At the same time his soul power attack rushed out of his sea of consciousness. After being enhanced by the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, it went towards Black Devil's sea of consciousness. However, his soul power attack was like mud entering the sea. It didn't have any effect. Black Devil also wore a black divine hoop on his forehead. It seemed to be able to restrain soul power attacks. What a cunning brat. Don't let me meet you again next time. Otherwise you'll definitely die. Black Devil grinned coldly. After saying that, he rode the Black True Dragon and fled in a certain direction. When the people from the Thunder Clan discovered it, they felt that it was almost impossible to chase after it. The Black True Dragon was too fast. However, as the young master of the Thunder Clan, Reloading was very interested in this Black True Dragon. Dark True Dragon. Good. As long as I kill it and take out its dragon pearl, I can nurture the most powerful Thunder Dragon. After saying that, he actually led a few people in the direction of Black Devil. The Thunder Dragon he was riding on was already close to transforming into a dragon. Its strength was also at the advanced stage of the 11th level. Waves of lightning surrounded its body. With a roar, it rushed forward. Beside him were a pinnacle supreme martial artist and two high-level supreme martial artists. They were his personal guardian elders. With such strength, if they caught up to Black Devil, they might really be able to take him down. Retreat. Quickly protect the old clan leader and retreat. Our Demon Tiger clan will remember today's grudge. We will definitely destroy your Thunder clan in the future. After Jiang Weijing forced Lei Wanlong away, he shouted and rushed in the direction of Black Devil with his Black Demon Tiger King. Following Jiang Weijing's shout, the other old monster also forcefully broke away from the attacks of Lei Zhen and the others. He flew in the direction of Black Devil. The remaining few Devil Tiger clan members also did the same. They actually chased after Black Devil, as though they wanted to protect Black Devil as they left. Ling Xiao watched this scene from afar. He was very puzzled. How did Black Devil become the old clan leader of the Demon Tiger clan? How strange. Ling Xiao did not chase after them. Instead, he contacted Wu Bufan and quickly left in another direction. Although he felt that it was a pity that he could not obtain the Dark Origin Stone, at least he knew its whereabouts. He would definitely be able to obtain it in the future. If it was before, he would definitely chase after them. However, he had not recovered his strength yet. He could only act according to his strength. While the Thunder Clan was chasing after Black Devil's group, Jiang Dian and the others had already received the news. They hurriedly led the army back from the outer domain. Damn Thunder Clan! How dare they destroy our clan's land! I must tear them into pieces. Jiang Dian roared while riding on the Black Demon Tiger King. Jiang Angguang also hurried along. He was very puzzled. Why did the Thunder Clan attack us? Could it be that there's some kind of misunderstanding? There is no need to talk about any misunderstanding. They have already captured our clan's land and destroyed everything. Your two uncles are already leading the old clan leader to break out of the encirclement. We must speed up. We must not let anything happen to the old clan leader. Jiang Dian said anxiously. However, Jiang Angguang said in a deep voice, Lord Father, I think we shouldn't rush back so quickly. What do you mean? Jiang Dian was puzzled. Ever since the so-called old clan leader returned, our clan's situation has changed. He seems to want to regain control of our clan. I suspect that he is an imposter. He only wants to seize power. Jiang Angguang guessed. Jiang Dian suddenly became silent. He didn't expect his son to say such a thing. However, he felt that it was reasonable. He thought about all these years, ever since he had welcomed the old chief back. The old chief seemed to not care much about the clan's affairs on the surface, but he had always been secretly contacting the many founding elders and even tricking his two uncles into going around in circles. At that time, he felt that this old patriarch must have been the oldest and most powerful existence, and it was also true that he had a good relationship with his two uncles. However, there were still some signs that this old patriarch really had a feeling that he wanted to control the clan again. Pass down my order. We will slow down, Jiang Dian said after a while. Chapter 1654. The Demon Tiger tribe was finished. The Demon Tiger mountain range had turned into a deep pit. Most of the spirit trees and spirit beasts were gone. The Demon Tiger sect, which was the closest to the Demon Tiger tribe, was also destroyed. The Demon Tiger tribe's clansmen were also killed. It was the biggest disaster that the Demon Tiger tribe had ever faced. This matter shocked the Heaven Tiger territory and spread to every corner of the Heaven territory. The undefeated legend of the ancient clans that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years finally had a stain. The two ancient clans, the Demon Tiger tribe and the Thunder clan, had formed an irreconcilable enmity. The main culprit of this war was Xiao Yao, who was secretly laughing at the side. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan had already taken a detour and were rushing toward the lightning space. Ling Xiao believed that after Jiang Dian and the others returned, they would definitely fight with the Thunder clan. As for what the result would be, Ling Xiao didn't think about it for now. The only thing that made Ling Xiao feel regretful was that he couldn't take the Dark Origin Stone. Otherwise it would be perfect. Brother Ling, you said that the person who took the Dark Origin Stone was the former patriarch of the Black Demon sect, Hayamo? Wu Bufan asked with a surprised expression. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes, it's him. It seems that he has some fate with the Demon Tiger tribe. Otherwise, the Demon Tiger tribe wouldn't have been so anxious. That's true. However, he took the Genesis Stone. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to take it again. Wu Bufan said. We can't do anything about it. They are too strong. We can't take it by force. We'll deal with them after I recover my strength. Now we need to do something else. Perhaps there is a Thunder Origin Stone there. Ling Xiao replied. I'll listen to your arrangements. I'm only responsible for assisting you. Wu Bufan said indifferently. The purpose of this trip was to return the favor to Ling Xiao. The second purpose was to experience the dangers of the outer territory. At the same time, he wanted to borrow the Genesis Chi to strengthen his strength. Then he would become stronger through various battles. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan sat on Muscle's back as they traveled at full speed. They didn't enter any land. Instead, they traveled through the turbulent space streams of the outer territory. Occasionally they would find some divine materials or places with rich Genesis Chi to absorb them. As they ventured deeper into the southern realm, Ling Xiao and the others finally encountered some raiders who came to rob them of their belongings. However, none of these plunderers were at the peak of the Supreme Being level. So, how could they be a match for these two young geniuses? Some of them were controlled by Ling Xiao and turned into a puppet army, while the rest were completely devoured by Wu Bufan and thrown into a bottomless black hole. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Ling Xiao's soul power had gradually recovered. It had recovered from 60% to 80%, and he felt much better. This wasn't just the effect of absorbing other divine souls. It was also because of the spirit-controlling arts healing technique. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. Ling Xiao's physical strength was getting more and more perfect. However, there was still a long way to go before he could make a breakthrough. Moreover, he was also getting better at using the sealing intent. His opponents who were in the same realm as him could hardly escape from his sealing intent. They would immediately be destroyed by him. The existence of the sealing intent had greatly increased his fighting strength. However, he still needed some time to deduce the 9th form of the Imperial Dragon Heaven exterminating art. He wanted to deduce the might of this move to its greatest extent. He couldn't afford to be careless. Wu Bufan was also getting better at using the devouring ability. His power had also entered the perfect stage. It wouldn't be long before he could improve further. With the help of the devouring ability, he was like a fish in water in the outer realm. The speed at which he absorbed the primordial force was even faster than Ling Xiao's. If Ling Xiao didn't have the help of the two strange creatures, he wouldn't be able to compete with the chaotic battle body. Brother Wu, let's go to the Goldstream space in front of us and see if there are any suitable divine items to trade, Ling Xiao suggested. Wu Bufan wouldn't object to Ling Xiao's suggestion. He nodded and agreed. The Goldstream space was a land space. It was quite famous on the Southern Region Road. There were many martial artists who came and went to trade. There were also many people from the outer realm who lived there. There would usually be large trading places in this kind of land space. Occasionally, some rare divine items would appear. People could trade for them. Ling Xiao didn't stop here on a whim. He really needed to find a divine item that could speed up the recovery of his divine soul. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to break through to the highest level of supremacy. It might even be impossible for him to do so. Not long ago, he happened to learn from the memories of a plunderer that people would occasionally trade divine items that could recover soul power in the Goldstream space. Therefore he decided to come and try his luck. The Goldstream space was much smaller than the Heaven Domain. It was only 1/5 the size of the Heaven Domain. The population was also relatively smaller. However, the average strength of the people here was a level higher than in the Heaven Domain. Generally, in a place like the Outer Realm, the combat strength of the people from the Outer Realm was really high. After all, there were many supremacy experts who would occasionally stop to recruit disciples or continue their bloodlines. This caused the strength of the later generations of the local space to be much higher. Of course, it didn't mean that the Heaven Domain was inferior to them. It was just that there were too many people in the Heaven Domain. The difference between the strong and the weak was obvious. In the Goldstream space, the Goldstream gang was the strongest. There were also some other forces and gangs stationed here. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan both wore cloaks and covered their faces. They entered the Goldstream space so that no one could recognize them. Now that the Devil Tiger clan had issued a warrant for their arrest, there should be many wanted posters in the Outer Realm. In order to avoid trouble, they could only disguise their appearances. After the two entered the Goldstream space, they quickly found a large trading place. This place was under the control of the Flowing Gold Gang, and anyone below the level of a supreme being would not be able to enter. Every supremacy had to pay a huge amount of divine crystals to enter. After entering the Goldstream space, there weren't many cultivators. However, all of them had restrained their auras and extraordinary strength. They were all sitting in fixed positions with their eyes closed. There were all kinds of divine items placed in jade containers in front of them. There were also many divine artifacts placed on the side for other people to admire and trade with. Ling Xiao sent a voice transmission to Wu Bufan. Brother Wu, you can look around. If there is anything suitable, I can help you exchange for it. When it came to collecting treasures, Wu Bufan was likely unable to compare with him. After all, Wu Bufan killed people without spilling blood and even devouring their space rings, so it would not be easy to obtain a harvest. I won't be polite with you. Wu Bufan didn't refuse. Although his chaotic battle body was an innate divine body, the amount of energy he needed to absorb to advance was 5 times higher than that of an ordinary person, so he absolutely didn't want to let go of a suitable 5 elements divine artifact. It would be great if Ling Xiao could help him obtain one. Just as the two began to walk towards some stalls, a man walked over with a grin on his face and said, "Two sirs, I can tell you two are unfamiliar with each other. This must be your first time here. I'm very familiar with this place. I don't know what kind of divine artifact you're looking to trade for, but I can help you find it. If you don't have it here, perhaps I can help you find it." This old man had an ordinary appearance and a short stature, but he had the badge of the Flowing Gold Gang hanging on his chest. Apparently he was a member of the gang. However, this ordinary-looking man with an indecent face was a low-level incipient God Realm expert. One really couldn't judge a book by its cover. "May I know your name?" Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to drive him away, so he lowered his attitude and asked. The old man seemed to be a little flattered and said, "This old man is the manager of this place, Lu Huatong. You can call me Old Lu." "Then Old Lu, please show us around. We're interested in all kinds of divine artifacts," Ling Xiao replied. Lu Huatong didn't expect to meet a rich man, so the smile on his face became wider. He made an inviting gesture and led Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan to the right passage. Then he began to introduce the divine artifacts in each stall. In fact, Ling Xiao knew all kinds of divine artifacts like the back of his hand, so he didn't need Lu Huatong to lead the way. However, considering that the other party was the local tyrant here, there were some things that he needed Yang Yang's help. After one round, Ling Xiao had traded many divine artifacts. As the god of alchemy, any kind of divine artifact would be useful in his hands. However, he only traded some rare divine artifacts and the divine artifacts that Wu Bufan needed. Lu Huatong was overjoyed to see Ling Xiao make a move, because this proved that after the transaction was successful, he would also get some extra income. "Alright, Old Lu, I heard that you have divine artifacts that can restore the god soul here. How come I didn't find any after this round?" Ling Xiao asked casually. There are some, but their levels aren't high. It's not effective for the two masters, but it's useful for the juniors at the King God realm." Lu Huatong hesitated for a while and then said, "Isn't there anything at a higher level? For example, the 7-soul demonic flower?" Ling Xiao asked further. "So you're here for the 7-soul demonic flower, sir?" "I do have it, but..." Lu Huatong revealed an extremely difficult expression as he said, "Old Lu, just say it, I won't treat you unfairly." Ling Xiao was overjoyed and immediately asked. At the same time he took out 2 water attribute supreme divine materials, which were obviously prepared to bribe Lu Huatong. Lu Huatong revealed a look of envy and immediately told him what he knew. Chapter 1655. The 7 Souls demonic flower is the sole possession of the Soul Slayer Old Devil. In the past 10,000 years he has only taken out 2 stocks to trade. This kind of divine item is something that all Supreme Masters desire to obtain. On one hand, it can rapidly increase one's soul power, which is helpful in speeding up one's cultivation. On the other hand, it can allow anyone whose divine soul has been destroyed or injured to immediately recover after consuming it. It can be said that the 7 Souls demonic flower is a divine item that everyone wants to obtain, Lu Hua explained. Ling Xiao also understood what he was saying, but he patiently listened to Lu Hua finish. Now that the Soul Slayer Old Devil has announced that whoever can take out at least 2 top-level Supreme Waterwood divine materials like the 7 Souls demonic flower, he will trade the last stock of the 7 Souls demonic flower. Lu Hua paused for a brief moment before adding, "Every single top-notch Supreme divine material is extremely rare. Not many people would be willing to exchange 2 for 1. But after the news spread, many people have already made preparations to exchange for the 7 Souls demonic flower. 2 top-level Supreme materials." Ling Xiao could not help but take a light breath and sneered. There were not many Supreme materials to begin with, but the top-level ones were extremely rare. Only those who were at the peak of the incipient God realm could have them. Ling Xiao had been collecting for years, but there were only a few master apothecaries who had reached this level, not to mention that the other party only wanted the 2 attributes of water and wood. "I advise the 2 of you not to get involved. I heard that there are many people who are determined to get the 7 Souls demonic flower this time, and many of them are famous figures. Not many people would dare to compete with them for the 7 Souls demonic flower," Lu Hua advised. "Old Lu, you don't have to worry about this. Just tell me where the Soul Slayer Old Devil is or where they are going to trade. I will go there and have a look. Ling Xiao said. This time it will be held at the Flowing Gold Auction House. When the time comes we will protect the Soul Slayer Old Devil. If you want to enter the auction house, you will naturally have to pay divine crystals. The time is about a month later, Lu Hua said. Alright, we'll wait for a month. These 2 divine grasses are yours. Please take us to a place near your auction house and arrange a place for us to rest. Ling Xiao readily agreed and rewarded the 2 sovereign-level divine grasses to Lu Huatong. Lu Hua was overjoyed and immediately replied, No problem, please follow me. I promise to arrange the quietest place for you too. After saying that, Lu Huatong didn't say anything else. He led Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan to the direction of the auction. Not long after, they stopped in front of a luxuriously built pavilion. This is the place we, the Flowing Gold Gang, specially prepared for guests like you too. Each room is isolated with a small formation to prevent others from peeping. It is a place for you to rest. I will inform you when the auction starts in a month. The auction house is not far from here. You can see it from here, Lu Huatong said. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan thought it was a little novel. The Flowing Gold Gang was indeed different. They had built a pavilion full of formations for all the incipient God Realm experts to rest. It should be known that the incipient God Realm experts could set up formations to prevent others from peeping. However, it was useless when facing someone stronger than them. However, formations were different. Even if someone peeped through the formation would warn the people inside the formation to prevent others from peeping. Do you have a divine formation master here? Ling Xiao asked casually. Seems like it's your first time here. Everybody knows that the vice master of the Flowing Gold Gang is the highest level formation master in the Flowing Gold space. No, in the Southern Territory. Lu Huatong said proudly. Ling Xiao asked again, Old Lu, can you introduce me to this master? Pausing for a while, he added, Of course you will get a lot of benefits. Oh, I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Our vice master has always kept people away. He has been studying formations all year round. I'm not sure if I can meet him. Lu Huatong said with a troubled face. Yeah, I understand your difficulty. But if you can introduce me to this master, I won't mistreat you. Ling Xiao said seriously. Lu Huatong had seen Ling Xiao's work. He had a lot of treasures. If he could do this, he would get something good. Lu Huatong hesitated for a while and then said, I will try my best. I can't guarantee anything. Alright, thank you, Old Lu. Ling Xiao replied. He thought, if I want to arrange the Genesis formation, I must find a divine grade formation master. But I don't know how good the vice master of the Flowing Gold Gang is. Although Ling Xiao had collected the 9 Genesis stones, he still needed a formation master who could arrange this kind of top-grade divine formation. Thus, when Ling Xiao heard that there was a rare divine grade formation master in the Flowing Gold space, it would be good if he could get to know this formation master. After Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan chose a room respectively, they went out of the hall and ordered some food and wine. They drank and hoped that they could get some useful information here. However, the people who could enter this place were all at the incipient God Realm, so they used voice transmission to communicate with each other. The others couldn't hear what they were talking about. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan didn't care about anything else. After drinking some wine, they went back to their rooms to cultivate. Ling Xiao sat down quietly and began to circulate the soul-controlling art, accumulating soul power bit by bit, wanting to speed up the recovery of his soul. However, if he cultivated like this without using any divine items or absorbing the soul energy of others, he would need dozens or even hundreds of years to recover to his peak condition. After all, although the soul-controlling art was heaven-defying, gathering soul power was not as simple as absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be able to cultivate their soul power to a very powerful state? At this moment, the power of Ling Xiao's God soul could barely be as strong as his real body. However, he couldn't gather his flesh and God's soul. This was the most distressing thing for him. If he lost the support of his flesh and God's soul, his fighting competence would decrease by 1 level, and his pellet refining speed would be halved. He wouldn't be able to do 2 things at the same time. I'm afraid that I can't gather my flesh and God's soul if I can't recover to 100%. I must get the 7-soul demonic flower. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The 7-soul demonic flower was a top-grade soul-type supreme divine material. Its effects were naturally very powerful. He could only place his hopes on the 7-soul demonic flower. As long as he obtained it, he would be able to recover the power of his God soul in a short period of time. Ling Xiao's God soul was immersed in the spiritual fluid in his sea of consciousness. The spiritual fluid was like a pure and clean pool, and this spiritual fluid was the power that the God Soul needed to absorb. The soul-controlling technique operated, and the spiritual fluid here gathered on the God Soul, causing the power of the God Soul to recover bit by bit. When the spiritual fluid was about to be exhausted, he had no choice but to replenish it first before he could continue to replenish his God Soul. When Ling Xiao's God Soul was idle, he flew towards the primal chaos world. All these years, he had studied the mysteries of this primal chaos world when he had time. He had also begun to gain some small insights, but it was still impossible for him to truly grasp it. Every time his God Soul entered this place, it would undergo some kind of regular movement with the things created by the primal chaos chi. From birth to death to reincarnation, it was a repetitive process. Ling Xiao could comprehend a kind of life and death opportunity. As long as he could grasp this life and death opportunity, he could create things and control the lives and deaths of others. It was a vague realm, an unimaginable realm. Ling Xiao recognized that he could have entered the threshold of the domain realm that all the peak supreme experts had been pursuing. If he could fully control this primal chaos world one day, it meant that he could become a super incipient God realm expert. Of course, he didn't know when he could reach that realm. Creating a world. Perhaps I should try to add more elements to this space. Perhaps I will have an unexpected harvest. Ling Xiao guessed boldly. He used his God Soul to condense things in the void to create different shapes of spirit trees, spirit herbs, and spirit beasts, making them stay in this space. However, the things he created were all dead. Even if they had some primal chaos chi, they would not be reborn after they were destroyed. It's still useless. I always feel that there is a key point that I haven't understood yet. Ling Xiao sighed and left the primal chaos world. At this time he sensed that someone was looking for him outside the door. Ling Xiao walked over and opened the door. He saw Lu Huatong waiting outside. "Old Lu, do you have a result?" Ling Xiao asked with a bit of expectation. Lu Huatong spread his hands, showing a helpless expression. "I, Old Lu, have tried my best, but I still couldn't see the Grand Master." Ling Xiao used the exquisite heart to sense and immediately found that Lu Huatong wasn't lying. However, he also found that Lu Huatong was hiding something. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "In that case, I won't make things difficult for you, Old Lu. Anyway, I will leave after the auction is over. We will talk about it in the future if there is a chance." Lu Huatong didn't expect Ling Xiao's attitude to change so much. He wanted to take advantage of it before revealing the news. Why did the other party suddenly lose interest? Actually, there is another way if you want to know. Lu Huatong tried to keep Ling Xiao in suspense again, hoping to arouse Ling Xiao's interest. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao already knew what he was talking about. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Anyway, I'm just looking for this master to admire his elegant demeanor. It's not a big deal." Then he changed the topic and said, "How many days until the old vagrant auction?" 7 days later is the day of the auction. Lu Huatong replied. Then he asked again, "Sir, do you really not need to see the Grandmaster?" "No need." Ling Xiao waved his hand in response. Chapter 1656. After Lu Hua left, Ling Xiao returned to his room again. Turns out that Master is also interested in the 7-soul demonic flower. It's not good now. Ling Xiao looked troubled. From Lu Hua's mind, he knew that the formation master called Quicksand Diagram would appear on the day of the auction, and this master also came here for the 7-soul demonic flower. Array rune masters and alchemists had one thing in common, which was that they had relatively high requirements for spiritual power and soul power. Thus, this master Quicksand Diagram also wanted to use the 7-soul demonic flower to strengthen his god soul power so that he could carve the formation better. After Ling Xiao found this, he couldn't help but feel troubled. He wanted to ask this master for help, but he was determined to get the 7-soul demonic flower, which put him in a difficult position. Forget it. When the water comes to the bridgehead, it will straighten out. After I get the 7-soul demonic flower, I will use other soul herbs to compensate him. Moreover, I don't know if he has the ability to arrange a top formation like the Genesis formation. Ling Xiao sighed and then continued to sit in meditation, accumulating mental fluid to restore his soul power. Soon the day of the auction had arrived. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan went out of the pavilion, following Lu Hua to the biggest auction venue of the flowing gold space. Usually this auction house would auction some extraordinary items. Most of them were divine items. Holy items simply could not enter the stage here. Divine items at supreme level were held twice a year. Each time, only the experts at the supreme level were allowed to enter the auction house. Each time, the experts at the incipient god realm had to pay a lot of divine crystals or a supreme divine material to enter the auction house. The Flowing Gold Gang only charged these admission fees to strengthen their foundation year by year. The Flowing Gold Gang was also quite famous in the southern region, and was only slightly weaker than one or two large clans or gangs. It could be considered an extremely powerful force. Thus, no one dared to mess around in the auction they held here. Old Ghost Soul Slayer also trusted the Flowing Gold Gang's power and reputation. That was why he entrusted the 7-soul demonic flower to this place for auction. The auction had yet to begin, but there were already powerful auras descending in the vicinity. Ling Xiao could sense that many of these people had unfathomable strength, and there were even a few who gave him a strong sense of oppression. The outer space is so vast. I wonder how many humans there are. Also, there are many experts at incipient god realm, sighed Wu Bufan. Of course. I've heard that countless predecessors have ventured into many unknown realms. Perhaps there are even more powerful existences in those places. Ling Xiao agreed. Then he said, let's wait here before we go in. Lu Huatong had already left. He was only responsible for bringing Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan here. He was too lazy to explain to Ling Xiao how to find the Quicksand Master. He would not do such a thing without any benefits. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao already knew how to find him. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan were both wearing cloaks. They were standing in a corner, not attracting any attention. After all, many people were wearing the same clothes as them. It seemed like they didn't want others to recognize them. Not long after that, 3 intimidating auras stormed over from a far distance. The 3 of them all looked middle-aged and old. The one in the middle was wearing a strange robe that looked like a formation. The robe exuded a mysterious aura, and the patterns on it seemed to be alive. It gave off an indescribable feeling as if it wasn't a robe, but a set of defensive formations on one's body. Needless to say, the old man in the middle was the most famous formation master of the Flowing Gold Space in the Southern Territory, Quicksand Master. He looked a little ugly with sunken eyes and a long nose like an eagle's beak. Most of his hair had fallen off. His face was bony and his face was old-fashioned. He gave people a feeling that strangers didn't want to approach him. The auras of the 2 people on his left and right side were as deep as the sea. They were wearing ordinary clothes, but when they raised their hands or moved their feet, they had a great aura. They were both at peak of the great realm. The 3 of them all had badges of the Flowing Gold Gang on their chests. They were obviously from the Flowing Gold Gang. Quicksand will help you take down the 7 Souls demonic flower this time. Don't forget about us later. The gray-robed old man on the left laughed loudly. That's right. We don't ask for much. Just give us a few pieces of this divine battle armor. The yellow-robed old man on the right echoed. You don't need to think about it. I don't need you to come with me. I can take down the 7 Souls demonic flower by myself. Quicksand Master curled his lips and said indifferently. I know you have some resources, but you don't have water and wood elements, right? Besides, even if you do, your wood element might not be able to compare with those old geezers. If the 2 of us were to help you, wouldn't you be able to win? Said the gray-robed elder. That's right. The 7 Souls demonic flower is rare even in 100,000 years. That old geezer Soul Slayer actually got 3 of them. Now there's only 1 left. If you don't trade now, you won't have another chance. Think about it carefully. The yellow-robed old man said. Of course I know that. But do you know how many materials it takes to make this divine battle armor? This is my one and only divine battle armor. I can't make a few of them. Quicksand Master replied angrily. Then he said, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Let's go in first. The 3 of them didn't try to hide their conversation. It was as if they weren't afraid of being heard by others. Ling Xiao also heard their conversation clearly. He thought to himself, so this is a divine battle armor. I wonder what kind of powerful ability it has for them to value it so much. After the 3 of them entered, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan also entered the auction house. There were no private rooms in this auction house. It was all in a large hall with seats. It could accommodate 500 people. There were more than a dozen members of the Flowing Gold Gang standing around the hall. They were responsible for the safety of this place. No matter who entered this place, they had to follow the rules. No one was allowed to cause trouble here. Otherwise they would kill Wu He. The walls around the hall were also protected by powerful formations that could withstand the energy of the battle of the supreme experts without being destroyed. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan walked to their seats and sat down. The auction would start for a while, but there were more than 100 incipient God Realm experts sitting here. This force was really strong. These people included the members of the Flowing Gold Gang, the supreme experts of the other forces in the Flowing Gold Space, and even the supreme experts from outer space. There were a few pinnacle supreme beings among the 100+ people. They were the most powerful existences in and out of the domain. They should have come for the 7 souls demonic flower. Of course, they could also be here for other divine objects. This auction wasn't only for the 7 souls demonic flower, but also for other divine treasures. After waiting for a while, a beautiful young woman finally stepped onto the center of the auction stage. This young woman looked around 30 years old. She was at the peak of her beauty. She wore a thin veil, which vaguely revealed her graceful figure and white skin. When she glanced at the supreme experts and incipient God realm experts present, their hearts were slightly moved. She was a beautiful auctioneer at half incipient God realm. After her clear voice faded, the auction finally began. This auction had many rare supreme divine materials, high-grade ancient God weapons, antiquity God techniques, divine techniques, and some strange treasures. These were the things that the supreme experts and incipient God realm experts liked. The bidding was really fierce. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan finally saw what it meant to be filthy rich. These people didn't seem to have a bottom line. Each of their divine treasures was called for a relatively high price. The divine crystals they offered could be exchanged for each crystal vein. The amount was really terrifying. If you don't come to the heaven territory, you don't know that you're weak. If you don't come to the outer space, you don't know that you're poor. Wu Bufan sighed with emotion. Ling Xiao had the same feeling. He nodded and said, "That's right. There are many resources in the outer space. These people have lived for more than 10,000 years. They have collected many divine treasures after traveling for so many years. Of course, they have a lot of treasures." Ling Xiao controlled many puppets, so his collection was much richer than most people's. However, he didn't think that the auction would be so fierce. As many divine treasures were auctioned, Ling Xiao also bid several times. Eventually he got 3 or 4 divine treasures. To him this was an extra harvest. Next, we will auction a piece of divine battle armor specially made by Master Quicksand Diagram. This divine battle armor was specially made from the skin of a high-level 11th level green-scale alligator, and with the divine runes carved by Master Quicksand Diagram. As long as the runes are activated, not only can it block the attacks of a peak supreme expert, but it can also release a powerful killing power. Few people below the peak supreme expert level can block it. This divine battle armor will only be traded for water and wood, 2 top supreme level divine materials, or the 7 soul demonic flower. The beautiful woman said in a sweet voice as she twisted her fat buttocks. As soon as the beautiful auctioneer's voice fell, it immediately caused a commotion in the auction house. Master Sha Tu even took out this divine battle armor to auction. Rumor has it that only he and the leader of the Flowing Gold Gang have one each. It does have a very strong defense and killing power. Why does Master Sha Tu only want the water and wood divine herbs? He's a metal-type cultivator. You still don't understand? Master Sha Tu is actually here for the 7 soul demonic flower. After he gets the water and wood attribute divine herbs in advance, he can exchange them with the 7 soul demonic flower in the end. Or if the old ghost soul annihilating ghost wants this divine battle armor, he will have to take out his 7 soul demonic flower. Master Sha Tu really has a good idea. In this way, those who want the 7 soul demonic flower will have to weigh whether this divine battle armor or the 7 soul demonic flower is more suitable for them. Chapter 1657. The 7 souls demonic flower and the divine battle armor were both top-notch supreme divine items, and the 2 divine items had different divine effects. The 7 souls demonic flower had a great effect on the divine soul. For those whose divine soul had been injured, its effect was naturally better than the divine battle armor. But for supremes who often walked between life and death, this divine battle armor was definitely a life-saving divine armor that could increase their chances of survival. Relatively speaking, the overall value of this divine battle armor was a level higher than the 7 souls demonic flower. Therefore, when this divine battle armor was taken out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to obtain this divine battle armor. At this time, Quicksand, who was wearing the divine battle armor, stood up from his seat and said faintly, "That divine battle armor is similar to this old man's. It requires the consumption of a level 11 beast core and one's own divine power to activate. Once the battle armor formation is activated, it will enter an invincible state. Even if it is in a dangerous space, it will be absolutely safe. Everyone should believe in my character on this point." He paused for a moment before continuing, "The reason I took out this divine battle armor is for the 7 souls demonic flower of the old ghost soul annihilating. Old ghost soul annihilating, Why don't we exchange directly so as not to waste everyone's time? As he spoke, his gaze turned towards a corner. In that corner sat a person wearing a black cloak. His face was shrouded in a misty aura, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. This person was tall and thin, and his aura was extremely restrained. He stood there as if he had merged with heaven and earth, and no one could easily notice his existence. Everyone looked in the direction of the quicksand map, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Could he be the old ghost soul annihilating? The famous Lone Ranger in the southern domain. His temper is very strange and he will kill people at the drop of a hat. It's not surprising that those who don't have the ability to be killed. This old ghost soul annihilating strength has reached the peak, so everyone should pay attention to what you say. Otherwise, if he holds a grudge against you, you won't even know why you died. I wonder where his 7 souls demonic flower came from. That is a rare treasure that is rarely seen even in 100,000 years. It is a soul-type divine herb that is ranked as a top supreme divine material. Compared to the 7 souls demonic flower, the divine battle armor is more precious. If I were him, I would definitely change it immediately. The people present discussed with their companions via voice transmission. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan also looked at Old Ghost Slayer. For some reason, Ling Xiao suddenly had a very familiar feeling in his heart. The personal will that came from the origin made his heart somewhat agitated. The soul-slaying old ghost said to the quicksand map, "I'm not interested in your divine battle armor." Old Ghost Soul Annihilator's voice was hoarse and old, which was very unpleasant to hear. At the same time, he mercilessly refused the quicksand map's proposal. Quicksand too seemed to have already known the result, so he didn't insist. He turned to the others and said, "Since you don't need it, then let the others present their chips. I believe that some of you will take out top-level supreme celestial materials of water and wood. I can exchange them for the 7-soul demonic flower." Quicksand 2's meaning was very clear. If the top-level supreme celestial materials of water and wood couldn't be exchanged for the 7-soul demonic flower, he definitely wouldn't trade the divine battle armor. At this time, the beautiful auctioneer took the opportunity to say, "Master Sha Tu has already made it very clear. Next, I will reveal the 7-soul demonic flower in advance. I believe that everyone knows its value and use. Whoever wants the divine battle armor can exchange for the 7-soul demonic flower and then hand it over to Master Sha Tuesday. If there is no 7-soul demonic flower, I'm afraid that Master Sha Tu will not be satisfied. The 2 divine items will be auctioned at the same time. At the very least, 2 top-level supreme celestial materials of water and wood. If you can take out a chip that satisfies the 2 lords, then you can trade. The bidding begins. Top-level supreme celestial materials of water and wood attributes immediately caused many people to shrink back. Therefore, there weren't many people who could compete for these 2 top-level divine items. 1,000 leaves water lotus and 100,000 year tree core. Exchange for the 7-soul demonic flower. At this time, a top-level supreme expert sitting in a seat quietly said. At the same time, he took out 2 divine items. A pure white water lotus with many small leaves and a green tree core that was full of vitality appeared in front of the crowd. Everyone looked in that direction, and their eyes were filled with burning desire. The 1,000 leaves water lotus only exists in the legendary deity's pond. It only grows 1 leaf every 100 years. There are 1,000 leaves here. I'm afraid it's a top-level supreme celestial material that has been growing for 100,000 years. That's right. This 1,000 leaves water lotus can directly create a god body with water attributes. It won't be a problem for that person to reach the incipient god realm in the future. This lord is really bold to take out such a divine item. The 100,000-year-old tree core isn't bad either. Not every 100,000-year-old tree can produce a tree core. At the very least, it's a tree core that has already become a demon. It also has an unexpected divine effect. These 2 divine objects are indeed comparable to the 7-soul demonic flower. This seems to be the deputy master of the Heavenly Water Palace, Lord Shui Wuxing. The Heavenly Water Palace is an existence comparable to our flowing gold gang. No wonder he's so bold. How about it, Old Soul Annihilating Ghost? Have these 2 divine items satisfied your appetite? Shui Wuxing looked at Old Soul Annihilating Ghost and said. This Shui Wuxing looked very young, and his appearance was also quite handsome. However, the words he spoke were a bit feminine, giving people the feeling that he was a trap. However, no one dared to say that to him. Those who called him a sissy had already gone to hell. Before Old Soul Annihilating Ghost could speak, someone else spoke first. Although these two items are good, my 9 illusionary divine spring and withered wood vine are also good. I'll exchange them for the 7-soul demonic flower and give it to Master Sha too. As soon as these two divine items appeared, they also caused the hall to be filled with splendor, causing everyone to be amazed. Divine items of this level were not commonly seen. Now that they were able to touch them, it was enough to make 10 people excited. The pinnacle supreme being who came with quicksand too also took out 2 other rare top-notch water and wood attribute divine items. In just a short period of time, there were already 5 or 6 people bidding. They laid out their chips and waited for Old Soul Annihilating Ghost's decision. Old Soul Annihilating Ghost himself did not show the slightest sign of anxiety. He seemed to be waiting to see if anyone else would take out better divine items. Old Soul Annihilating Ghost, have you decided whose divine item you want? Quicksand 2 asked impatiently. Among these people there were 2 or 3 who came for his divine battle armor. Of course, he hoped that Old Soul Annihilating Ghost would choose the divine item in their hands. Everyone present became nervous. They wanted to see who the 7-soul demonic flower would end up with. Old Soul Annihilating Ghost glanced at the crowd. When he was about to speak, a voice rang out, "Don't worry, Lord Soul Annihilating Ghost. I'll trade 1 for 1. See if this divine herb catches your eye." At the same time, in a direction, a divine herb quietly floated up. Suddenly, a combination of blue and green light burst out in all directions. A different kind of aura instantly surged, causing everyone present to look over anxiously. What kind of divine herb is this? It's so full of spirituality. It's already showing signs of becoming a demon. What a strong water and wood attribute. It should be a dual attribute variant divine herb. Its value should not be lower than the 7-soul demonic flower. No wonder he dared to say 1 for 1. Well, that flower spirit is fluttering, giving people a feeling of ascension. It's really good stuff. This should be a kind of divine herb that has never appeared in the world. This guy is really lucky. It's a pity that it's dual attribute. For those with a single attribute, the divine power will be discounted. But this seems to be in line with Old Soul Annihilating Ghost's request. Everyone began to discuss in astonishment. Dual attribute divine herbs were extremely rare, and reaching this level was rare even in 100,000 years. This was also the reason why they were so surprised. As soon as this divine item appeared, Old Soul Annihilating Ghost and Quicksand 2's eyes stopped on the divine herb, and they both revealed expressions of surprise. What kind of divine item is this? Old Soul Annihilating Ghost whispered with some urgency. This is the inky black immortal lotus. It can cleanse the spirit, allow people to comprehend heaven and earth, and even increase their cultivation. I only have 1. Can I exchange for 1 with Sir Soul Annihilating Ghost? The person who took out the item was Ling Xiao, and he asked with some anticipation. The 7-soul demonic flower was related to the recovery of his spirit, so Ling Xiao had to take out the divine item that he felt was worth it. The inky black immortal lotus was an extremely strange divine item, and its effect was also very remarkable. Old Soul Annihilating Ghost immediately shouted without thinking, "Okay, I'll exchange with you." "Wait, are you not interested in my divine defense battle armor?" Quicksand 2 couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't want the 7-soul demonic flower, so he took out the divine battle armor. If he couldn't exchange for it, he would lose all face. Most importantly, his plan to strengthen his divine soul would be ruined. Ling Xiao replied, "Master Sha Tu's divine defense armor is naturally unparalleled. Of course I want it, but I urgently need the 7-soul demonic flower. Please forgive me, Master Sha Tu's day. Is there no room for negotiation?" Quicksand 2 asked in a deep voice. At this time, the gray-robed elder beside him said, "If you really need a soul-type item, we can give you something else. Why don't you exchange this inky black immortal lotus for the divine defense battle armor first and give the 7-soul demonic flower to Master?" "That's right. If you exchange like this, our flowing gold gang will owe you a favor. Master Sha Tu will also remember this." Another yellow-robed old man echoed. "I'm sorry, my lords, but I really must have the 7-soul demonic flower," Ling Xiao said with certainty. Although the divine defense battle armor was very good, what he urgently needed right now was to recover his spirit. This would have a huge impact on his future advancement. The expressions of Quicksand and the other 2 darkened as they looked at Ling Xiao with unfriendly gazes. If Lord Sha Tu really needs this soul-type divine grass, this ghost grass king might be suitable for you. Ling Xiao took out another divine grass and said. Chapter 1658. Back then, when Ling Xiao was in the Thousand Demon Forest, when he had subdued the Ghost Prince, the Ghost King had given him 3 Ghost Grass Kings. He had already used 2 of them and this was the last one. This Ghost Grass King was a supreme divine material, but its medicinal effects were slightly weaker than the 7 Souls demonic flower. However, it was still a relatively rare soul-type divine herb. The reason why Ling Xiao took him out was to befriend this Master Quicksand. If the other party didn't like it, then there was nothing he could do. After all, there were some things that couldn't be both ways. Ghost Grass King. Not only was Quicksand surprised, even the others were a little surprised. If they couldn't exchange for the 7 Souls demonic flower, then this Ghost Grass King would be a good choice for them. I wonder what other divine items you need other than the 7 Souls demonic flower? I also want to exchange for this Ghost Grass King. The Vice Palace Master of the Water Heaven Palace asked. Another sovereign said, "That's right, what else do you want? We'll exchange." In an instant, a few more people proposed to Ling Xiao that they wanted to exchange for the Ghost Grass King. After all, soul-type divine grasses were too rare, and those that reached the sovereign level were even rarer. What are you guys yelling about? He's here to exchange for an old man like me. Quicksand said with some dissatisfaction. Then he said, "Your Ghost Grass King is not bad, but it's not as good as the 7 Souls demonic flower. How about this, you take out 2 of them and my defensive god's battle armor will belong to you." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I only have 1 stock left. The other ghost grass are not that high in rank. Then I can only use other divine objects to exchange with you. I'll give you the 7 Souls demonic flower." It was not good for Quicksand to continue blocking the trade, so he could only take a step back and ask for the Ghost Grass King. "Thank you, Master Shatu." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and replied, then walked towards Old Ghost Soul Annihilating. At this time, Old Ghost Soul Annihilating also took out the 7 Souls demonic flower. This 7 Soul demonic flower seemed to have 7 flower souls dancing in the air. The 7 petals were wrapped together, and there were even specks of divine spring in the middle, which floated with the purest and most flawless aura. It was like a black enchantress which was extremely fascinating. As soon as it appeared, everyone felt as if their souls were jumping, and they all had the urge to snatch it and devour it immediately. Ling Xiao's gaze became extremely urgent. "Let's trade 1 for 1. Take it." After Ling Xiao exchanged the Inky Lotus Immortal Lotus with the Old Ghost Soul Annihilating Ghost, they both put away their divine items. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and Old Ghost Soul Annihilator with complicated feelings. "Take good care of this 7 Soul demonic flower," Old Ghost Annihilator said and strode out of the auction. Ling Xiao's eyes twitched and he exclaimed in his heart, "This Old Ghost Soul Annihilator is made of flesh and blood." His perception of the soul was different from that of ordinary people. This Old Ghost Soul Annihilator was full of blood and chi, and his physical body was also quite real. However, the fluctuations of soul power could not be easily concealed. When Old Ghost Soul Annihilator left, many people immediately followed him out. Everyone knew what was going to happen, but they did not point it out. Speaking of which, what type of divine item do you need? I will try my best to meet your requirements. Quicksand Diagram looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "I can give this divine item to Master Sha Tuesday. I want to talk to Master Sha Tu alone later. There's something I need Master Sha Tu's help with." Ling Xiao said very generously, "I can only carve pictures and erase. I can't help with anything else." Quicksand Diagram said the ugly words first. What he meant was that he could help with setting up the array but he would not help with anything else. "Of course I know that." Ling Xiao replied softly. "Alright, since that's the case, follow this old man. I believe no one will dare to touch you here for the time being." Quicksand Diagram replied indifferently, then put away his defensive god's battle armor, and walked towards the room at the back of the auction house. Those who wanted to take advantage of Ling Xiao could only wait outside the auction house helplessly. They definitely didn't have the guts to cause trouble here, otherwise the Flowing Gold gang would definitely not let them off. After arriving at the room at the back, Quicksand Diagram went straight to the point. "Speak, what do you need my help with?" "I heard that Master Sha Tu is the most powerful formation master, so I would like to ask Master to help me set up a formation," Ling Xiao said. "The formation is easy. What kind of formation do you want to inscribe?" "Where?" Quicksand Diagram said disapprovingly. He, the most outstanding formation master on the Southern Domain Road, was not some random person. "Origin formation," Ling Xiao said faintly. "Good origin. What did you say about the origin formation?" Quicksand Diagram casually replied, then suddenly realized something, his body trembled a bit and he asked again. "Yes, it's the origin formation," Ling Xiao affirmed once again. "Are you sure you're not joking?" Ordinary origin stones only need to set up some restrictions or simple formation patterns to automatically absorb the origin power. If that's the case, it's not worth it for me to take action. Quicksand Diagram replied. No, I'm talking about gathering all 9 origin stones and then setting up the origin formation so that they can repeatedly produce origin power, forming a barrier to protect the space continent. Ling Xiao further explained. Gathering all 9 origin stones, are you sure you're not lying? Quicksand Diagram excitedly stood up and exclaimed. It was already not bad for any force to obtain 1 origin stone. If this person in front of him gathered all 9 origin stones, then it would be amazing. Even a formation master like him would be greedy. Ling Xiao saw through Quicksand Diagram's thoughts at a glance, but anyone would be a little excited. Quicksand Diagram didn't immediately think of robbing Ling Xiao, otherwise Ling Xiao would have immediately run away. This was someone else's territory. If someone wanted to make him stay, it would be very easy. Quicksand Diagram, don't get too excited. I definitely don't have the 9 origin stones. What kind of divine material is that? Even an overlord force would find it difficult to obtain an origin stone. Do you think I have it? Ling Xiao said. Then why did you say you want to set up the origin formation? Aren't you trying to fool me? Quicksand Diagram shouted with some dissatisfaction. No, I won't lie to you. Although I don't have the 9 origin stones, someone is doing their best to gather them. Perhaps after 100 or 1,000 years, they will be able to gather them. However, they still need the help of a master who can set up the origin formation. I wonder if you can set up such a formation? Ling Xiao asked again. Quicksand Diagram's face recovered and he said, Oh, I haven't gathered them yet. But where are you from? Why are you doing such a big thing? Do you really want to build a giant ancient continent? Master, you don't have to worry about this. I'm just here to talk to Master Sha Tu on behalf of my superiors. If you can do it, then we'll make an agreement. Similarly, you'll be rewarded accordingly. Ling Xiao would not lay everything out in front of the other party. Quicksand Diagram also understood the other's intention, so he didn't continue to ask. Instead he said, I don't know this kind of ancient formation that only exists in legends. You should find someone else. Ling Xiao used the exquisite heart to directly see through Quicksand Diagram's thoughts. He knew that Quicksand Diagram was telling the truth. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you. This Ghost Grass King will be given to Master as a gift to make friends. Ling Xiao gave the Ghost Grass King to Quicksand Diagram. Quicksand Diagram looked at Ling Xiao with deep meaning and then put away the Ghost Grass King. In this world, I'm afraid that no one can set up the origin formation. But, if you can find 2 or 3 divine array masters at the same level as this old man, you may be able to do it. Quicksand Diagram said. Ling Xiao looked at Quicksand Diagram and gently nodded. He said, Thank you, Master, for telling me. If I need help in the future, I hope Master Quicksand Diagram will not hesitate to help me. Let's talk about this when the time comes, Quicksand Diagram said indifferently. Ling Xiao didn't linger. When he was about to say goodbye, Quicksand Diagram said, Why don't you stay here for a few days? Ling Xiao understood what Quicksand Diagram meant. He immediately clasped his hands and said, Then I'll do as you say. Presently, if he and Wu Bufan were to leave the Gold Wave dimension right away, then they would probably suffer the pursuit of others. Even though he wasn't afraid of others for the sake of reducing trouble, he decided to enter into closed-door cultivation here for a few days to recover from the injuries to his soul before continuing on his journey. In this way, even if a peak incipient God Realm expert came to chase after him, he wouldn't be afraid. Then Quicksand Diagram arranged a place for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also called Wu Bufan to stay in the flowing gold space. Those who wanted to harm Ling Xiao knew that Quicksand Diagram wanted to protect him. They couldn't attack him in the flowing gold space, so they had to leave. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was a little regretful that he couldn't talk to the Soul Slayer Old Ghost. He always felt that the Soul Slayer Old Ghost gave him a familiar feeling. Besides the fact that the other had a god soul body like him, there should be another feeling that made him resonate with him. However, since he wasn't sure about this matter, he didn't want to find the Soul Slayer Old Ghost to confirm it. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan temporarily stayed in a place under the Flowing Gold Gang's jurisdiction. Ling Xiao told Wu Bufan to be on guard, and then he went into closed-door cultivation. This place had a special room with formations to prevent others from disturbing him. Moreover, Shiyan was sure that Quicksand Diagram didn't annoy him. Thus, he relaxed and entered seclusion. After Ling Xiao adjusted his breathing for a while, he took out the 7-soul demonic flower. This 7 souls demonic flower seemed to have 7 floating flower souls. Waves of pure soul power made his divine soul very excited, and he had an urge to immediately devour it. Right when Ling Xiao wanted to swallow it, the seven-soul demonic flower suddenly shot out a flow of powerful soul energy, directly entering his sea of consciousness. This soul energy had a formidable attacking power. If he was careless, his god soul would be hurt, and the demonic flower would run away. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to protect him from harm. This seven-soul demonic flower is strange. Ling Xiao frowned and hissed. Right after that, his palm shook and the heaven flame emerged. Chapter 1659. Ling Xiao was a supreme alchemy god. It was very easy for him to refine a divine herb. When the Seven Souls demonic flower came into contact with the aura of the heavenly fire, it immediately began to wither and a drop of divine liquid began to evaporate. Sob sob. The Seven Souls demonic flower actually let out a baby-like cry, as if it was begging for mercy. At this time, an invisible wave of soul power overflowed. This soul power was definitely not from the Seven Souls demonic flower. Others might not be able to sense the existence of this soul power, but it was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao. Sure enough, there's something strange. Ling Xiao sneered and pointed the heavenly fire at the soul power that was about to escape. When the soul power was burned, Ling Xiao immediately opened his mouth and swallowed the Seven Souls demonic flower into his stomach. Ling Xiao sat down and began to absorb the power of the Seven Souls demonic flower with all his strength to restore his soul state. In a mountain cave in an ancient mountain range in the Goldflow space, a masked man muttered to himself in a hoarse voice. He actually destroyed my soul power. This kid is really strange. But this Black Lotus Immortal is a good thing. It should be able to let me enter the final stage and cleanse the impurities in my soul at the same time. After a pause, he sighed with emotion. After so many tens of thousands of years, I can finally go back and take revenge. Those who destroyed my clan back then, just you wait. With that, the man took off his mask, revealing a hideous face that could scare some timid people out of their wits. It wasn't that this person was too ugly, but that there was a terrible sword scar from right to left on his face, like a centipede crawling on his face. The hideous scar was really too frightening. If not for this sword scar, his facial features would definitely be a rare handsome man. Who knew that this person was the true face of old Ghost Slayer? Inside the seclusion room, Ling Xiao's divine soul felt as if it was ascending, and his soul power was rapidly recovering. A pool of pure and flawless spiritual liquid was constantly floating in his sea of consciousness, constantly being transformed into soul power, bathing his divine soul. A comfortable and calm feeling made him feel extremely wonderful. As the large amount of soul power was absorbed, the power of his divine soul was constantly recovering and improving. At the same time, wisps of blood chi were continuously extracted from his body and condensed on his spirit. His spirit was gradually solidifying from the initial state of a shadow. A large amount of blood chi wrapped around his spirit, and was condensing a new spirit, flesh and blood. Ling Xiao's soul was enveloped by a lot of spiritual fluid, soul power and blood energy, and was recovering bit by bit. At the same time, the chaotic energy in the chaotic world actually released its power towards Ling Xiao's soul for the first time. The chaotic energy was absorbed by his soul bit by bit, giving his soul an ancient charm. Ling Xiao reveled in the process of recovering and becoming stronger, completely unaware of the passage of time. Half a year passed quickly. The supreme experts and incipient God Realm experts who wanted to rob Ling Xiao had long lost their patience. They all left. They understood that the other must have swallowed the seven-soul demonic flower immediately. If they waited any longer, it would be Yang Bai's fault. They didn't have much time to waste here. In the seclusion room, Ling Xiao finally woke up. At this moment, two figures of Ling Xiao appeared in the room. From their appearances, no one could tell which one was his real body and which one was his clone. Because these two bodies were made of flesh and blood, they were real existences. They weren't created by the shadows. After a while, one of the bodies turned into a mass of soul power, entering the sea of consciousness of the other body. Ling Xiao beamed an incomparably satisfied smile. Haha, the peak of Great Master Realm. This seven-soul demonic flower is really magical. No wonder why it could attract so many people. It's worth exchanging for the inky immortal lotus. Today, with the help of the seven-soul demonic flower's soul power, not only had Ling Xiao's god soul recovered, but he had also created a clone. His god soul's power had increased to the next level, reaching the peak of Great Master Realm in one go. At this moment, he could rely on his god soul clone to become the strongest existence inside and outside the star area. He recovered his confident smile. He could feel that as his god soul became stronger, the competence of his real body was vaguely showing signs of breaking through. Although this feeling was not very obvious, it was definitely there. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through again and reach the peak of Great Master Realm. Now, I'm more confident in going to the space of thunder and lightning. Ling Xiao mumbled to himself and then walked out of the seclusion room. Wu Bufan had been waiting outside for a long time. He looked at the smiling Ling Xiao and said, "Seems like you've gained a lot this time." "A little, but Brother Wu seems to be closer to breaking through to the next step. It's really worth celebrating." Ling Xiao replied with a smile. "Let's not be modest. Let's go, it's time to hit the road." Wu Bufan said. "Yes, but before we leave, let's say goodbye to the people of the Flowing Gold faction." Ling Xiao replied. Then they asked the people of the Flowing Gold faction to say goodbye to the Flowing Gold map and then left the space of Flowing Gold. However, when they left, the news of their departure was immediately passed to the ears of another group of people. When Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan had just left the space of Flowing Gold, they immediately sensed a dozen terrifying auras rushing out at the same time. It seems that some people are quite patient. They haven't given up after waiting for half a year. Wu Bufan sneered. "Let them come. Anyway, I'm itching to show off my skills, so I'll use them to relieve my boredom." Ling Xiao said with a smile. A middle-aged man led a dozen or so people toward Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan, surrounding them. This middle-aged man was the deputy palace lord of the Heavenly Water Temple, Shui Wuxing, whom they met at the auction. He was dressed in a white robe with his hair flowing down. He held a white fan in his hand, giving off a wanton and unrestrained appearance. "May I know why you are blocking our way?" Ling Xiao asked. "You two don't need to hide your faces. You two are the Devil Tiger Tribe's wanted fugitives, alchemy god Ling Xiao and his other companion." Shui Wuxing spoke with a feminine voice while looking at Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan glanced at each other and then took off their cloaks. "Since your excellency knows our identities, could it be that you want to capture us on behalf of the demonic tiger tribe?" Ling Xiao asked. "I do have such intentions. After all, with your excellency's identity, the demonic tiger tribe's reward is also very tempting." Shui Wuxing replied indifferently. Then he opened his fan and lightly waved it. "However, I'm not too interested in the reward. I'm mainly interested in you, Divine Alchemist Ling. If you are willing to join my Heavenly Water Temple, we will definitely welcome you. Moreover, even if the demonic tiger tribe knows that you are here in the future, they won't dare to do anything. I appreciate your excellency's good intentions, but I am Kim People's man. It's impossible for me to join your Heavenly Water Temple. If I can befriend you, it's not a problem." Ling Xiao tactfully declined. "It seems that Divine Alchemist Ling has no interest in our Heavenly Water Temple. How about this, hand over the Seven Souls demonic flower and we'll pretend that we didn't see anything," Shui Wuxing said again. Ling Xiao sensed Shui Wuxing's intentions and knew that the other party didn't just want the Seven Souls demonic flower. "You really only want the Seven Souls demonic flower?" Ling Xiao sneered. "Of course, we still need Divine Alchemist Ling to take out all of your Supreme God pellets," Shui Wuxing said again. "Haha, what if I don't comply?" Ling Xiao faintly smiled. "Then don't blame us for using force." Shui Wuxing wasn't surprised. He waved his hand to let his people surround them and then said, "Perhaps the two of you have extraordinary fighting powers. But in front of so many people, do you think you can escape? I advise you not to put up a futile resistance." "Haha, with just these few people you want to eat us? You're too naive." Ling Xiao laughed crazily. Suddenly, 50 Supreme God Realm experts appeared by his side. These were the Supreme God Realm puppets that Ling Xiao had replenished in the past 3 years. They were all pirates under his control. Now, there were more than 70 of them. He had only summoned 50 of them and left some in the apothecary realm. The expression of Shui Wuxing, who had always been calm and collected, instantly changed. His expression also became somewhat flustered. "You like to bully the few with numbers, don't you? Coincidentally, this is also what this Empress likes," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "I didn't expect Divine Alchemist Ling to have such means. No wonder you dared to directly break the domain passage. It seems that you've been prepared. Since Divine Alchemist Ling has helpers, then let's forget about this matter and pretend that I didn't see you. Let's go." Shui Wuxing was also a formidable character. It was rare for him to be able to speak calmly in such a situation. "Your Excellency, you don't put us in your eyes. Since you want to rob us, then be prepared to be robbed. Take out your 1,000 leaves water lotus and the 100,000-year tree core. Otherwise, leave them all here." Ling Xiao faintly smiled. "Haha, I know you have the ability to keep us here. But have you ever thought that if I kill you in front of these people, it won't be a problem to break out of the encirclement? Do you believe me? Shui Wuxing smiled and then his aura instantly burst out. The aura of a peak supreme being swept out and rushed towards Ling Xiao. It was simply impossible to suppress Ling Xiao with just his aura alone. Not to mention that Ling Xiao's spiritual strength had been restored and had even reached a higher level. It's useless. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. Ling Xiao was completely unaffected as he spoke. Is that so? Then let's see what they can do to me after I capture you first. Shui Wuxing faintly said. His figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yi Shiwen. It was also at this time that a monstrous wave suddenly appeared beside Ling Xiao, wanting to completely trap him. This was Shui Wuxing's attack. As a peak supreme being, he was able to casually trigger an attack that was like a natural disaster. It was truly quite powerful. You're courting death. Ling Xiao sneered and his spiritual avatar appeared. Chapter 1660. Shui Wuxing was the Deputy Palace Lord of the Water Heaven Palace. His strength had reached the pinnacle and his first move was earth-shattering. If Ling Xiao's divine soul hadn't recovered, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Shui Wuxing. But now, not only had his divine soul recovered, but it had also reached the pinnacle of strength. Coupled with his 70 times battle power, how many people could be his match? Ling Xiao's divine soul had just appeared when it immediately tore apart Shui Wuxing's water wave. Shui Wuxing was just about to grab Ling Xiao's head when he suddenly felt the energy fluctuations. He immediately retreated without thinking. Ling Xiao ordered at this time, capture them alive. He didn't want to offend a force like the Water Heaven Palace, but the other party was bullying him. If he didn't teach them a lesson, wouldn't it make people think that he was easy to bully? You dare. If you hurt any one of us, our Water Heaven Palace won't rest until you are dead. Shui Wuxing screamed in a sharp voice. At the same time, his sacred beast protector appeared, and a defensive divine armor appeared on his body. The white fan in his hand disappeared, and a blue long sword appeared in his hand. I will still kill the people of the Devil Tiger clan. Your Water Heaven Palace is still not in my eyes. Ling Xiao sneered and immediately entered a battle state. His divine soul avatar hid itself and quietly blasted out the Emperor Dragon Heaven extinguishing art. The tyrannical dragon-shaped attacks might had already reached a terrifying level. Shui Wuxing only felt that the roaring true dragons coming from all directions were so real, so terrifying. What's going on? Who is hiding here? Shui Wuxing cried out in alarm and brandished his long sword like a rainbow. A continuous stream of sword skills swept up, and many waves continuously gathered, forming a monstrous wave that rushed towards those roaring dragon-shaped attacks. Rumble. Powerful moves collided unceasingly, and a lot of power splashed out from the collision. Shui Wuxing, who had always been incomparably confident, was hit by the impact until his blood was boiling. A feeling of suffocation made him very uncomfortable, and the long sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand. Shui Wuxing hadn't expected that the hidden opponent would be more powerful than him. Damn it, no wonder Ling Xiao dares to walk around the domain path as he pleases. It turns out that he has a protector of this level. Shui Wuxing thought to himself and immediately shouted, "Everyone retreat." With such an opponent suppressing him, he could forget about killing Ling Xiao. Moreover, the other party had so many helpers. He would be a fool not to escape. Do you think you can escape? All of you stay here. Ling Xiao sneered. His battle prowess rose once again. Frightening attacks formed a mountain-toppling and sea-overturning momentum, completely engulfing Shui Wuxing. Ling Xiao's puppets had used the advantage of numbers to kill all the incipient God Realm experts of the Water Heaven Palace. No one could escape. Shui Wuxing was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and the divine armor on her body was almost completely cracked. Only now did he realize that the opponent was much stronger than him. He didn't even have the power to counterattack. Alchemist Ling, quick, ask your people to stop. I admit defeat. I will hand over the 1,000 Leaves Water Lotus and the 100,000-year tree core. Shui Wuxing pleaded while trying to defend himself. It's too late now. I will defeat you. Ling Xiao sneered and made the final destructive attack. Shui Wuxing had just entered the peak of the Supreme Realm not long ago, so it wasn't difficult to fight against him. Moreover, he'd concealed himself so no one would be able to easily discover his existence. This was the true reason why he'd been able to defeat Shui Wuxing so easily. You forced me to do this. Go to hell. Shui Wuxing roared in fear and made the final counterattack. He used all of his strength and all of his divine power burst out, forming a vast ocean around him. The huge waves roared and crashed non-stop, and many sword waves swept out in all directions. Every sword wave smashed the stars into pieces, and heaven and earth split apart. Ling Zhao's god soul could feel the terrifying power of Shui Wuxing's attack. He had to use his strongest defense. His golden fist smashed the sword waves into pieces. After unleashing this attack, Shui Wuxing immediately fled with his saint beast at full speed. He tore the space and ran as fast as he could. He couldn't be killed by Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Xiao. His speed was much slower than Ling Zhao's. "You can't run away. Be obedient and be captured." Ling Xiao shouted, and the domain of sealing appeared. It froze the space around Shui Wuxing, causing him to freeze in place. Ling Xiao seized the chance to attack. His fist directly hit Shui Wuxing's god body. Bang bang. Shui Wuxing didn't understand what was going on. His god armor cracked and his god body exploded. Ling Xiao didn't stop immediately. Instead, he continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. Shui Wuxing's god body couldn't heal. There wasn't much suspense in this battle. Shui Wuxing was captured by Ling Xiao. None of Shui Wuxing's subordinates could escape. They were all captured. Ling Xiao ordered his men to escort these people away from the area. When they reached a quiet place, they would be captured again. This Shui Wuxing is really a fat sheep. Ling Xiao was very satisfied as he thought to himself. After he captured Shui Wuxing, he made him take out all his belongings. Only then did he discover that Shui Wuxing's collection was very rich, which made him very excited. In the end, he gave 1,000-leaf water lotus to Wu Bufan. He also took out 2 space rings from the people of Water Heaven Palace. This was Wu Bufan's reward for following him all the way. Wu Bufan didn't stand on ceremony. Ling Xiao had given him some space rings when he captured those plunderers. Wu Bufan didn't refuse. Moreover, after he witnessed the appearances of many supreme exalts who were so rich that they could take advantage of others during the auction, he had to pay attention to accumulating treasures. At the same time, many divine materials were indispensable to his cultivation. Just as Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan were about to hurry on, Ling Xiao suddenly shouted in a certain direction, "Who's there? I've already found you." Xiao. At the same time, Ling Xiao pointed in that direction and sent a heavenly fire burning in that direction. However, no one appeared in that direction. Instead, a gloomy voice sounded, "Boy, who are you? Where did you get the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop?" Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan became vigilant. They didn't expect that someone would come close to them. They almost didn't guess it. "It doesn't matter who I am, but I already know who you are," Ling Xiao shouted. His green eyes glowed with a green light as he saw a hidden figure. You actually know how to hide your soul," Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the person who had come would use a flesh and soul like him. Moreover, he also had a method to hide his tracks. This was the first time he had encountered such a person since he started cultivating. "You can actually find me? You're a member of my soul race." Another figure flew over from another direction. The hidden soul turned into a ball of soul power and merged with that person. This person was the masked old soul slayer. His strength had now reached the peak of the high-rank supremacy stage from late-rank supremacy stage. His strength had reached a whole new level. Ling Zhao's body trembled slightly, and he revealed a look of disbelief as he asked, "You're also a member of the soul race?" The soul race was almost exterminated in ancient times, and the other descendants of the soul race were also found by Ling Xiao. Now, a peak supreme being of the soul race had suddenly appeared. It was truly shocking to him. "Try it and you'll know." After Old Ghost Soul Annihilation said faintly, his soul power attack suddenly appeared. An invisible netherworld ghost claw grabbed at Ling Zhao's head. This nether ghost claw was condensed from soul power, and it directly attacked one's sea of consciousness. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it at all. Ling Xiao was originally the most proficient in soul power attacks, so he could clearly feel the power of Old Ghost Soul Annihilating's attack. If an ordinary high-level supreme being's sea of consciousness was hit by this move, their soul would probably be destroyed and they would die. Ling Zhao's soul power also attacked at the same time. An ice and fire sword appeared and immediately slashed at the nether ghost claw. Bang! There was an invisible confrontation between soul power, and a dull sound was produced as the forces collided, rippling the power of the turbulence. A claw and a sword kept intertwining, and no one destroyed the other in advance. The soul power attacks that the two of them controlled had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. This was an invisible and shadowless contest of attacks. Only those who could sense the existence of soul power would realize that this contest was unusually fierce. "Kid, your soul power has indeed reached the peak state. Let's end it here," Old Ghost Soul Annihilating said and retracted his nether ghost claw. However, Ling Xiao didn't stop because of this. He shouted, "You're not soul annihilating. You should be called soul annihilating, right?" After saying that, his ice and fire sword surged with power and slashed directly at Old Ghost Soul Annihilating's head. "Who the hell are you? How do you know me?" Old Ghost Soul Annihilating's body trembled slightly as he shouted in surprise. A soul shield suddenly appeared and blocked Ling Xiao's soul slash. "Traitor, it's because of you that my clan was destroyed. You still have the face to say that you're from the Soul Clan. Today I'll clean up the clan." Ling Xiao's eyes instantly turned red with anger. An inexplicable aura suddenly appeared on his body, and he seemed to have become another person. Soul Wind. Your big brother?" Old Ghost Soul Annihilating's body trembled as he exclaimed in disbelief. "I don't have a younger brother like you. I'll kill you." Ling Xiao roared, and his soul power used the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to increase its speed. The Golden Dragon Spear and Ice and Fire Sword attacked from the left and right. His strength reached the peak level and his attack power was terrifying. "No. Big brother, I'm not a traitor. I was also deceived back then. Listen to my explanation." Old Ghost Soul Annihilating responded in panic while dodging Ling Xiao's soul power attack. "Go to hell and explain to all your clansmen." Ling Xiao shouted angrily. His divine soul avatar appeared and attacked Old Ghost Soul Annihilating. Chapter 1661. It had been 1,000,000 years since the Antiquity Era and the Soul Clan had perished 500 or 600,000 years ago. It was the end of the Antiquity Era and the beginning of the Ancient Era. That year, when the other clans attacked the Soul Clan, besides all the incipient God Realm experts of the other clans, something else had happened that almost destroyed the Soul Clan. When the great armies of the other clans had arrived, Han Feng had prepared to let his clansmen leave because he knew that they weren't a match for so many ancient clans. However, because of one person's words, he had hesitated and everyone in his clan had been besieged and killed. And this person was Han Feng's younger brother, Han Mie. Han Mie was one of Han Feng's most trusted brothers. At that time he had misled Han Feng's decision. He had said that the other clans had joined hands to negotiate and solve the problem peacefully and not to attack the Soul Clan. It was also because of this sentence that Han Feng hesitated. In the end, the Han clan was almost annihilated. Today this old ghost Han Mie was Han Feng's younger brother. Perhaps Ling Xiao was Han Feng's reincarnation. When he sensed Han Mie's familiar aura, he finally triggered a memory deep in his god soul. He seemed to be crazy as his god soul clones attacked Han Mie. In terms of fighting ability, how could Han Mie be a match for Ling Xiao who could increase his power by 70 times? However, Han Mie was a god soul with flesh and blood. Both his body and god soul had reached the peak. He split into two and tried his best to resist Ling Xiao's god soul attacks. "Big brother, listen to my explanation. I was tricked by that goddamn Bian Zi." Han Mie only defended and didn't dare to fight back. If he didn't have a high-level defensive divine armor, he would have been blown up by Ling Xiao's waves of powerful attacks. At this moment he was just forced backward. He could still endure it. However, the bigger Ling Xiao was, the more powerful he was. 70 times his power was far beyond that of a normal peak supreme expert. Ice breaking mountains and rivers. Burning sky and breaking sun. Ling Xiao continuously used the Emperor Dragon Heaven extinguishing art with all his strength. Han Mie finally couldn't take it anymore and vomited blood. His true body was unbearably frozen, and his soul couldn't withstand the heavenly fires burning. He had no choice but to return to his sea of consciousness. "Big brother, listen to me." Soul Destroyer was fully armed and had a divine shield in his hand to block the attacks as he wailed bitterly. "Go to hell and repent to your clansmen." Ling Xiao's aura reached its peak and all of his power burst forth. 5 dragons of different colors roared out from behind him. Soul Destroyer only felt his body stop for a moment, unable to move. Forget it, forget it. Today I will atone for my sins with death." Soul Extinguisher originally wanted to struggle, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to give up. All these years he had been wandering in the outer realms, he had already suffered enough mental torture. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to reach the pinnacle one day and return to the heaven region to take revenge for his clansmen, he would have committed suicide a long time ago. Now that he was able to die in the hands of his big brother, he had no regrets. 5 dragons appeared behind Ling Xiao, and a majestic aura filled the sky, causing the space to churn. Imperial Dragon Heaven exterminating art, 5 dragons unite. Ling Xiao unreservedly executed a sure kill attack on Soul Destroyer. A 5-colored dragon traversed across the sky and directly swallowed Soul Destroyer. Pa! Before the true dragon's soul was extinguished, The mask on his face was directly crushed by this imposing aura, revealing the ferocious appearance underneath. Just as the power of this attack was about to reach Soul Destroyer, Ling Xiao saw Soul Destroyer's face clearly. His body suddenly trembled, and his hands immediately danced, controlling the power of this attack to blast in another direction. Rumble. A shocking explosion sounded on the other side of Soul Destroyer, but he was only sent flying by the shockwave. He didn't suffer much damage. What happened to me? Ling Xiao's power weakened and he regained his senses. He didn't know what he had just done. Wu Bufan, who was watching the battle not far away, was even more confused about what was going on. Ling Xiao really has a lot of secrets. Wu Bufan secretly thought. Soul Destroyer stabilized his body and said with some hesitation, "Big brother didn't kill me. Big brother, will you forgive me?" He didn't have the demeanor of a supreme expert, and only had the pleading expression of an ordinary person, yearning for forgiveness. "You are old ghost Soul Destroyer?" Ling Xiao looked at Soul Destroyer with a face full of doubt. He seemed to have been possessed by another person just now, so he didn't know what had happened. However, he still clearly remembered that he discovered Soul Destroyer when he sneaked over. "You are not Big Brother? How can you not be Big Brother?" Soul Destroyer cried out involuntarily, and hurriedly rushed towards Ling Xiao. "Stop, what are you trying to do? If you come any closer, I won't be polite to you," Ling Xiao said sternly to Soul Destroyer. "Could it be a hallucination just now? You really aren't Big Brother." Soul Destroyer stopped and stared at Ling Xiao as he shouted. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop emitted a halo, and an inexplicable memory began to pour into his mind. He suddenly remembered what had happened just now. He also knew that the person in front of him was Soul Destroyer, his younger brother in his previous 2 lives. But now the situation had changed. He wasn't Soul Wind but Ling Xiao. Whether this reincarnation was real or not, there was no way to find out. "You are Soul Destroyer, why aren't you dead yet?" Ling Xiao shouted angrily from the bottom of his heart. Now he didn't lose control like before. He just understood that the extermination of the soul race was related to the person in front of him, so he couldn't help but question and scold. Who are you?" Soul Destroyer asked again involuntarily. "I'm not Soul Wind now, but I could also be him. You traitor, you caused the death of all your clansmen. Why are you still alive?" Ling Xiao replied faintly. He looked at Soul Destroyer with eyes full of anger. Ling Xiao also despised and hated traitors who betrayed their own clansmen. Suddenly, Soul Destroyer pulled his hair and shouted frantically, "It's all that Fan Zi's fault. If I didn't believe her, I wouldn't have spread the wrong information. I'm a sinner, I'm a sinner. I must kill that slut, kill all the people who exterminated my clan. Kill." Soul Destroyer's body was surrounded by a strong murderous aura. As he roared, he fled into the distance. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. Then, without thinking, his divine soul avatar appeared again and chased after Soul Destroyer. He roared, "Come back." Ling Xiao's voice contained the supreme might of a dragon. It shook the space so much that it collapsed. Soul Destroyer's figure was sent flying. Soul Destroyer's head hurt from the shock, but he recovered from his crazy appearance. You're not my big brother. Are you his successor?" Soul Destroyer recovered from his injuries and asked Ling Xiao. "Maybe he and I were the same person in the previous 2 lives, but I know about your situation. Now I'll give you a chance to explain," Ling Xiao said calmly as he looked at Soul Destroyer. He used the exquisite heart to see through Soul Destroyer's thoughts. Soul Destroyer was indeed living a life of guilt. Regarding that matter, it became his biggest worry. Perhaps he was really framed by someone else. Soul Destroyer revealed a pained expression and said, "I knew Big Brother was already. Forget it, there's no point in telling you. Live well for my big brother. I'll take revenge for my clan alone." "What revenge? What have you been doing all these years? How many years has it been? Don't you think it's a little too late to talk about revenge now?" Ling Xiao stared at Soul Destroyer and shouted. The Soul Clan had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that Soul Destroyer was thinking about revenge, it was indeed absurd. Soul Destroyer's figure stiffened and immediately revealed a dazed expression. He sighed and said, "Yes, so many years have passed. Even I don't know how long it has been. Where should I go? Where should I go?" "Calm down. Tell me what happened to you all these years. Who was that deceiving you back then?" Ling Xiao shouted in a deep voice. Soul Destroyer looked at Ling Xiao with a depressed expression and said, "Do you have wine?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a while but still threw him a jar of strong wine. Soul Destroyer slapped the jar open and drank several mouthfuls. Then he said, Big brother, it was my fault that year. I was wrong to trust that Bianzi. If it weren't for her, our Soul clan wouldn't have been annihilated by those stars. The sword on my face was also left by her. I hate that I couldn't swallow her alive. Finally, Soul Destroyer told the other reason why his clan was annihilated that year. The Bianzi he mentioned was a woman who wasn't from the ancient clan. She was also the woman that Soul Destroyer liked back then. Her name was Mu Luochin. She was a famous beauty in the Heaven territory at that time. At that time, Soul Destroyer was only at half-incipient god realm while Mu Luochin was a true supreme expert. Before the war between the Soul clan and the other clans, Mu Luochin appeared by Soul Destroyer's side. Eventually, she successfully seduced Soul Destroyer and made him delay the Soul clan's departure. From Soul Destroyer, he learned about the Soul clan's movements. In the end, the other clans succeeded in annihilating the Soul clan. If Soul Destroyer hadn't listened to this woman and sent the information to his big brother, Soul Wind, the Soul clan wouldn't have been in such a situation. Soul Destroyer was Soul Wind's youngest brother. Soul Wind had always cared for him. He also believed in Soul Wind's words. That was why the tragedy had happened. When the Soul clan was annihilated, Soul Destroyer knew that he had been tricked by Mu Luochin. However, he knew it was useless. Mu Luochin had cut his face and thrown him into outer space to let him die on his own. Soul Destroyer was just at half-incipient god realm. As he was wounded and thrown into the chaotic space basin, Mu Luochin thought that he would die for sure. Fortunately, Hanmia was very lucky. When his physical body was almost destroyed, he fell into a strange space. Later, he was lucky enough to obtain a lot of opportunities and luckily survived. Moreover, it was a blessing in disguise and he condensed his flesh and soul. After so many years of exploration, he finally got out of that space and returned to outer space. At the same time, he gained the nickname of Old Ghost Soul Destroyer. Chapter 1662. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Hun Extinguisher had experienced so many things. He couldn't help but sympathize with him. However, sympathy was sympathy. There were some responsibilities that he couldn't shirk. You've been wandering outside these years. Haven't you thought about going back to take revenge? Ling Xiao asked after listening to Hun Extinguisher. Yes, I've always wanted to go back and take revenge. However, it's impossible to kill them all by myself. So I've been enduring and cultivating to reach my current realm. I wanted to go back and take revenge now, but I met you. So, I couldn't help but come here to investigate. Hun Extinguisher pulled his hair with both of his hands and said with a pained expression. Ling Xiao kept silent for a while before sighing, "Let bygones be bygones. Your mistakes can't be fixed just because you say so. Now I'll give you two choices. The first choice is to continue being a lone ranger and go back to take revenge for your clansmen. However, this choice is definitely the stupidest. The second choice is to follow me. I've destroyed the Dark Shadow clan, but there's still the Demon Tiger clan and the Winged Man clan. They are the strongest." After pausing for a while, he continued, "Moreover, my Soul clan hasn't been completely annihilated. In the past, I've already quietly transferred a part of our clansmen. I've already brought them back to our clan to live." Is this true? Hun Extinguisher exclaimed in joy. "Yes, they're still weak now. It's not yet time for them to show off our clan's prestige. If you choose to follow me, you can return to your clan first. After I'm done, I'll definitely use all my forces to destroy the Demon Tiger clan and the Winged Man clan." Ling Xiao replied softly. Hun Extinguisher believed Ling Xiao's words without a doubt. After all, he believed that this young man in front of him was his big brother's reincarnation. Although he had changed into another person, his original memories were still there. Otherwise, it was impossible for the other party to know about him. "I'll listen to you. I'll return to the clan first. I'll definitely use the treasures I've collected over the years to nurture my clansmen and make them stronger," Hanmia solemnly replied. "That's good. When I return in the future, I hope that you will wait for me at the clan grounds. Otherwise, you can forget about calling yourself a member of the Hun clan for the rest of your life." Ling Xiao replied. He paused for a moment before continuing, "Don't think about taking revenge on that Bianzi. As long as she is still alive, she will eventually die." "I understand," Hun Extinguisher replied. Then he took out some treasures that he had collected over the years and gave them to Ling Xiao, including some rare spiritual herbs. Ling Xiao only collected a bit of it and let Hanmia return to the Heaven domain first. "No matter who you are, you've obtained the recognition of my big brother's Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, and you've also obtained his memories. From now on you're my big brother. You must take care of yourself," Hanmia solemnly said, then turned around and flew in the direction of the Heaven domain. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy as he watched Han Mie leave. At this moment he seemed to have become Han Feng again. After a while Ling Xiao finally calmed down. With Han Mie protecting the Han clan in the future, he could now go to the lightning space with peace of mind. "Let's go, brother Wu." Ling Xiao rushed to Wu Bufan's side and called out. Wu Bufan didn't ask much. He gently nodded and once again set off with Ling Xiao. The lightning space was located in the deepest part of the Southern Domain Road. They were the overlord of the Southern Domain Road, and few people dared to challenge them. There were domain gates in every large spatial continent that could speed up the transportation to the lightning space. However, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan didn't do so. They had been flying at high speed, absorbing primordial energy to increase their cultivation while experiencing the mysteries of the many strange spaces in the outer domain. Moreover, from time to time, they would encounter marauders and greedy people who robbed them. In the end, the fate of those people could be imagined. Ling Xiao brought nearly 100 living puppets with him, and he and Wu Bufan traveled alone, creating a false impression. Many marauders thought that they were fat lambs that were left alone. In the end, they were the fat lambs that were lured by Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Along the way, the number of Ling Xiao's living puppets had increased to 150. Such a group of people was enough to sweep away many big and small forces. After another 2 years, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan finally arrived near the lightning space. "We should be able to reach the lightning space in a few days. I can already feel the strong power of lightning flashing in front of us," Ling Xiao sighed. From the beginning until now, they had spent 5 to 6 years to reach this place. If they had rushed directly from the big domain gates, it would have taken them at most a few months to reach here. Ling Xiao wondered whether Reloading, Lei Wanlong, Lei Chen and the others had returned. If they had returned, it would be a lot more difficult for him to rescue Shirtsong Yang. "Brother Ling, I'm afraid you have to wait for a while. I might be about to break through," Wu Bufan said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Congratulations, brother Wu. It's good that you can break through first. I will protect you." Ling Xiao wasn't surprised. He already knew that Wu Bufan was on the verge of breaking through. These years on the domain road, Wu Bufan's devouring divine ability was amazing. It could speed up the accumulation of power. Moreover, his chaotic battle body was even more compatible with the world. He didn't need to deliberately comprehend anything. He could naturally comprehend the use of all kinds of power, allowing him to break through without any bottlenecks. After the two of them chose a more stable space, Ling Xiao laid down an illusion formation to protect Wu Bufan, allowing him to break through with peace of mind. After brother Wu breaks through this time, his battle power will probably be even more shocking, Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Although he could fight peak supremes, facing Wu Bufan's terrifying breakthrough speed, he still felt an intense pressure, causing his true body to want to break through to a higher level as soon as possible. This time Wu Bufan needed a lot of time to break through, so Ling Xiao also sat in meditation. Currently, all aspects of his cultivation were becoming more and more perfect, but he still needed to continuously comprehend to be able to take another step forward. Now, he already had a lot of experience in creating the 9th style of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Art. He called it Tai Chi Sealing Annihilation. Tai Chi was derived from the legendary Tai Chi Sword Art and Tai Chi Art in his previous life. It was separated by Yin and Yang, and formed a clear round picture, forming a supreme move that could both attack and defend. Ling Xiao's move wasn't the Tai Chi Sword Art or Tai Chi Art. He borrowed its name, borrowed its meaning, and allowed his innate Yin Wind bead and demonic Heavenly Fire bead to complement each other, one Yin and one Yang, forming the Tai Chi Millstone picture, achieving the effect of a fatal strike. Of course, the combination of the two beads didn't achieve the perfect effect Ling Xiao wanted. He also infused the sealing intent and chaotic energy into it, causing the power of this move to achieve the peerless power that he wanted the most. Now, his sealing intent had reached a deeper level. As long as an opponent of the same level was sealed by him, he could make them pause for a short moment. In a battle between supremes, an instant was usually the key to victory. Therefore, this was the wondrous part of the sealing intent. In addition, he could already borrow the chaotic energy in his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao didn't know when he could use the chaotic energy, but he didn't think too much about it, only thinking that it was the result of frequent observation and comprehension. He infused the chaotic energy into the Tai Chi Millstone, achieving a state of coexistence, allowing the power of the Tai Chi Millstone to multiply to a terrifying limit. The power of this move was almost 3 to 4 times stronger than the 5 dragons merging into one. Up until now, Ling Xiao hadn't been able to use it perfectly, but he felt that it was not far from that moment. These few years, the power of the chaos world has been growing bit by bit as I have constantly absorbed the energy from the outside world. Although it doesn't look very obvious, it is indeed there. Every strand of chaotic energy here contains the power to destroy the world, and when I infuse it into the power of the two beads, they actually magically fuse together, making their power even more terrifying. I have to shorten the fusion time as soon as possible so that I can attack in an instant. That way I can defeat the enemy in one move. If the fusion time is too slow, the enemy won't give me such a chance. Ling Xiao thought hard. Just as he was about to try fusing the two beads, he suddenly sensed a large amount of the 5 elemental energies rapidly gathering in this direction. The 5 elemental energies formed a storm, wrapping around the area layer by layer, and the moist rain-like energy seemed quite rich and majestic. When the 5 elemental energies gathered and fused together, they actually formed a colorful energy. They gathered in one direction like a rainbow, forming a colorful whirlpool. It was like a phenomenon of the heavens and earth, making people feel that it was incomparably beautiful, but at the same time, it revealed a kind of ancient charm. Ling Xiao's eyes widened and he exclaimed softly, 5 elemental energies, chaotic energy. This fellow is really blessed by the heavens, even his breakthrough can cause such a commotion. He truly deserves to be called the world's most powerful physique. The chaotic energy was the most miraculous energy in the world. Legend had it that it was the initial energy when the heavens and earth were separated, when yin and yang were created. It was also said that it was the original energy that created all living things, and it was even said that it was the strongest energy in the world, able to destroy all living things in the world. The chaotic energy was almost extinct in the world, and it had already transformed into 5 different elemental energies, and it was almost impossible for these 5 elemental energies to fuse together to form the chaotic energy. But now Wu Bufan had forcefully gathered and fused the 5 elemental energies, forcefully forming a chaotic whirlpool, and it had gathered a large amount of chaotic energy for him to absorb. This was simply a divine phenomenon that could seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. It was foreseeable that as long as Wu Bufan could step into the high-level supremacy stage, he would almost be invincible in the world. Even Ling Xiao himself might not have the confidence to fight him alone. When Ling Xiao saw this, his confidence showed signs of wavering for the first time. But it was only for a split second, and his chaotic world also had a violent reaction. Ling Xiao only felt that the chaotic world in his sea of consciousness was spinning rapidly along with the 5-colored energy. Chapter 1663. The place where Wu Bufan was breaking through was in a stable space. This place was not far from the lightning space. With their speed, they should be able to reach it in a few days. Even though Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan had already searched the area, there was no one around. However, the commotion caused by Wu Bufan's breakthrough was too big. In the place where he had broken through, a large area of space had formed a huge chaotic vortex. Streams of 5-colored energy kept gathering from all directions, causing this space to seem as if it was being born. Thousands of colorful lights shot out, and the vast chaotic energy seemed to form a storm. This kind of commotion could be sensed by anyone or beast in the nearby space. First, the 11th order saint beasts in the spatial cracks could not help but fly over. These saint beasts had lion heads and tiger bodies, eagle wings and rat bodies, 3 leopard heads, and many other mutated or ancient saint beasts. They usually stayed in some turbulent space, and as long as people did not provoke them, they would rarely take the initiative to attack humans. However, the chaotic energy caused by Wu Bufan's breakthrough was too big, and these forces also desired it. If they could refine more chaotic energy, it would be of great benefit to their bodies and breakthroughs. These saint beasts roared non-stop, and soon 20 to 30 11th order saint beasts were gathered. Among them there were even 2 that had reached the advanced 11th order. These 2 advanced 11th order saint beasts were of the lightning attribute. One was a lightning purple hawk and the other was a lightning flood dragon. The purple lightning hawk's body was surrounded by purple lightning, and its feathers were purple. Each feather was like a sharp blade that carried an incomparably sharp aura. Its sharp eyes flashed with lightning, and it looked quite mighty and ferocious. The other lightning flood dragon was showing signs of transforming into a dragon. Lightning constantly swam around it, and it looked like a miniature version of a lightning flood dragon. Its violent aura emitted a thick dragon's might, and the surrounding saint beasts did not dare to get close. They all stared at the chaotic energy, and their eyes flickered with greed. A few of the lower order saint beasts could not help but roar and charge over. They were the 5 elemental forces, and they desired the chaotic energy the most. But before they reached the chaotic vortex, they fell into a frenzied state and started killing each other. They directly used the collision of their bodies to bite and scratch their opponents with their bloody mouths and sharp claws. The blood of the beasts seemed to form a bloody rain that rained down in all directions. All the saint beasts that were watching this scene stopped in their tracks. Although they coveted the chaotic chi, they knew that it wasn't something that could be obtained so easily. There might be something strange up ahead. Their intelligence was no lower than any humans, and they knew how to act calmly. Some of them changed their strategy. They spat out their beast cores and approached the chaotic aura in front of them. They planned to use these beast cores to be contaminated with the primal chaos chi, so that their beast cores would quickly become stronger. Spitting out the beast core in such an exposed place was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing to do. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause the beast core to be broken by others, resulting in death. However, in the face of such a rare opportunity, even if it meant taking a risk, it was worth it. The illusory formation only affected living creatures, so when the saint beast spat out the beast cores were naturally unaffected. After being contaminated by the primal chaos chi, the beast cores began to shine brightly, and their power kept increasing. The saint beasts entered a state of excitement as they let the beast cores absorb the primal chaos chi to their heart's content. The two thunder attribute saint beasts began to feel a little uneasy. They had always been the overlords of the surrounding space, and they possessed the most powerful lightning attacks. They couldn't absorb the chaotic energy of the five elements, but they didn't want to watch the other saint beasts grow stronger and threaten their position in the future. Therefore, they actually triggered the power of the heavenly lightning at the same time and bombarded the chaotic vortex. Wu Bufan and Ling Xiao didn't know what was going on. One of them was fully focused on making a breakthrough, while the other was involuntarily in a state of epiphany. The chaotic world in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was operating, and the corporeal creatures that usually operated according to the rules were breathing out at the same time, sucking the primal chaos chi that Wu Bufan had absorbed into the chaotic world, causing the primal chaos chi in the chaotic world to increase rapidly. Ling Xiao seemed to be able to sense that as more and more primal chaos chi entered the chaotic world, the corporeal creatures became more real, and the cycle of their existence also became longer. Moreover, some of them were even able to reproduce, and from the original one there were now two, one big and one small. It was especially magical. Not only that, but some other spiritual herbs also became more abundant, and the whole chaotic world seemed to be undergoing a transformation process. Ling Xiao observed the whole process, and he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It seemed like he could find the key point that he had been searching for many years now. Rumble. At the most critical moment, a series of thunder and lightning rumbled, and it forcefully interrupted Ling Xiao's process of comprehension. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, please don't let anyone interrupt Brother Wu's breakthrough." Ling Xiao immediately looked at the illusory mirror stone, and he discovered that there were so many 11th rank holy beasts in the surroundings, and there were even two thunder attribute holy beasts attacking this place. Without thinking, Ling Xiao immediately appeared with Shui Wuxing and the other living puppets, and they attacked those holy beasts. Many holy beasts were enjoying the process of being baptized by the primal chaos chi, and they didn't know that so many human race powerhouses had suddenly appeared. Their beast cores had been cut off by these human race powerhouses, and they had lost contact with their physical bodies. For any beast, the beast core was the crystallization of their energy, and once it was destroyed or damaged, it would be a fatal blow to them. Shui Wuxing brought a few other high-leveled supremacies and charged towards the Violet Lightning Hawk and Lightning Flood Dragon, forbidding them from continuing to wreak havoc here. The two thunder attribute holy beasts didn't linger, and they turned around to run away. They were so fast that even if Shui Wuxing and the others could barely catch up with them, they would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in them, and his main task now was to protect Wu Bufan while he was breaking through. He looked at Wu Bufan's location, and he found that the primal chaos chi hadn't been completely dispersed by the thunder and lightning power, and it had gathered again. Seeing this, Ling Xiao finally calmed down. If Wu Bufan's breakthrough was interrupted, Shi Yin didn't know what he would do. It's too big of a commotion. I need to make some arrangements. Ling Xiao frowned and muttered to himself. He couldn't cover Wu Bufan's breakthrough, but if he didn't do anything, he was afraid that more holy beasts would pay attention to him. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the passing incipient God realm experts would notice it, and if more people knew about the situation here, Shi Yin couldn't predict what would happen next. Ling Xiao flew up and he immediately divided himself into two. He used all of his power to absorb the turbulent meteorolites, and then he built layers of stone walls to prevent the primal chaos chi from spreading. By doing so, he could at least isolate the stunning phenomenon, and prevent other holy beasts and humans from seeing it for the time being. Not only that, but Ling Xiao also released all the death qi of the innate Yin wind bead, and it turned into a black, corrosive evil qi that covered the stone walls, so that people couldn't see the mysteries behind it. Even if someone could sense that something was wrong here, they wouldn't be able to see what was going on. Once they came over to investigate, they would fall into Shi Yan's illusory formation, and they wouldn't be able to escape easily. After everything was done, Ling Xiao exhaled in relief. He mumbled to himself, "I hope it can hold on for a while. Otherwise, I will be guilty if my breakthrough is interrupted." Ling Xiao summoned all of his living puppets and asked them to stay in the illusory formation. Once someone or a beast intruded, they would kill them directly. Ling Xiao didn't relax because of this. He was also in the center of the illusory formation, paying attention to the movements around. Once something happened, he would react immediately. This place is too close to the lightning space. If the Thunder Clan finds us, we will be in big trouble. Ling Xiao had a bad premonition. The Thunder Clan was the overlord of the southern area. Their competence was beyond people's imagination. Ling Xiao wasn't sure that he could use the illusory formation to stop and kill them here. Once they disturbed the old monsters of the Thunder Clan, they might have some powerful means to break the formation. At that time, it would be another matter whether they could resist or not. "I don't care. Soldiers come with arms, flood with earth." Ling Xiao gently gritted his teeth. Wu Bufan had been breaking through for a long time. Half a month had passed quickly. The amount of primal chaos energy he had accumulated was about to burst all the barriers that Ling Xiao had set up. Ling Xiao had to repair them from time to time to prevent the primal chaos light from spreading out. However, the primordial energy in the nearby space was all heading in this direction, attracting many holy beasts one after another. When those holy beasts got into the illusory formation, they either killed each other or were killed by Ling Xiao's puppets. Only one or two mutated holy beasts could get in and fly away. They could barely resist the illusory formation. As soon as they sensed the danger, they ran away immediately. Ling Xiao didn't order his people to chase after them. He stayed here to guard the formation. Ling Xiao always hoped that Wu Bufan could break through faster, but it wasn't realistic. Indeed, after a few days, a group of incipient God Realm experts dashed towards this area. Through the illusory eye mirror, Ling Xiao knew that they were the Thunder Clan's warriors. Only the Thunder Clan's warriors had a lot of lightning power, and they were riding holy beasts of lightning class. Surprisingly, the leader of this group was the purple lightning hawk that had run away. Chapter 1664. There weren't many people from the Thunder Clan, only 20 in total. Each of them was riding a sacred beast of the Thunder attribute, looking quite strong and mighty. Most of them weren't very strong, and they were obviously some newly advanced incipient God Realm experts. Only a few of them were above the intermediate level. The one sitting on top of the purple lightning hawk was the strongest existence, a late-stage high supreme being. "Purple Hawk, are you sure that the chaotic vortex we found before is nearby?" the High Master asked the purple hawk he was sitting on. "Yes, it's definitely nearby, but it seems that something has changed," the purple hawk replied. "Yes, the five elements' origin power is still surging in that direction, but I can't see any movement in front. It must be because those people have set up a restriction to isolate it. Who exactly is causing trouble in the territory of our lightning space?" That high-level supreme being didn't act rashly and said. The purple hawk said, "Those humans aren't weak. Even I and the other Thunder Flood Dragon were chased away. You brought so few people out, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them." Who dares to cause trouble in our Thunder Clan's territory? They must be tired of living." The High Master was quite arrogant. He paused for a moment, then said to the others, "Everyone be careful. We'll move forward a little more. We can't act alone." After saying that, they moved forward a lot more. Ling Xiao saw their movements from the illusory eye mirror stone. "I've already set up an illusory formation that can confuse their eyes so that they won't be able to see what's going on here. However, I can't isolate the direction of the surging energy, so they're still coming this way. As long as they step into my illusory formation, they'll be captured without a doubt. I can only hope that none of them can break the illusory formation." Ling Xiao thought anxiously in his heart. However, he wasn't very worried about this small number of people. If more Thunder Clan members were alarmed, then it would be big trouble. He was sure that these people were just the vanguard. Once there was a shocking discovery, they would definitely have a way to send a message to the other Thunder Clan members. "Don't get too close. There's something strange up ahead. I saw with my own eyes that quite a few fellows started killing each other after entering," the purple lightning hawk said. The high-level supreme martial artist waved a hand signal behind him and said to the purple lightning eagle, Take a look and see if you can find out anything. The purple lightning eagle nodded its head, and then its eyes suddenly flashed with balls of lightning as it looked ahead. The eagle's eyes were incomparably sharp. They were comparable to ordinary divine eyes and could see through some ordinary illusory formations and obstacles. However, the illusion formation that Ling Xiao had set up had been greatly enhanced by the illusory eye mirror stone, and its power was terrifying. Even the violet lightning hawk's eagle eyes couldn't see through it. It's still the same. Did something really happen to this place? Or was it destroyed by those humans? The purple lightning hawk said. Then let's go in and take a look. I don't believe that there's any great danger ahead that we can't deal with. That high-level supreme martial artist said and continued to lead the group forward. However, they were very cautious and actually attracted the heavenly lightning to their bodies, forming a small sea of lightning in the vicinity. In this way, many evil beings would have nowhere to hide from their lightning attacks, and any obstacles would be turned into powder by their lightning attacks. Boom boom boom. Thunder and lightning rumbled and purple lightning splashed in all directions. The group directly entered the illusory formation that Ling Xiao had set up. With the bombardment of the lightning, they actually didn't get confused by the illusory formation at the first moment. These lightning bolts were actually able to keep all of them awake. Lightning can destroy all evils and all living things. This is indeed a well-deserved reputation. My illusory formation doesn't have much power anymore. These fellows are really cautious. Ling Xiao sighed in front of the illusory eye mirror stone, and then he said, "Let's do it." The living puppets in his illusory formation moved at the same time. The high-level supreme martial artist reacted the fastest. He immediately saw the flashing figures and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Ling Xiao's living puppets moved at the same time, and an earth-shattering power enveloped the Thunder Clan's people. These living puppets used their full strength from the start, and their numbers were also 2 to 3 times that of the Thunder Clan's people. With such a force attacking at the same time, it was indeed very terrifying. Damn it! Everyone retreat. That high-level supreme martial artist turned pale with fright as he shouted. A lightning spear appeared in his hand, and a set of defensive godly armor appeared around his body. He rode on the lightning purple eagle and retreated at full speed. All the Thunder Clan's people were shocked. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Many of them were instantly drowned by the power. Bastards, you dare to injure our Thunder Clan's people? You're tired of living. The high-level supreme martial artist roared. He used all his strength to resist the power, and barely managed to protect a few of his juniors as he continued to retreat. However, the disparity in their strength was too great. Ling Xiao had already ordered Shui Wuxing, a pinnacle supreme martial artist, to attack them with the strongest puppets. The high-level supreme martial artist's strength was quite strong, and he was actually able to resist Shui Wuxing's attack. He was even able to injure Shui Wuxing and force her to retreat. However, there was a limit to his strength and he couldn't divert his attention to protect the others. He could only watch as his juniors were captured and killed. Bastards, I don't care who you are. Our Thunder Clan will definitely do everything we can to kill all of you with a myriad of lightning bolts. That high-level sovereign roared furiously with bloodshot eyes. He rode on the purple lightning hawk and fled at full speed. He had to escape, and he had to inform the other clansmen to come and rescue them. This time Ling Xiao didn't want to let any of them off. His divine soul doppelganger had already quietly chased after them. Ling Xiao executed the storm movement technique to the extreme, and he caught up to the man and beast, and immediately launched the most merciless attack. Someone's approaching. The lightning purple eagle still saw Ling Xiao's divine soul. It screeched and immediately accelerated to dodge Ling Xiao's attack. However, it was still a little too late. The man and beast both suffered a fierce attack, and their bodies split open and blood splattered everywhere. The high-level supreme martial artist was scared out of his wits and he shouted, "You want to kill me? No way." After saying that, more than a dozen heavenly lightning seeds appeared in his hand, and he threw them in all directions. No one dared to underestimate the might of the heavenly lightning seeds, and Ling Xiao could only dodge them and retreat a little. Boom boom. This was an 11th level heavenly lightning seed, and the power of its explosion was too great. It seemed like the entire space was about to be overturned. A protective divine light floated in front of Ling Xiao, and it isolated the power of the explosion, so he didn't suffer much damage. However, because of the obstruction of the heavenly lightning seeds, the high-level supreme martial artist had already disappeared without a trace. This is really troublesome. Brother Wu, oh Brother Wu, if you still don't break through, even I won't be able to stop the Thunder Clan's army. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Ling Xiao could sense that Wu Bufan was currently accumulating his strength. He would only attempt to break through after he had accumulated a certain amount of strength. However, Wu Bufan's physique was different from ordinary people, and he didn't know how much primal chaos force he would need to accumulate before he could truly break through. Ling Xiao waited anxiously, and the high-level supreme martial artist from the Thunder Clan had already rushed back to the lightning space as fast as he could. The lightning space was surrounded by sparkling lightning, and bursts of purple lightning flickered endlessly. It was like a natural defense, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to approach it easily. It was also because of this that this place was called the lightning space. Only the Thunder Clan lived here, and they had already taken root here since ancient times, becoming the purest members of the ancient race. The bloodline of their descendants wasn't too pure, and all of them mainly had the thunder body. Moreover, there would often be the thunder god body descending into the world. Due to the purity of their bloodline and the natural cultivation space, the Thunder Clan had always been prosperous, and they were able to dominate the southern region. The high-level supreme martial artist rushed back as fast as he could, and immediately entered the territory of a mountain range in the lightning space that was filled with thunder-attribute spiritual objects. There were many ancient buildings scattered among the various mountain peaks, and this was the important land of the Thunder Clan, known as the Thunder Mountain Territory. These thunder mountains could often attract the descent of heavenly thunder, and they could borrow the heavenly thunder to cleanse their physical bodies and increase their strength. After the high-level supreme martial artist entered, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. One of the supreme martial artists went up to him and asked, "Elder Lei Dong, what's the matter with you? Bring me to see the old clan leader immediately, I have an urgent matter to report." The high-level supreme martial artist called Lei Dong replied hurriedly. His clansmen knew that the situation wasn't simple, and immediately led the way to a cave dwelling. "Old clan leader, Lei Dong wishes to see you for an urgent matter." The supreme martial artist who was leading the way said respectfully towards the cave dwelling. After a while, the stone door in front of the cave dwelling automatically opened, and a faint voice rang out, "Come in and talk." The supreme martial artist who was leading the way gestured to Lei Dong, and Lei Dong walked in alone. However, he didn't dare to enter too deeply, and stopped after entering a dozen meters into the cave dwelling. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue advancing, but there was a surging sea of lightning in front of him, and the power of the lightning was incomparably majestic and terrifying. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand even a little bit of it. This was the true forbidden area of the Thunder Clan, and it was also the place where the previous clan leader had sealed it. Lei Dong pays his respects to the old clan leader. Lei Dong greeted respectfully towards the sea of lightning. "Why are you in such a hurry to see me?" A voice rang out from the sea of lightning again. Reporting to the old clan leader, "Not long ago, my purple eagle discovered the appearance of the 5 elements chaotic energy vortex outside of our thunder space. After that, I brought some people over to investigate and study it, but discovered that there was an unknown force lying in ambush, and they had already killed more than 20 of our clansmen. Lei Dong luckily escaped, and specially reported this matter to the old clan leader for you to make a decision." Lei Dong said, "How dare they? They even dared to kill our clansmen." That person shouted angrily, and a deep purple lightning shot out from the sea of lightning. Chapter 1665. Every generation of the Thunder Clan had a peerless expert with intimidating fighting competence. Moreover, they often used heavenly lightning to wash their bodies, which made their bodies extraordinarily tough. Ordinary people couldn't compare to them. Thus, they were the intimidating existences at the same realm. Before this, the reason why Ling Xiao and the others were able to get rid of those people from the Thunder Clan in such a short period of time was mainly because those people were newly advanced supreme martial artists. They had only come out to gain some experience. Moreover, with Lei Dong leading the way, it was expected that they wouldn't encounter any danger. Moreover, they were overconfident. They thought that they could deal with anything when they reached the supreme realm. However, in front of absolute competence and superiority, they had to pay a big price. Ling Xiao's living puppets had tried their best at the beginning. With 2 or 3 times more people attacking them, no matter how strong they were, they would be smashed into smithereens. Ling Xiao was a little distressed. Since they had attacked so fiercely, he didn't have much God soul left for him to absorb. However, the most distressed thing was that Wu Bufan was still gathering and absorbing energy. He didn't see any sign of breaking through. If this continued, when would he break through? It had been several months since he had entered secluded cultivation, and the chaos vortex had been formed for 1 month. This massive amount of chaos energy was enough for ordinary incipient God realm experts to break through more than 10 times. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. Wu Bufan's foundation was really terrifying. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao felt a formidable aura dashing towards his direction. The other was moving so fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived near Shi Yan from a far place. When Ling Xiao sensed the other's existence, he had already fallen into his illusory formation. This speed was almost the same as his God Soul clone using the storm body technique. Who could be so formidable? Ling Xiao screamed inwardly. He immediately gazed at the illusory eye mirror stone to see who was coming. However, the one who had just arrived seemed to be in existence like the thunder god. Deep purple lightning bolts were flashing around him. He could only vaguely see his figure but not his face. This person had entered this place alone, and his power of thunder and lightning was not enough to form a sea of thunder and lightning like the 20 or so people before him to isolate the illusion technique. Ling Xiao guessed that the other party should be affected by his illusory array. He had been paying attention to the other party, and found that the other party was just quietly standing at the position where he had just entered, not moving at all. He did not know if he was still affected by the illusion array. However, after a while, the terrifying power of thunder and lightning suddenly descended near that person. Boom boom boom. The might of these lightning bolts was terrifying, as if they could destroy the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding space to be filled with violent lightning energy. At the same time, the other party dashed towards Ling Xiao's position. Not good, he is also not affected by the illusory formation. Ling Xiao shouted. He immediately summoned his divine soul doppelganger and rushed towards that person. At the same time, he immediately ordered his puppets to attack that person. Ling Xiao was certain that the strength of this person before him was too terrifying. He was definitely not as simple as an ordinary peak supreme being. At the start, he immediately ordered everyone to attack at the same time, and the terrifying power covered this part of the world, drowning that person. Shocking explosions sounded in the illusory formation, and the power was enough to destroy the stars in heaven. There is indeed an ambush. The person in the lightning snorted coldly and was actually not afraid. He turned into a purple lightning bolt and rushed forward. Wherever he passed, the supreme martial artist puppets in front of him were immediately blasted into pieces by the lightning. As for the others, they could not capture that person's figure and could not find a target to attack. Swoosh swoosh. That Thunder Clan patriarch seemed to have turned into a lightning bolt, shuttling through the crowd, and rays of the most original power of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared. One by one, the living puppets were blasted until their divine bodies were charred black, and their divine blood splattered everywhere. How dare you kill people of my Thunder Clan? Today I will slaughter all of you. Thunder Clan patriarch said ruthlessly. All of a sudden, a large amount of the power of thunder and lightning poured down from the sky, bombarding the puppets in all directions. Even Ling Xiao's divine soul felt a sense of apprehension. This kind of original power of thunder and lightning was also the nemesis of divine souls. If he had not condensed blood, flesh, and divine soul, one of the strands of thunder and lightning would be enough to blast him into pieces. I can't let him continue killing. Otherwise, all the puppets I've accumulated over the past few years will all be gone. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He immediately increased his speed and rushed towards the Thunder Clan patriarch. Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Art 6th Style, Double Dragon Wind Demon. Several powerful finger lights pointed directly at the Thunder Clan patriarch. Come at me with something that can be used as dregs, but it is only SOSO. That Thunder Clan patriarch's reaction was too shocking. After a cry of surprise, he also pointed a few more times with lightning, and dispersed Ling Xiao's finger lights. Ling Xiao did not expect the other party to react so quickly, but he was not discouraged, and once again organized a new round of attacks. Golden Dragon dazzling the world. One after another, Golden Dragon roared and rushed towards that Thunder Clan patriarch. Ling Xiao's power was already getting stronger and stronger, and it had already increased to 50 times his combat power. He planned to kill this person in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, the longer such a strong battle fluctuation lasted, the more dangerous it would be for Wu Bufan's breakthrough. If he had known that Wu Bufan's breakthrough would cause such a huge commotion, he would definitely not have allowed him to break through in this nearby space. Although this Thunder Clan patriarch, who was at the pinnacle of the Thunder Clan, was very valiant, under the invisible attacks of Ling Xiao, he still found it hard to endure. Thunder Clan patriarch was repeatedly blasted away by Ling Xiao, and he did not even manage to touch Ling Xiao's figure. Thunder Clan patriarch was shocked. Just who is this person? He can actually attack while invisible. However, he is delusional to think that he can deal with me like this. This is impossible. Heaven Thunder Prison. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch unleashed his strength. His entire old body suddenly turned majestic and he actually grew several meters taller. Not only that, large amounts of lightning bolts descended from the sky around him, forming a circular prison that was several tens of thousands of meters wide. Bolts of lightning raged and ravaged the place incessantly. Anyone or beast around him, as long as they were struck by these lightning bolts, they would definitely be destroyed in both body and soul. Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar was comparable to a top-grade supreme artifact, and it forcefully withstood these lightning bolts. However, he also felt incomparable pain, which caused his soul power to plummet. If he continued to be struck by lightning like this divine soul avatar of his would be blasted to smithereens. While Ling Xiao was defending himself, Thunder Clan Patriarch also used his keen senses to sense Ling Xiao's location. "Let's see where you can go. Go to hell." The Thunder Clan's old clan leader shouted in shock. He controlled the thunder and lightning to attack Ling Xiao. Lightning scorched natural disaster. Lightning bolts converged into the shape of a scorched ball, and terrifying energy interweaved and flickered. One by one, they shrouded the position of Ling Xiao's divine soul. Every single one of those lightning balls could kill a high-level supreme martial artist and cause him to explode. "I'll fight you with all my strength." Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was roused and he let out a long roar. He fully activated his 70-fold combat strength, and struck out with the dragon subduing palm, smashing these lightning balls into smithereens. Rumble, rumble. The two supreme experts clashed, causing the space around them to distort and crack. And Wu Bufan, who was being guarded from afar, finally made his final breakthrough at this moment. Huge amounts of chaotic energy formed a terrifying five-colored storm, and it directly destroyed the restriction that Ling Xiao had set up. Various energies continued to pour towards Wu Bufan. At this time, another large group of Thunder Clan supreme martial artists rushed over from afar. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them were riding Saint Beasts at full speed. It was just that they had been left behind by Thunder Clan Patriarch in advance. At this time, they also sensed that the five elements' energy in the surroundings was rushing forward at high speed. "There's movement in front, everyone rush over at full speed. Old Clan Patriarch is already there and I believe he has already found those people." Lei Dong shouted to everyone. "Lei Dong, is there really a chaotic vortex over there?" A peak supreme martial artist riding on a flying thunder tiger beside Lei Dong asked. "Purple Eagle wouldn't lie to me about this matter. It's just that we don't know what kind of strange thing created this chaotic vortex, or if it's a trap that someone purposely set up to lure our clansmen." Lei Dong replied. "It's impossible for anyone to create such a chaotic vortex. There must be a great opportunity that appeared and it was discovered by someone else. Let's go and support Old Clan Patriarch first." That peak supreme martial artist said, and immediately urged the flying thunder tiger to speed up to the front. Ling Xiao's real body heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I've finally broken through. If this goes on, I won't be able to hold on much longer. That Thunder Clan Patriarch is too abnormal." Thunder Clan Patriarch, who was fighting with Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar, also sensed the existence of the chaotic vortex. The strands of five-colored divine light illuminated this expanse of the heavens and the earth to the point it flickered brilliantly. Strands of chaotic energy converged together, and they emanated an irresistible temptation. "What exactly is inside the chaotic energy? Let me see it." Thunder Clan Patriarch was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted in surprise and rushed towards Wu Bufan's position. "Stay here." Ling Xiao's divine soul speed exploded to the extreme, and with the storm body technique, he charged towards Thunder Clan Patriarch from behind at his fastest speed. However, Thunder Clan Patriarch was not in the mood to continue fighting. He summoned his heavenly lightning beast, and forcibly intercepted the power of Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar. Heavenly Lightning Beast was an ancient sacred beast born in the sky thunderspace. Its battle prowess was comparable to that of a divine beast, and it could summon sky thunder to attack. Its figure looked a little strange and it was round like a ball. Its skin and flesh were smooth and clean, and it was like a ball of lightning. There was a lot of lightning energy around it, and it sparkled and splashed in all directions. After eating Ling Xiao's power, it was only blasted a little away, and it actually did not suffer any damage. At the same time, it let out a cry, and bolts of sky thunder shot out from its mouth towards Ling Xiao's divine soul. The power of the lightning was actually not weaker than the Thunder Clan Patriarchs, and it shocked Ling Xiao's divine soul to the point of incomparable pain. This was the most fundamental power of lightning. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's freakish body, he would not be able to withstand a single strike. What exactly is it? Come out. Thunder Clan Patriarch bellowed, and a lightning claw grabbed towards the direction of the chaotic energy. Chapter 1666. Stop him. Ling Zhao's real body shouted at the other living puppets. The puppets in front of Wu Bufan attacked again, smashing the thunder claw of the Thunder Clan's patriarch. Ling Zhao's real body glided to the front of Wu Bufan. The obscure shadow divine sword in his hand started to spin rapidly, blocking the splashing energy. Brother Wu, break through quickly. Ling Zhao screamed in his mind. If he didn't break through soon, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Could it be the commotion caused by someone breaking through? The Thunder Clan's patriarch blocked the attacks of the puppets, retreated a little bit and shouted. Pausing for a while, he continued, "It's impossible. Maybe someone is seizing the primal chaos divine item over there. I must get it." The Thunder Clan's patriarch didn't hide anymore. A pair of thunder awls appeared in his hands. They were his life-ancient divine weapons, which had accompanied him for more than 100,000 years. The thunder god was enraged. The thunder awls intertwined with each other, creating clanging sounds. Many heavenly lightning bolts broke the sky. Their power had reached a terrifying limit, which was enough to destroy any living creature. These energies were like the world-destroying might of the god of punishment lightning. Every single bolt of lightning contained supreme destructive energy, and they forcefully broke through the combined attacks of the numerous living puppets. Moreover, they were directly electrocuted into a charred state. Some of the weaker warriors were electrocuted, and their bodies exploded. Many of them were wounded severely. Only a part of them could endure it. Ling Zhao immediately asked Shui Wuxing and the other high-level supreme experts to attack at the same time. His real body also burst out 70 times his fighting power to join the joint attack. He wanted to buy more time for Wu Bufan. However, the bad thing was that 7 or 8 high-level supreme experts of the Thunder Clan had arrived. The patriarch is over there. Let's go and support him. A peak supreme expert named Lei Ming shouted. The patriarch's fighting power is peerless, but he can't resist the enemy's numbers. Let's kill him quickly. Lei Dong also shouted in fear. They all dashed over at their fastest speed. Among the 7 or 8 supreme experts at Incipient God Realm, there were 2 peak supreme experts and the rest were high-level supreme experts. This didn't include Lei Wanlong, Lei Zhen, and the others who hadn't returned yet. This was the power of the Thunder Clan. Ling Zhao's divine soul discovered the abnormality and cried out in alarm, "Oh no, the Thunder Clan's army is here." Ling Zhao's divine soul couldn't break through the Heavenly Thunder Beast's heavenly thunder attacks in a short period of time. These heavenly thunder attacks were extremely harmful to his divine soul, which made him feel rather depressed. Now that the Thunder Clan's army had arrived, he had no choice but to erupt with his full strength. He transformed into a black storm and forcibly tore a long crack in the sky lightning before him. Then he took the opportunity to fly away. Ling Zhao's spirit rushed to the back of the Thunder Clan's old clan head and immediately executed the 8th move of the Emperor Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Technique, 5 Dragons Unite. A long, 5-colored true dragon roared as it charged out. Its massive body wreaked havoc in all directions, devouring the old clan head of the Thunder Clan entirely. The old clan head of the Thunder Clan's battle prowess was truly abnormal. Even though Ling Zhao's divine soul had erupted with 70 times its battle prowess, he was still able to brandish the lightning awl and create many heavenly thunder attacks to counter Ling Zhao's powerful attack. However, the old clan head of the Thunder Clan was also incomparably shocked. Who exactly is this guy? He actually has such terrifying battle prowess. If he's a great enemy of our Thunder Clan, we'll be in trouble. Ling Zhao's attack didn't succeed, but he didn't continue fighting. He planned to protect Wu Bufan and leave first no matter what. Otherwise, if they were to be surrounded and attacked by the other party, everything would be bad. At this moment, Wu Bufan finally reached the final moment of his breakthrough. However, a strange change suddenly occurred in the vicinity. A giant black hole suddenly appeared in this space, and an absolutely terrifying suction force was born. Whoosh whoosh. This suction force was incomparably terrifying. In just a blink of an eye, some low-level supreme beings were sucked into the black hole. Some middle-level supreme being puppets were already unstable and were about to be sucked into the black hole. Ling Zhao's real body was also almost sucked into the black hole by this terrifying suction force. This is the devouring divine ability. Did Brother Wu break through? Ling Zhao cried out in astonishment. He quickly stabilized his body and absorbed all his living puppets to prevent them from being sucked into the black hole. He thought that it was the terrifying might caused by Wu Bufan's breakthrough. However, in the next moment he cried out in alarm, "No, it's definitely not Brother Wu's doing. There's something strange." Ling Xiao discovered that Wu Bufan was still sitting cross-legged at the back, absorbing the primal qi. He was merely on the verge of breaking through. Ling Xiao didn't dare to think too much. He fused his divine soul with the power of his real body to prevent his real body from being sucked into the black hole. Then he rushed towards Wu Bufan, wanting to take him away. However, suddenly, another black hole appeared beside Wu Bufan. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, "Brother Wu, quickly wake up. There's danger behind you." However, Wu Bufan acted as if he didn't hear it. He was still sitting cross-legged and undergoing the final breakthrough. Just like that, he was swallowed by the black hole and disappeared. "Brother Wu!" Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. His divine soul and his real body attacked at the same time. Two huge dragon claws grabbed towards that direction, hoping to rescue Wu Bufan. However, when his two dragon claws entered the black hole, the suction force increased greatly. It actually wanted to suck his real body and divine soul into the black hole. Ling Xiao had no choice but to cut off the dragon claw's qi. At the same time, he immediately burst out and left this place with his fastest speed. Because the Thunder Clan's old patriarch behind him had already attracted many heavenly lightning bolts to bombard him. If Ling Xiao didn't dodge quickly, he would have been blasted into the black hole by these lightning bolts. Sigh, I can only hope that Brother Wu is blessed by the heavens. Ling Xiao's real body and divine soul rapidly retreated. He looked at the black holes that appeared one after another and shrouded the Thunder Clan's people, causing them to panic. A huge black hole also suddenly appeared near the Thunder Clan's old patriarch. "What the hell is this? Break for me?" The Thunder Clan's old patriarch was confident enough. He roared angrily and the lightning cones intertwined again. Terrifying lightning bolts poured down like rain towards the black hole. Rumble. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts with incomparably terrifying destructive power entered the black hole. This peerless attack caused Ling Xiao, who was not far away, to feel a chill in his heart. He thought to himself, "This old fellow is too terrifying." Even if Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger was 70 times stronger, it would still be difficult for him to compete with the opponent. This was the Thunder Clan's old patriarch's true strength. He was an old monster who had lived for almost 200,000 years. The divine power that he had accumulated had already reached a terrifying realm. It was not something that Wu Yu could match with just by relying on a secret technique to increase his strength. That huge black hole was actually torn apart by the power of these thunderbolts. Go! Ling Xiao only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape from this place as fast as possible. Otherwise, if this old fellow were to catch his breath, it would be hard for him to escape. Ling Xiao's divine soul pulled his real body and fled with all his might using the storm body technique. In the blink of an eye, he was already millions of miles away. Ling Xiao didn't stop because of this. Instead, he continued to flee with all his might. He ran as fast and as far as he could. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been fleeing. Even he couldn't tell which direction he was in. However, he could clearly see that there were many lightning bolts flashing in this direction. From time to time, there would be lightning bolts bombarding down. It made him wonder if he had mistakenly entered a lightning space. He didn't continue to venture deeper. He used his divine soul to sense millions of miles away and only calmed down when he discovered that no one was chasing him. "Brother Wu, I've let you down." Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Wu Bufan was swallowed by the black hole and his vitality was cut off. He couldn't even use the sound transmission stone to contact Wu Bufan. This made Ling Xiao feel extremely guilty. In the past, Wu Bufan had protected him several times and nothing had happened. Now that he was protecting Wu Bufan, something like this happened. It was his fault for protecting Wu Bufan. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with incomparable regret. He had already done his best, but the commotion caused by Wu Bufan was too big. It was really beyond his expectations. He had already risked his life to deal with the Thunder Clan's people. However, the sudden appearance of the black hole was too strange. It was completely unexpected. Oh, that's the devouring magical ability. If it wasn't caused by Brother Wu, then, could it be that there is a chaotic divine beast nearby? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a possibility and made a guess. No matter what, I hope that Brother Wu is blessed by the heavens. Ling Xiao sighed and said. Although he and Wu Bufan were far from being good friends and good brothers, they had been together for several years. Their friendship could be considered as passable. Seeing Wu Bufan being sucked away by the black hole, Yi Shiwen felt extremely guilty and uncomfortable. He could only think in a positive direction and hope that Wu Bufan would be blessed by the heavens. Ling Xiao sorted out his feelings and looked for a place to recover. 3 days later he started to think about how to return to the lightning space to save Shirtsong Yang. Now that his identity was exposed prematurely, he was afraid that it would not be good to directly enter the lightning space to save Shirtsong Yang. He could only think of another way. From the looks of the Thunder Clan's people, Ryo Yuoding and the rest should not have returned yet. Otherwise they would definitely appear. How about letting Ryo Lujin sneak back and then execute a plan to save Shirtsong Yang? Ling Xiao racked his brains for a plan. Half a day later Ling Xiao still rejected this decision. Because once Ryo Lujin entered the lightning space, he would not be able to get in touch with him. Unless he also entered the lightning space, then it would be convenient for him to act. Otherwise, if he alerted the enemy, then everything would not be good. Let's calm down first and see if we can find a good way to enter. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Suddenly, he sensed a few not weak auras in front, and there were waves of thunder rumbling over. He could not help but sneak over. Could it be that there are Thunder Clan's people nearby? Ling Xiao guessed. If that was the case, then his next step would be easy. Chapter 1667. Ling Xiao hid his aura and slowly moved forward. The power of thunder and lightning in this area was especially rich. Fortunately, this might only be some of the power in the periphery, so it had not caused any harm to him. He suspected that there must be a huge sea of thunder or a space filled with thunder and lightning nearby. It shouldn't be the land of thunder and lightning where the Thunder Clan was, but a neighboring space. Nearby, some supreme incipient god realm experts were fighting with some holy beasts with lightning power. They seemed to be fighting for something. There were a total of 5 people in this group. There were 3 men, 2 women, and their holy beasts. There were 2 men and 1 woman who were low-level supreme martial artists and were relatively younger. There was 1 man and 1 woman who were middle-level supreme martial artists and looked to be middle-aged. Ling Xiao found that among these 5 people, the youngest woman was the leader. They were protecting her and trying to prevent her from getting hurt. This woman was around 800 years old. Compared to ordinary people, she was old. However, in the eyes of the supreme incipient god realm experts, she was definitely a young existence. A supreme incipient god realm expert who was less than 1,000 years old would be a peerless genius no matter where she was. This woman looked like she was in her early 20s. Her facial features matched perfectly. Her purple hair fluttered in the wind, giving her a heroic bearing. Her impressive curvy body was wrapped in a sexy thin purple armor, revealing her soft, round arms and legs. Any man who saw her couldn't help but praise, "What a sexy stunner." Ling Xiao had never thought that he would meet such an exquisite woman. She might be a little bit less beautiful than Yun Mingqi and Lai Ruyu, but her unique heroic bearing and beautiful figure couldn't be compared to them. Only 1 or 2 people like Yuro Fei or Yu Laiyan could be compared to her. If it were Ling Xiao who had just started his cultivation, he would have immediately revealed a perverted look when he saw a beauty of this level. At this moment he had seen all kinds of women. In his harem, all the women were like fairies. None of them was less beautiful than this purple-haired beauty. After observing for a while, Ling Xiao found that they were fighting for the origin of thunder mist in front of them. This ball of thunder mist origin power was very majestic. Whether it was a person or a beast with a lightning attribute, they could directly absorb it to increase their strength. Moreover, it wasn't as hard to absorb as the other origin of thunder mist. Normally, absorbing the origin of thunder mist would cause one to suffer from the pain of lightning swallowing. This kind of thunder mist was relatively mild and easy to refine. Originally, these people from the Thunder Clan had already gained the upper hand. However, a thunder flood dragon suddenly appeared from the other side of the space. This lightning flood dragon was extremely mighty and domineering. It let out a dragon roar, causing the surrounding space to tremble and explode. This lightning flood dragon that was about to transform into a dragon looked very familiar to Ling Xiao. It should be the lightning flood dragon that had suddenly appeared with the purple lightning hawk when Wu Bufan made a breakthrough and created the chaotic whirlpool. This thunder flood dragon was a high level 11 existence. If it used its full power, it would be as strong as a high level of a high level. The Thunder Tribe's people were all shocked. The strongest among them only had the strength of a peak middle-level Supreme Realm expert and a late-level Supreme Realm expert. The difference in strength between them and this Thunder Flood Dragon was too great. If they fought it head-on, their lives would be in danger. This Thunder Flood Dragon had no intention of fighting with the Thunder Tribe's people. Instead, it charged towards the Thunder Mist energy that appeared, trying to devour it. However, there were 2 holy beasts nearby who wanted to stop it. However, they were sent flying by the Thunder Flood Dragon's tail. Then it charged towards the origin of Thunder Mist to devour it. What a handsome thunder flood dragon. I'm lacking a mount like you. Submit to me and I'll spare your life. It was unknown whether the purple-haired beauty was ignorant or she had a powerful trump card, but she was not afraid of the thunder flood dragon and charged towards it. Rhea, come back. That's a high-level thunder flood dragon. Let's retreat. The middle-aged man immediately stopped the purple-haired beauty and pulled her away. What a joke. This thunder flood dragon was so powerful that even if the 5 of them joined hands, they wouldn't be able to hurt it. However, this young lady didn't know her limits and wanted to attack the thunder flood dragon. Fifth uncle, what are you afraid of? I have the thunder locking rope. I can definitely tie it up. The lady called Rhea said reluctantly. At the same time, an extremely tough, purple rope that looked like lightning appeared in her hand. This rope was named Thunder Locking. One could imagine how powerful it was. This rope was a high-level ancient god weapon refined by an ancestor-level supreme expert of the Thunder tribe at the incipient god realm. Once someone was bound by this rope, even a peak supreme expert wouldn't be able to break free in a short time. That was why Rhea was so confident. However, she didn't think about her own strength and the Thunder Flood Dragons. She was afraid that even with the thunder locking rope she wouldn't be able to lock it down. We can't take this risk. We have to leave immediately. Otherwise, once it absorbs the thunder mist origin, we won't be able to escape even if we want to. The middle-aged man called Lacia forcefully pulled Rhea away. At the same time, the other middle-aged woman protected 2 younger low-level supremacies and escaped as well. It was a pity that the Thunder Flood Dragon didn't want them to leave. After it swallowed half of the Thunder Mist origin, it turned around and charged in Rhea's direction. Human, are you trying to tie me up? I'll eat you first. The Thunder Flood Dragon let out an ear-piercing roar. At the same time, it spat out a huge bolt of lightning energy that bombarded Rhea and Lacia. The power of this bolt of lightning was rather terrifying. The electricity it contained was enough to kill any high-level supreme expert. Not good. Rhea, hurry up and leave. Let me block it. Lacia roared in shock and pushed Rhea far away. He then ordered his sacred beast, the lightning spike beast, to be summoned. At the same time he unleashed all his lightning energy. However, even if he and the lightning spike beast attacked at the same time, they were still unable to resist this terrifying bolt of lightning, and they were forcefully blasted flying. Moreover, the skin and flesh of both their bodies were split open while blood flowed without end. Fifth uncle, you damned Thunder Flood Dragon. Do you really think that I can't tie you up? Thunder locking rope, appear. Rhea shouted. After she channeled her power into the thunder locking rope, it seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning energy that wrapped around the Thunder Flood Dragon. The thunder locking rope seemed to have a mind of its own. It continuously formed a circular shape and shrouded the Thunder Flood Dragon's head. As long as the Thunder Flood Dragon's head was tied up, it would lose half of its combat power. Moreover, the might of the thunder locking rope was not limited to just that. It could tighten even more, causing any creature that was tied up to explode. However, how could the Thunder Flood Dragon be tied up so easily? The Thunder Flood Dragon roared once again, and the power of tens of thousands of lightning bolts poured down. The concentrated lightning bolts drowned the lightning locking rope. Rhea, who was controlling the thunder locking rope, immediately lost control of it. This caused her to panic. Thunder locking rope, get up and tie it up for me. Rhea kept sending out her divine power, and her delicate hands kept making hand seals. She wanted to summon the lightning lock rope back, but the power of the lightning was too strong. The lightning lock rope had already been blasted away to God knows where. Little girl, you don't have the ability to tie up and kill your Uncle Flood Dragon. The Thunder Flood Dragon roared. It swung its tail and swept it in Rhea's direction. If this terrifying power that could wipe out 1,000 armies hit Rhea, her divine body would definitely explode and she would die. What are you waiting for, Xiaoya? Hurry up and escape with us. The middle-aged woman shouted. A force wrapped around Rhea and hurriedly pulled her away. Meanwhile, the other 2 low-level supreme martial artists and their holy beasts started to attack with all their might in an attempt to stop the Thunder Flood Dragon. However, the Thunder Flood Dragon was already enraged. It once again launched a terrifying attack. The lightning energy seemed to be under its control as it continuously attacked them. The 2 low-level supreme martial artists were no match for their holy beasts. They were immediately electrocuted until their divine bodies were charred like charcoal. Divine blood splattered everywhere. If it wasn't for the middle-aged woman hurriedly pulling them away from the majority of the attack, they would have died without a doubt. The middle-aged woman was riding a thunder-purple condor. It possessed a speed that was comparable to the wind attribute. It carried the 5 of them and fled at high speed. The direction in which they were fleeing happened to be in the direction where Ling Xiao was. They ran over to my side. Should I hit them while they're down or should I wait and see? Ling Xiao said with some hesitation. He hesitated for a moment as if he had thought of a good idea. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "Forget it. I am a gentleman. How can I do something like taking advantage of others?" When the people from the Thunder Clan approached, Ling Xiao immediately hid in another direction, temporarily preventing them from discovering him. Ling Xiao's strength was above theirs after all. He didn't want them to discover him, as they probably didn't have such a strong divine will ability. The Thunder Flood Dragon was filled with killing intent as it rushed over at high speed. Its dragon body directly collided with the Thunder Purple Condor. The Thunder Purple Condor relied on its speed to barely dodge the attack. However, the Thunder Flood Dragon once again guided the Sky Thunder attack towards them, causing the Thunder Purple Condor's speed to drop drastically. The five of them were in a rather difficult situation as they parried the attacks. "None of you will be able to escape." The Thunder Flood Dragon roared angrily once again. It finally increased its full strength and its speed increased by a large amount. It caught up to the Thunder Purple Condor and swallowed it whole. The few people on the Thunder Purple Condor's back were shocked. They all flew out of the Thunder Purple Condor's body, and the Thunder Purple Condor was no longer able to dodge. It was ruthlessly bitten by the Thunder Flood Dragon, causing it to cry out in pain as blood flowed out crazily. "Purple Condor!" the middle-aged woman shouted with incomparable heartache. The Thunder Flood Dragon ruthlessly swung the Thunder Purple Condor a few times, throwing the half-dead Thunder Purple Condor away. Then it once again changed its target to Leia. Leia barely recovered from his injuries and roared, "You guys take Leia and escape, I'll kill it." Leia's power exploded to the extreme, the thunder blade made a clanging sound, and the boundless power of thunder and lightning slashed out. Chapter 1668. Leia gave it his all. Given his lightning attribute attack power, if he were to face other elemental cultivators, he would definitely be stronger than them. He had already reached the level of an ordinary high-level supreme martial artist. The power of every slash tore through the void, leaving behind terrifying slash marks in the air. His same beast was also constantly spitting out terrifying lightning attacks. However, this lightning flood dragon was also lightning attribute, and it was even stronger than them. It had a great deal of immunity to the power of lightning, so those who were not stronger than it would not be able to hurt it. Its dragon body continuously swayed, and the dragon scales on its body flickered, sending the power of lightning flying away. Not a single wound was left on its body. Its physical body was comparable to a high-level ancient god artifact. It was not an ordinary attack-type high-level ancient god artifact. It would not be easy to break through its physical body. It was completely enraged and its speed was raised to the extreme. Its dragon tail swept across, directly sweeping Leia and his holy beast, who were trying to dodge and causing them to explode. Bang! Bang! Two shocking explosions rang out. Leia's divine body was completely destroyed, and even his head was smashed into pieces. His holy beast's body was also mostly destroyed, and after letting out a cry, it died along with Leia. Fifth uncle. Rhea cried out sorrowfully when she saw this. She wanted to rush over and fight the lightning flood dragon, but the middle-aged woman had already grabbed her delicate hand and shouted, "Xiaoya, go!" The middle-aged woman did not care about Rhea's struggles and quickly pulled her away. The other two low-level supreme martial artists were already scared out of their wits, and they ran as fast as they could. They did not dare to try and save the damsel in distress anymore. However, the lightning flood dragon was furious. It spat out two powerful lightning bolts, which chased after the two of them and directly blasted them to death. The difference in their levels was too great, and they did not have the ability to resist at all. At this time, the middle-aged woman had already fled quite a distance away with Rhea, but they did not relax in the slightest and continued to run. Roar roar. The dragon's roar was extremely frightening. The lightning flood dragon rushed over at an extremely fast speed, as if it really did not intend to let Rhea go. The middle-aged woman was extremely anxious, and Rhea was also extremely pale from fear. "Aunt Chen, why don't you run away first? Don't worry about me." Rhea knew that the Thunder Flood Dragon was coming for her, so she did not want to burden the woman in front of her. "Xiaoya, don't be silly. You go, let me stop it." The middle-aged woman made up her mind and decided to protect Rhea and leave first. She had sent Rhea far away with all her might. Then she resolutely stood in front of the lightning flood dragon and unleashed her strongest attack. Electromagnetic web. A crisscrossing lightning net appeared, producing a great interweaving power, forming a lightning wall that blocked the lightning flood dragon's path. At the same time, the lightning sword in her hand continued to slash out. The blades of the sword merged into the lightning net, creating a powerful attack that was both offensive and defensive. She vowed to drag the lightning flood dragon down. Ling Xiao, who was hiding, could not help but secretly praise, thunder attribute warriors are generally very powerful. If any other person or holy beast were to encounter them, they would not be able to do anything to them. It's a pity that they're still too weak. The ferocious lightning flood dragon forcefully broke through the lightning net. The middle-aged woman's lightning net was unable to harm the lightning flood dragon at all. The middle-aged woman's face turned incomparably pale, but she knew that this was not the time to be afraid. She already had 5 level 11 heavenly lightning seeds in her hand. Heavenly lightning seeds were already very difficult to refine. If it weren't for the fact that 2 or 3 elders in her clan had a high success rate, the Thunder clan would not have so many heavenly lightning seeds. With her status, these 5 level 11 heavenly lightning seeds were already the limit of what she could produce. Evil creature, go to hell. The middle-aged woman shouted and threw all 5 heavenly lightning seeds at the pouncing lightning flood dragon. The power of 5 heavenly lightning seeds detonating at the same time was terrifying. It was not as simple as 1 plus 1. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This part of the world seemed to have been blown up several times. Lightning and sparks filled hundreds of thousands of spaces, destroying everything in the vicinity. Even the middle-aged woman who had detonated the heavenly lightning seeds was drowned in the shockwaves. Rhea, who was already millions of miles away, immediately burst into tears. Aunt Qian. Aunt Qian. Her cries were so helpless and sorrowful that it made people's hearts ache. Fifth uncle Aunt Qian, I've let you down. If I hadn't stubbornly dragged you here to search for some divine item, you wouldn't have died. It's all my fault, all my fault. Rhea kept blaming herself. Little you don't blame yourself. Run. A figure staggered towards her. It was the middle-aged woman. Her hair was disheveled and her entire body was covered in blood. Her divine body was cracked so badly that no one dared to look at her directly. Fortunately, she had quickly retreated before she threw the heavenly lightning seeds. She had also put on a defensive divine armor, forming layers of defense. This allowed her to barely avoid the fatal blow the moment she was about to explode. However, she was also severely injured, and her divine armor was completely destroyed. Seeing that her family was not dead, Rhea was overjoyed. She nodded repeatedly and prepared to pull her up. However, a huge figure suddenly attacked. Its huge, bloody mouth instantly bit towards the middle-aged woman who was running away. Rhea's eyes widened as she screamed desperately, Aunt Qian, behind you! At the same time, she attacked the lightning flood dragon with all her might. However, it was a pity that she was too far away and her power wasn't strong enough. Hence, her efforts were futile. The middle-aged woman also sensed the abnormality. She revealed a resolute determination to die. She was prepared to explode her dantian to drag the lightning flood dragon to hell with her. However, at this critical moment, a force bound the middle-aged woman and quickly pulled her away from the bloody mouth that was biting down. The middle-aged woman did not know what was going on, but Rhea was overjoyed. At the same time, a majestic figure appeared and blocked the lightning flood dragon. A dragon-shaped battle chi turned into a real dragon and charged towards the lightning flood dragon with a roar. This 5-colored true dragon seemed to contain the aura of primal chaos, and it appeared incomparably domineering and vigorous. Its roar was even more terrifying than the lightning flood dragon's, scaring the lightning flood dragon into stopping and retreating. Lord Beast King. The lightning flood dragon roared in shock. It actually did not dare to resist. The 5-colored dragon pounced and bit its body, causing it to roar in pain. Rhea and the middle-aged woman called Lei Qian, who were watching this scene from afar, became extremely shocked. Aunt Qian, is that really a true dragon divine beast? Rhea's beautiful eyes rippled with a strange light as she asked. It's a true dragon divine beast, but it doesn't look like it has a physical body, Lei Qian replied. She then said, let's leave while someone is blocking it for us. Lei Qian took out a recovery divine pill and divine grass and quickly consumed it. After recovering a little, she wanted to leave with Rhea. However, Rhea said, Aunt Qian, don't be anxious. Look, he should be here to save us. The lightning flood dragon no longer dares to be arrogant. We're safe now. Let's take a look first. No matter what, we have to thank him. Xiaoya, such a powerful existence doesn't need our gratitude. Let's return to the clan first. Lei Qian said cautiously. Who knew if this person who suddenly appeared was a friend or foe? However, Rhea once again stubbornly said, "Aunt Qian, don't be anxious. Our lightning space is nearby. This person should know that we are from the Thunder Clan, so I believe he won't act recklessly. Let's wait and see." Lei Qian had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. After all, Rhea's status in the clan was extraordinary, and she was not someone she could command. Besides Ling Xiao, who else could use dragon-shaped battle force to fight? He had originally wanted to wait for Lei Qian to be swallowed by the lightning flood dragon before making a move, but he was a kind person. After some hesitation, he decided to save Lei Qian as well. He shouted at the lightning flood dragon, who had gradually regained its senses, "Submit to me and I will help you become a true thunder dragon. You're not the Beast King, but how can you contain so much dragon chi? You must have swallowed the essence and blood of our Beast King. As long as I devour you, human, and this dragon chi, I will definitely be able to transform into a true dragon." The lightning flood dragon realized that what was wreaking havoc in its body was only a dragon-shaped battle force. Its strength was not much different from its own, and it was able to suppress its strength to a certain extent. However, the dragon chi was not a real existence, so it did not cause any fatal damage. Instead, it made the lightning flood dragon greedy. It was already infinitely close to transforming into a dragon, but who knew how long it would take for it to become a true dragon? If it could obtain more concentrated dragon blood and dragon chi, perhaps it would have a chance. With a roar, it freed itself from the suppression of its strength. Its physical body shook off the dragon-shaped battle force, and at the same time, it tried to bite it. "You want to swallow my dragon chi? You're still too young." Ling Xiao laughed coldly. The power of the dragon-shaped battle force exploded, and he clashed head-on with the lightning flood dragon. Now, Ling Xiao wasn't worried that others would recognize him, because his face was completely different from how it used to be. He had just consumed a magical flower known as the face-changing flower, which could change one's appearance for a month without anyone noticing. This rare flower had been plundered by Ling Xiao from a plunderer's collection. For the average powerhouse, this was a divine herb of little value. However, at certain times, it could play a miraculous role. Ling Xiao's appearance was still as handsome as ever. He had modeled it after the 13th prince of the dragons. When dragons took human form, they were all handsome or beautiful. They were all perfect, and Ling Xiao, who had always been a show-off, had naturally transformed him into that perfect form. If he were to become even uglier than he was before, he would not be able to bear it. Chapter 1669. Ling Xiao's dragon-shaped battle aura had been imbued with a strand of chaotic aura, greatly increasing its power. It was now comparable to an 11th grade Saint Beast. In the beginning, it was able to fight the lightning flood dragon to a standstill. However, it wasn't a corporeal entity after all, so the power it displayed was slightly weaker than the lightning flood dragons. It couldn't completely suppress the lightning flood dragon, and the lightning flood dragon gradually gained the upper hand. Leia and Lei Shi, who were watching the battle from afar, were shocked once again. "Xiaoya, let's go. That person might not be able to stop the lightning flood dragon. He's only at the peak of the mid-level, about the same level as your fifth uncle," Lei Shi advised. Leia was a little shaken. She had just faced a difficult situation of life and death, so she really didn't want to face the danger of being hunted down by the lightning flood dragon again. However, she also felt that it would be too immoral of her to let someone else escape just like that after saving them. She hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and said, "Then let's go." In the end, under the choice of life and death, she still chose to cherish her own life. However, at this moment, an enraged roar rang out in front of him. "Submit to me or you can die." Ling Xiao finally got serious. He unleashed his power and retracted the dragon-shaped battle aura, taking action himself. He seemed to have turned into a black storm, a 10,000-meter-tall wind wave that was thick and sticky. Numerous corrosive wind blades flooded towards the lightning flood dragon. The lightning flood dragon roared and attracted the heavenly lightning to strike down. The storm and lightning intertwined, causing the space between heaven and earth to churn endlessly. It was like a natural phenomenon, and everyone who saw it couldn't help but be tongue-tied. Leia and Lei Shi retreated a great distance, but they could still feel the terror of these two forces. This person's strength is so terrifying. He can actually face the lightning flood dragon head-on. Leia couldn't help but exclaim. "Yes, even I felt afraid when he unleashed his power just now. Perhaps this lightning flood dragon really isn't his match." Lei Shi also sighed. She couldn't understand how a peak mid-level supreme could explode with such terrifying strength. It was practically on par with those in her clan who could fight above their level. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the forces intersected, a powerful collision sound rang out. Many wind blades and lightning bolts flew in all directions. Ling Xiao used his true body's power to burst forth with 70 times his normal combat power. Every step of his was infused with a strong corrosive power, and he crushed the lightning flood dragon's body. He was in excruciating pain from being struck by so many bolts of lightning, and his body was covered in charred scars. It's a good thing that my body isn't any weaker than yours. Otherwise, I really would have to use my divine soul to deal with you, thought Ling Xiao. Previously, the lightning flood dragon had been injured by the 5 heavenly lightning balls and had been ravaged by the dragon-shaped battle chi. As a result, its strength had declined by at least 20%. Fighting against Ling Xiao in his peak state, it was not easy for it to defeat him. The dragon scales on its body fell off one by one, and footprints were imprinted on its body. The aura of death was invading its body and vitality, causing it so much pain that it wanted to die. However, it was a lightning attribute holy beast, and the power of lightning was the most terrifying power in the world. It was able to dispel the aura of death with electricity, which was why it hadn't been corroded to death so quickly. The man and beast fought intensely for an unknown period of time. Eventually, the power of lightning became weaker and weaker, and each bolt of lightning became much weaker. The lightning flood dragon finally couldn't take it anymore and revealed a timid expression. After roaring a few times, it swept its tail at Ling Xiao a few times. After failing to injure Ling Xiao in the slightest, it gave up on the battle and prepared to flee. You can't escape. Submit to me and I can turn you into a true lightning dragon. Ling Xiao's voice seemed to be imbued with a devilish charm. His dragon blood boiled majestically, making him seem like a true dragon as he ruthlessly pressed down on the lightning flood dragon's body. Ling Xiao's feet stomped down on the lightning flood dragon's body. The power of his feet was so terrifying that the scales and flesh of the lightning flood dragon ruptured, and blood flowed freely. The lightning flood dragon roared again and again in pain. Its body writhed violently, and its tail kept sweeping and claws kept clawing. However, it couldn't break free from Ling Xiao's bombardment. The aura of death seeped into the lightning flood dragon's body on a large scale, corroding its flesh and causing it to wither. The lightning flood dragon was filled with incomparable fear, but as a high-level holy beast, it was already infinitely close to a true dragon. How could it easily submit to a human? Even if the other party possessed the dragon blood and aura of a beast king, it still wasn't afraid. Even if it died, it couldn't lose the pride of its flood dragon race. Despicable human, don't even think about it. I won't submit to you. The lightning flood dragon roared, and once again gathered all the power of heavenly lightning, intending to make a final resistance. Are you sure you won't submit to me? Ling Xiao said faintly as he took out the dragon ball that he had obtained from the primal chaos space. Currently, there were countless black storms and purple heavenly lightning crisscrossing between him and the lightning flood dragon. He wasn't worried that the 2 women from the Thunder clan would discover the situation between him and the lightning flood dragon. As soon as the dragon ball appeared, the lightning flood dragon roared even more excitedly. Its eyes were filled with intense greed. Any holy beast that possessed the bloodline of dragons had a kind of desire to one day become a beast king, to become a true dragon mythological beast. This meant that their bloodline had reached the most perfect state, and they would become the proudest of mythological beasts. This lightning flood dragon had bitterly cultivated for countless years, hoping that one day it could evolve into a true dragon mythological beast. Although it was close to transforming into a true dragon, it didn't know how long it would take to accumulate enough bloodline to transform into a true dragon based on its past cultivation. If it could obtain this dragon ball, it would definitely be able to complete its final transformation in a short period of time. Moreover, it wouldn't need to suffer any pain or disaster during the transformation process. The lightning flood dragon suppressed its desire and said, "You really slaughtered a true dragon of our Beast Emperor clan? Aren't you afraid that our Beast Emperor clan will hunt you down? I'm friends with the Golden Dragon and Water Dragon clan of your Beast Emperor clan. I'm also a guest general of these 2 clans. I've even been baptized in the dragon transformation pool. Otherwise, even if I slaughtered a true dragon of your Beast Emperor clan and sucked its dragon blood, I wouldn't have been able to refine such dense dragon blood. I obtained this dragon ball by chance. If I wanted to transform into a true dragon, I would have long since become the crown prince of dragons. Look at my dragonized appearance," Ling Xiao faintly said. In the end, he still transformed into his half-dragon form for the lightning flood dragon to see. He thought to himself, if I'd known this would happen, I would have brought the dragon lady along. That way I wouldn't have needed to waste so much breath. Ling Xiao had entered the dragon transformation pool many years ago. As a result, whenever he activated his dragon-shaped battle chi to increase his battle strength, he would transform into a half-dragon. He had always been somewhat unaccustomed to this appearance. Fortunately, after breaking through to the God King realm, he was able to control this appearance and didn't need to transform anymore. Now, in order to subdue this lightning flood dragon, he had no choice but to transform once more. This time his entire head had become a huge dragon's head. His body had also become much larger. Dragon scales covered his entire body. It was as if he could transform into a true dragon mythological beast at any time. He looked extremely mighty. This transformation made Ling Xiao feel different from before. It seemed that after transforming into this appearance, his dragon blood and dragon chi surged even more violently, and his physical strength became even greater. The lightning flood dragon felt a suppression from its bloodline, causing its strength to shrink by 10 to 20%. Fortunately, this human wasn't of the lightning attribute. Otherwise, the lightning flood dragon would have been suppressed even more. At this moment, the lightning flood dragon felt a sense of trust in Ling Xiao's words. "Are you really a guest general of the Beast Emperor's clan?" the lightning flood dragon asked. "Why would I lie to a stupid flood dragon like you? This Empress, the Golden Dragon King and the Water Dragon King have all met before. Their princes and princesses were even my mounts at one point. It's just that their strength can't compare to mine, so I left them in the clan's territory and didn't bring them out. If it weren't for the fact that you showed signs of transforming into a dragon and your relatively pure dragon blood, I would have killed you right away. Why would I waste so much time talking to you? Do you think this Empress cares for you? If you don't want this dragon ball, then I'll let the dragon horse swallow it." Ling Xiao cursed and summoned the dragon horse. When the dragon horse sensed the power of the dragon ball, it also let out a long neigh. It looked as if it couldn't wait to snatch the dragon ball. "Boss, is this dragon ball prepared for me?" The dragon horse didn't look arrogant at all. Instead, it looked as if it was trying to curry favor with Ling Xiao. Its head kept rubbing against Ling Xiao's body to show its closeness. The dragon horse's strength was already in the middle of the low 11th rank, and the power of its dragon blood wasn't inferior to the lightning flood dragon's. If it swallowed the dragon ball, it could also transform into a dragon. However, Ling Xiao had been hesitating about whether or not to let the dragon horse swallow the dragon ball. If he let the dragon horse swallow it, then he'd have one less 1,000-mile colt and one more true dragon mythological beast. To be honest, he'd seen so many true dragons that he was getting a little tired of them. The dragon horse was a legendary divine steed of fortune and a mount for an emperor. It was also extremely rare, and he preferred to see the dragon horse like this. It was so cool. Thus, he'd never let the dragon horse swallow the dragon ball and prevent it from transforming into a true dragon. Now that he'd encountered this lightning flood dragon, he was tempted. Perhaps he could subdue this lightning flood dragon and turn it into a real thunder dragon mythological beast. That would definitely be quite mighty and cool. "No, your dragon horse is too weak. It would be a great waste to give it to you." "Human, no. Boss, I'm willing to submit. Let me swallow it." The lightning flood dragon couldn't care less about the pain on its body. It immediately lowered its stance and spoke to Ling Xiao. It was really afraid that Ling Xiao would throw the dragon ball in his hand into the damn dragon horse's mouth. If that happened, it would definitely regret it so much that it would go crazy. Now, it didn't care about the pride and dignity of the beast race. Obtaining the dragon ball was the most important thing. "Boss, you can't treat an outsider like this. I've followed you for so many years without any complaints or regrets. Do you have the heart to treat me like this?" The dragon horse was almost crying as it spoke. Chapter 1670. "Fuck, where's your integrity? It's just a dragon pearl. What's the big deal?" Ling Xiao couldn't help but fiercely despise these two fellows. If the dragon horse and thunder flood dragon were to hear Ling Xiao's words, they would probably want to beat him up. This fellow was really just sitting and talking. Beast emperors were supreme existences to them. If they could become part of the beast emperor race, that would be the glory of their lives. This dragon pearl could help them transform into divine beasts, achieving the perfect bloodline that they had to pursue. It was also reasonable for them to curry favor with Ling Xiao. If putting down their dignity could save them tens of thousands of years of cultivation, then it was completely worth it. "Dragon horse, don't be in such a hurry. There will be plenty of benefits for you," Ling Xiao said to the dragon horse. "Thank you, boss. In that case, you can take it for me." The dragon horse gulped anxiously. "Don't, boss. I'm stronger than it and my bloodline is stronger. As long as I become a beast emperor, I'll definitely be able to protect you as you roam the outer realm," the thunder flood dragon hastily said. It had already forgotten that it had just been fighting to the death with Ling Xiao. Now it was anxiously calling Ling Xiao boss. This bastard was truly shameless. Who do you think you are? Boss even let me enter the dragon transformation pool. I'm his most loyal little brother. The dragon horse said disdainfully. I only look at actions. Follow me, and I'll give this dragon pearl to whoever serves me well one day. Ling Xiao confidently said to the Thunder Flood Dragon. Boss, don't worry. If you tell me to go east, then I won't go west. You already know my loyalty to you. First, let me swallow the dragon pearl. The dragon horse took the initiative to express its agreement. The Thunder Flood Dragon was no longer conflicted. A human who had a deep affinity with the Beast Emperor race was a true human emperor and was worthy of its loyalty. It decisively replied, Don't worry, boss. In the future, I'll eat whoever you tell me to eat. I won't disappoint you. Remember what you said. If one day you don't listen to me, not only will I not give you the dragon pearl, I will also kill you, pull out your dragon tendons and take your dragon blood. Ling Xiao said very seriously. Yes, boss. The Thunder Flood Dragon replied. Alright, then transform into your human form. Ling Xiao ordered. What's so good about changing into a human form? It's too petite. The Thunder Drake was a little dissatisfied, but when it saw Ling Xiao's gloomy expression, it hurriedly corrected itself. Changing into a human form is good. A human form is the most majestic. I like it the most. With that, it immediately shrank its huge body and turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man. Its current appearance was more burly and strong, and there were many scars on its exposed muscles, which made it look even more ferocious. What a bootlicker, the dragon horse scolded unhappily from the side. There was only one dragon pearl. Now that the Thunder Flood Dragon was competing with it, it was its opponent. Naturally, it wouldn't be nice to it. I wonder who's the stinky horse here, the Thunder Flood Dragon retorted sarcastically. The dragon horse snorted and shouted angrily, What did you say? How dare you look down on me, the dragon horse? You must be tired of living. What? Do you want to fight with me, the Dragon King? The Thunder Flood Dragon provoked the dragon horse. The dragon horse wanted to charge forward, but it stopped in its tracks. I won't lower myself to your level. In the future, Boss will definitely give me the dragon pearl. We'll see about that. Boss will definitely choose me. The Thunder Flood Dragon said confidently. Alright, stop arguing. Dragon horse, come back first. Ling Xiao shouted and kept the dragon horse back into the cauldron. Then he slapped the Thunder Flood Dragon with his palm. The Thunder Flood Dragon instinctively wanted to dodge, but it still stabilized its body. Don't be nervous, Ling Xiao said. He immediately absorbed all the remaining death chi in the Thunder Flood Dragon's body. He didn't want it to lurk in the Thunder Flood Dragon's body, as it would affect the Thunder Flood Dragon's physical injuries and vitality. At this moment, Rhea and Lei Shi, who had been watching the battle, were extremely surprised. They didn't see any lightning strikes. There were only many black storms swirling in front of them, blocking their vision and preventing them from seeing the battle clearly. Aunt Chen, do you think the Thunder Flood Dragon is going to lose? There are no sounds of battle. Rhea couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure either. But based on the current situation, the Thunder Flood Dragon doesn't seem to have the ability to attack. I just don't know what that person is doing. He hasn't dispersed his power, so I can't sense the situation there either. Lei Shi replied. How about we go over and take a look? Rhea hesitated. Lei Shi hurriedly stopped her. Xiaoye, don't be rash. That black wind contains a terrifying corrosive power. Even with our lightning power, we won't be able to stop it. It's best if we leave first. I think that person is fine. Alright, it's just that fifth uncle and the others died too unjustly. It's all my fault. Rhea thought of Lei Xie and the others who had died and couldn't help but feel sad. Don't think too much about it. People will die any day in the outer realm. After this matter, you have to be more careful in the future. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions, Lei Xie said sincerely. At the same time, she pulled Rhea's hand and was about to leave. At this time, the black storm in the distance gradually disappeared, revealing two figures. Aunt Chen, they've appeared. Rhea cried out in alarm. Let's go, he's not a member of our Thunder clan. Lei Shi pulled Rhea and began to run. However, Ling Xiao and the Thunder Flood Dragon had arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. What, I saved your lives and you don't even have to say thank you? Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at Rhea and Lei Shi. Lei Shi protected Lei Shi in front of her and said to Ling Xiao, Thank you for saving our lives. We are from the Thunder clan. If you want to repay us, you can come to our Thunder space at any time. We will definitely thank you properly. At this time, Rhea clearly saw Ling Xiao's disguised appearance. Her heart inexplicably trembled and her face blushed. She thought to herself, what a handsome man. Ling Xiao glanced at the two girls in front of him and immediately saw through all of their thoughts. Lei Shi was very cautious, while Rhea was more curious and appreciative of him. Looks like I'll have to sacrifice my handsome and invincible appearance. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. I know you're from the Thunder Clan. I also know that you're called Lei Shi and this beautiful lady is called Rhea, right? Ling Xiao said with a hint of demonic charm. You. How do you know us? Lei Shi and Rhea exclaimed. Lei Shi asked nervously, who exactly are you? Hehe, Lei Luojun and I can be considered friends. I heard him mention some people that he valued. At first I wasn't sure if it was you guys, but I happened to hear you guys addressing each other. That's how I knew it was you guys. If it wasn't for Lei Luojun, I naturally wouldn't care about your lives. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He then pointed to the Thunder Flood Dragon and said, this Thunder Flood Dragon has already been subdued by me. If you guys aren't satisfied you can beat it up to vent your anger. However, you can't kill it. You know my Luojun's, Uncle Luojun? Lei Shi and Rhea exclaimed in unison. Haha, I fought with him a few times a long time ago. After that, I beat him black and blue. It can be said that we got to know each other after a fight. Ling Xiao laughed. Even Uncle Luo isn't your match. No wonder you can take care of this despicable Thunder Flood Dragon. It actually killed Fifth Uncle and the others. I must kill it. Rhea exclaimed softly and pounced at the Thunder Flood Dragon. She raised her tender hand and slapped it with all her might. Bang bang. The Thunder Flood Dragon didn't dare to resist and could only let Rhea beat it up. The Thunder Flood Dragon was a high-level 11th rank holy beast with thick skin and flesh. Even Rhea's ancient godly weapon couldn't kill it. At this moment Lei Shi asked Ling Xiao, may I know your name? Why haven't I heard Luo Jun mention you? Lei Shi still didn't let down her guard against Ling Xiao. I'm Ling Xiao, a nobody. Lei Luo Jun didn't mention me because he's always been defeated by me. Of course he's too embarrassed to tell others about this, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He then asked, this time I came as promised. Lei Luojun and I agreed to have another match here. Unfortunately, I've waited for more than half a month and he still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he has stage fright? Lei Shi didn't know if Ling Xiao was telling the truth or not, so she could only reply, Luojun has something to do and hasn't returned yet. I knew it. This time he would definitely run away. Ling Xiao laughed indifferently then said to Rhea who was still hitting the Thunder Flood Dragon. Miss Rhea, that's enough. If you keep hitting it, it'll die. I'm begging you, please let me kill it. Rhea begged Ling Xiao with a pleading look. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, no, it wasn't easy for me to subdue this Thunder Flood Dragon. In any case, I don't have a saint beast to protect me. It's just right for it to follow me by my side. Why must it be this one? You can find another one. Rhea said unwillingly. She then said, as long as you let me kill it, our Thunder Clan will definitely give you satisfactory compensation. Ling Xiao said with a smile, if your Thunder Clan can give me a girl as beautiful as Miss Rhea to be my cultivation companion, I might consider it. Ling Xiao's words were blatant, and Rhea's delicate face flushed red. She said, I'm not as beautiful as you say. In the past, I've always heard from Lei Luojun that not only is his niece's talent outstanding, she's also extremely beautiful. Now that I've seen it, Miss Rhea doesn't have to be modest. Just as Rhea was about to say something, Lei Shi spoke first. Xiaoya, this Thunder Flood Dragon was subdued by someone else. Don't be willful. We should go back now lest our clansmen worry. After saying that, she carried Rhea and left without saying a word. However, Rhea said to Ling Xiao, Feng Xiaoyu, if you're looking for my Uncle Luo Jun, why don't you come to our Thunder Space as a guest? Firstly, we can repay you and secondly, you can wait for my Uncle Luo Jun. Chapter 1671. Xiaoya, he's here to duel with your Uncle Luo Jun. Lei Shi had no choice but to remind Leia. Leia retorted, I know, but they should just be sparring. They won't fight to the death. Otherwise, why would Feng Xiao save us? Miss Leia, you are indeed kind-hearted. Forget it, I won't go, lest you think I'm your Thunder Clan's enemy. Ling Xiao smiled and said, oh right, you guys can go collect the Thunder Mist Source in front of you before you go back. Don't waste it. Boss, the Thunder Mist Source is mine. The Thunder Flood Dragon immediately transmitted its voice to Ling Xiao anxiously. What's the hurry? Once the boss's matter is done, you'll be rewarded. Ling Xiao said. Are you really going to give us the Thunder Mist Source? Leia asked with a surprised expression. Lei Shi also revealed a look of disbelief. They knew that Ling Xiao wasn't of the thunder attribute, but he could still collect the thunder mist source and trade it with the thunder attribute warriors. He could obtain a lot of divine items. However, the other party had given it to them without blinking an eye. They couldn't believe it. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said, "If you guys don't want it, I'll let the Thunder Flood Dragon absorb it." "Don't we want it? We were the ones who discovered it. It was all because of this despicable flood dragon that came to snatch it." Leia immediately replied. Then she said to Lei Shi, "Aunt Qian, let's hurry up and look for it. The thunder mist source should still be here." Lei Shi didn't hesitate and rushed in the same direction as before to search for the remaining thunder mist source. Ling Xiao looked at their backs and said, "You won't be able to escape from my palm." Immediately after, Ling Xiao kept the thunder flood dragon into the cauldron and let it recover from its injuries first. Ling Xiao didn't leave immediately. Instead, he casually found a floating rock and sat down. He took out a jar of strong wine and started drinking. Looking at him, he looked like a wanton and unrestrained wanderer, exuding a sense of laziness. With his appearance, no matter if it was a young girl or a mature woman, he would kill them all. Even an honest person like me has to resort to deceiving others. I really have no choice. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. If anyone else heard what he said, they would probably start scolding him. "How many people have you cheated? Can you not be so shameless?" Not long after, Rhea and Lei Qian returned. "Feng Xiao, you're still here. Can you come back with us to the lightning dimension? We must repay you well." Rhea's sadness was gone, and she said passionately. Lei Shi also smiled and said, "That's right, since you are Luo Jun's friend, you are also a guest of our Thunder Clan. You also saved us, so you can be considered our benefactor. Allow us to properly entertain you." Judging from their expressions, they should have obtained a lot of Thunder Mist origin power, which was enough to cheer them up. Especially Rhea, she looked at Ling Xiao with a somewhat infatuated look, as if she couldn't wait to chat with Ling Xiao all night. Of course, it didn't mean that she had already fallen in love with Ling Xiao. Rather, Ling Xiao was the most perfect and handsome man she had ever seen. His strength was also so powerful, and at the same time he had saved them when they were in danger. It could be said that he had left a deep impression on her. No matter how strong a woman was, she was still a kind of emotional animal. "I don't think so. Since Lei Luojun isn't in the lightning space, there's no point in me going there. Besides, saving all of you was as easy as lifting a finger. Besides, I even subdued this lightning dragon. It can be considered as some compensation for me." Ling Xiao waved his hand as he spoke. Then he stood up and acted as if he was about to leave. When the two girls saw that Ling Xiao was really going to leave, they completely let down their guard against him. If Ling Xiao really had ulterior motives towards them, he probably wouldn't leave just like that. Of course, they didn't expect that Ling Xiao was just trying to catch them. Leia hurriedly stepped forward to block Ling Xiao's path and said, "Feng Xiao, don't go. Could it be that you dislike our Thunder Clan for not being a good host?" Her beautiful eyes rippled with a delicate and moving gaze, flickering with sincerity and anticipation, making it difficult for any man to refuse her good intentions. Lei Shi also spoke up, "That's right, we are also sincere. Please Feng Xiao, don't reject us. Otherwise, how will we explain ourselves to Luo Jun in the future?" From Ling Xiao's words and actions, they guessed that although he was an opponent of Lei Luo Jun, he was definitely the kind of friend who made friends through martial arts, not a true mortal enemy. Therefore they were much more at ease with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao revealed a hesitant expression and said, "All right, since that's the case, then I'll make a trip to your Thunder Clan, but I can only stay for a few days. If Lei Luojun doesn't appear, then I can't be bothered to wait for him." "That's great, then let's go," Leia exclaimed with incomparable joy. "And let's go quickly. Recently there have been a lot of strange things happening in the outer realm. Let's return to the clan first," Lei Shi said. Thus, Ling Xiao followed the two girls towards the thunder space. Along the way, Rhea kept asking Feng Xiao questions, as if she was very curious about Ling Xiao's background. Lei Qian, on the other hand, listened attentively. Ling Xiao naturally made up some facts. He could see through the two women's thoughts, so it was too easy for him to trick them. At this time, Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to ask a question. "I wonder if there is a Lord Medicine God in your Thunder Clan?" Leia immediately blurted out, "Yes, do you want the Supreme God pellet? I'm afraid that's a little difficult, but if you really want it, I might be able to get one for you." Lei Shi glanced at Ling Xiao and became a little more vigilant. However, when she heard Ling Xiao's next words, her vigilance disappeared again. "I want to refine a Supreme God pellet, but ordinary medicine gods really can't satisfy my requirements. Apart from the wind element, I also have the metal element, so I need a supreme god pellet with both the metal and wind elements. All these years I've traveled all over the outer realm and found 2 or 3 medicine gods, but none of them were able to refine this kind of dual elemental pellet. As a result, I've been stuck at the peak of the intermediate level for all these years, unable to break through. Sigh. Ling Xiao sighed softly. So you have a dual elemental physique. No wonder you're so powerful. However, you don't have the lightning element, so why did you subdue that lightning dragon? Leia revealed a look of admiration and confusion. No one said that humans and holy beasts with different elemental attributes can't work together, right? I think this lightning dragon is pretty good. My wind element is enhanced by the lightning element. Even those of a higher level than me won't be able to do anything to me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Feng Xiao is indeed extraordinary. The wind element is enhanced by the lightning element, and the lightning element and wind element are in harmony with the heavenly Tao. You can indeed unleash unimaginable power. Lei Shi praised. You're too kind. I was just talking nonsense, haha. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Leia's beautiful eyes sparkled. She admired Ling Xiao even more. Alright, Feng Xiao, the medicine god of my clan can definitely refine the dual elemental supreme god pellet for you. However, I'll have to ask him to know if he can refine it for you. Leia said. Thank you. I don't have much hope anyway, so don't force yourself. You'll be able to take that step sooner or later anyway. Ling Xiao said casually. Over the next few days, Ling Xiao and the 2 women got to know each other very well. Leia became more and more enthusiastic towards Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao didn't mind giving her some magic potions, which made her smile from time to time. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel guilty. He said, I didn't mean to deceive you. If you want to blame someone, blame your Thunder tribe for being too unkind. You put the Great Hall Master under house arrest. I had no choice but to use this method. Lei Shi finally stopped worrying about Ling Xiao. Anyway, she thought that Ling Xiao didn't want to harm them. After they entered the Thunder space, it would be their territory, so they didn't need to worry about Ling Xiao harboring evil intentions. After several days of hurrying, the 3 of them finally reached the periphery of the Thunder space. Many lightning bolts twinkled. Each of them was enough to blow up a half-incipient God Realm expert. There were even some heavenly lightning bolts that were so dense that a low-level Great Master couldn't endure them. Feng Xiao, this is our Thunder tribe's Thunder space. What do you think? Leia pointed at the Thunder space and said proudly. Ling Xiao replied, Your Thunder clan is the overlord of the Outer Realms, and this lightning domain is even more famous in the Outer Realms. This natural barrier is enough to make ordinary people unable to withstand it. It is indeed the most suitable place for your Thunder clan to live. That's right. If it weren't for this magical Thunder space, our tribe wouldn't have been able to prosper. Come on, let's get in. Leia answered and then led the way, storming into the Thunder space. The power of sky lightning contained within this space of lightning was indeed not weak. Ling Xiao could even sense traces of lightning power source within it. It was the best place for any warrior with Thunder class to cultivate. Shi Yin thought, this Thunder space is a good place to cultivate. No wonder why the Thunder tribe has been staying here since the antiquity time. This place should have the Thunder Genesis stone. However, it's as hard as climbing up to the sky to take it from them. The Thunder space was a little smaller than the flowing gold space. However, there weren't any foreigners living here. There were just the incipient God Realm experts who had a business relationship with the Thunder tribe. In other words, all the people in this Thunder space had the Thunder tribe's bloodline. Tens of millions of members of the Thunder tribe had a natural and precious place to cultivate. It wasn't hard to imagine why they could be the overlords of the Southern Territory. This was the force of one of the top ancient clans that had developed since the antiquity time. As soon as Ling Xiao entered this place, he immediately felt the aura of many incipient God Realm experts scanning through him. He sighed inwardly. Although I know the situation of this place from the memories of the Thunder tribe members, seeing is believing. The number of incipient God Realm experts in this place can be compared to any territory in the Heaven Territory. They might even have more. No wonder why they could mobilize 100 or 200 incipient God Realm experts in just a blink of an eye. It's lucky that the 2 Hall Masters didn't lead the army to rescue the Great Hall Master. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to come back alive. Chapter 1672. Ling Xiao followed Rhea and Lei Shi into the lightning space. Rhea had the Thunder God physique that the Thunder clan had focused on nurturing. Her position wasn't ordinary. People would watch her every move. As soon as they entered the lightning space, some supreme incipient God Realm experts came to greet them. Yummy, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, we would have gone out to find you. A handsome young man with short purple hair asked with concern. This young man had the power of a low-level supreme expert. He was around 2,000 years old and could be considered a monstrous expert. His name was Lei Tangjia, one of Rhea's pursuers. Their clan had been divided into many factions. Although they had the same bloodline, they weren't close relatives. Moreover, the Thunder clan had a special secret technique. Even if they married close relatives, their children wouldn't be retarded. They could maintain their excellent bloodline. Tangjia, what's the matter? Rhea asked with a cold face. She didn't have the enthusiasm and liveliness that she had when she talked to Ling Xiao. She had a coldness that pushed people 1,000 miles away. Lei Tangjia seemed to be used to it. He immediately explained, a few days ago an unknown enemy attacked us outside the lightning space. Even the old patriarch was alarmed. Many people died in the clan. I was worried that you would encounter those people. What? Who is so bold to actually dare to attack our Thunder clan's people? Are they tired of living? Weren't those people killed by the old patriarch and the others? Rhea said angrily. Lei Shi asked with a dark face, what's the situation now? Those people have escaped. Even the chief can't deal with them. You guys should go out less. Alright, where is Uncle Lei Xia and the others who went with you? Lei Tangjia asked. His gaze swept over Ling Xiao's face, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Who is this guy? Is he also Yamei's follower? He better not be. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. We were attacked by the Thunder Flood Dragon. They're already dead. She paused for a moment before saying, Alright, I'm back. You can go now. I have to bring the guest back to the courtyard. What? They're dead. The people who came with Lei Tangjia exclaimed. Lei Shi nodded and said, I will explain this to the patriarch. It was just an accident. Rhea and Lei Shi ignored them and brought Ling Xiao in another direction. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to follow him, Lei Tangjia stopped Ling Xiao and asked Rhea, Yamei, who is this person? He shouldn't be a member of our Thunder clan. He's a guest that I invited. It's none of your business. Get out of my way. Rhea said unhappily. You should know that Renee doesn't allow strangers to come in without permission. Lei Tangjia said unhappily. He's my savior, so why can't I invite him to the clan as a guest? Besides, he's Uncle Luo Jun's friend, so you don't have the right to interfere. Rhea said without any trace of politeness. She was already sick of Lei Tangjia's pestering. Lei Tangjia retorted, This is an extraordinary time. Before we confirm who he is, I forbid him from going to your courtyard. Why don't I arrange for him to stay in the foreign guest place for now? I can't be bothered with you. Feng Xiao, let's go. Rhea didn't want to argue with Lei Tangjia. She took a few steps back and grabbed Ling Xiao's hand, wanting to leave. Rhea suddenly pulling Ling Xiao's hand was like adding fuel to the fire in Lei Tangjia's heart. He was instantly enraged. Let go of Yamei's hand right now. Lei Tangjia roared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao thought to himself innocently, it seems like she's the one holding my hand. Bro, you've got the wrong person. Tangjia, what's wrong with you? Rhea glared at Lei Tangjia and replied. Little sister Yamei, you should know that my clan is not allowed to marry outsiders. Lei Tangjia said in a deep voice. So what? He's just my benefactor, it's nothing. Rhea said unnaturally. At the same time she couldn't help but let go of Ling Xiao's hand, her eyes revealing a desolate look. At this time Lei Shi said to Lei Tangjia, Tangjia, stop messing around. This person really is your Uncle Luo Jun's friend, and he even saved our lives in the outer realm. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to return. If you treat a guest like this, wouldn't it seem like our Thunder clan has no magnanimity? I don't care who he is as long as he's not from the Thunder clan, he can't go to Yamei's courtyard and can only stay in the foreign guest's place. If he's an enemy spy, we can't bear the consequences. If you insist on doing this, I can only let the clan elders make a decision. Lei Tangjia was indeed stubborn. Forget it, don't hurt our relationship because of me. I think I should leave. Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. No, Feng Xiao, you saved my and Aunt Chen's lives. We won't allow you to be wronged. Rhea said firmly. Then, a lightning sword appeared in her hand and she pointed it at Lei Tangjia. Get out of the way immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. Alright, you actually treated me like this for an outsider. Lei Tangjia said unhappily. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, if you're a man then get out here. As long as you can get past me, I'll let you and Yamei in. Tangjia, don't ask for trouble. Lei Shi also shouted angrily. What kind of strength did Ling Xiao have? He was an existence that could even kill a high-level 11th stage Thunder Flood Dragon. How could Lei Tangjie, who was only at the peak of a low-level sovereign, compare to him? She said this for Lei Tangjie's own good. Rhea, on the other hand, said with great interest, Feng Xiao, give him a good beating so that he won't pester me like a fly. How annoying. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Originally, I didn't want to offend anyone from your Thunder clan, but since this friend here is making things difficult for me, I'll grant your wish. Let's go to the outer region. I'll let you have 10 moves. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned into a light breeze and flew to the outer region with his hands behind his back. Just as Lei Tangjie was about to move, a mid-level sovereign beside him said, He's stronger than you. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. There are many opponents who are stronger than me, but I've already killed more than 5 of them. Lei Tangjie said confidently and immediately gave chase. The people around him followed one by one. Come on, Lei Luojun has fought with me a few times, but I beat him up every time. Since you're his nephew, I won't take advantage of you. I'll let you have 10 moves. If you can injure me, I'll consider it your win. Ling Xiao said disdainfully to Lei Tangjie. How arrogant, but I'll make you regret coming to our thunder space today. Lei Tangjie said with a dark expression. Without any warning, he immediately attacked Ling Xiao. Unstoppable thunder. His palms were filled with the power of thunder and lightning. Every bolt of lightning seemed to contain the force of thousands of tons as it blasted towards Ling Xiao. Before the move arrived, it had already caused a very strong destructive force, causing many spaces to explode from the electricity. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the power of thunder exploded violently. How despicable. Rhea couldn't help but scold. It's all right. A fight between experts happens in the blink of an eye. If Feng Xiao couldn't even dodge this move, he wouldn't have been able to subdue that thunder dragon. Lei Qian replied. After a short pause, she continued, But Tang Jie is indeed not bad. Xiaoyou, why aren't you interested in him? His arrogant attitude really annoys me. Besides, he's too annoying. Rhea replied unhappily. However, you have to remember that our clan cannot marry outsiders. Even if they do, they have to be of the thunder attribute. Furthermore, they have to live in our Lei family and become a member of our Lei family. Don't forget the rules set by our ancestors. Lei Qian reminded her. Rhea's expression was unreadable as she replied, Aunt Qian, I know. Indeed, although Lei Tangjie's move was powerful, Ling Xiao dodged it easily. Given his speed, unless one was a high-level supreme martial artist or above, they wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Wind attribute. No wonder you're so confident in letting me have 10 moves. However, in front of my merciless thunder and lightning, you're also dead. Lei Tangjie's murderous intent was aroused, and his power increased explosively once again. Heavenly lightning, earthly fire. Suddenly, heavenly lightning descended from the sky, accompanied by a considerable amount of lightning fire, enveloping the nearby space and bombarding it. The attack range was extremely wide. No matter how fast Ling Xiao was, Lei Tangjie felt that Ling Xiao would definitely be hit. However, Ling Xiao's body was as light as a swallow. His body dodged left and right in front of the heavenly lightning, earthly fire, and he wasn't even touched by the power at all. Is that all you've got? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Bastard, you've angered me. I'll let you have a taste of my rushing thunder blade. Lei Tangjie didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so fast. He had no choice but to take out his ancient divine weapon. Rushing thunder, furious slash. Lei Tangjie's body and blade became one, turning into terrifying lightning strikes that slashed down on Ling Xiao's head. This strike was like the god of thunder, and its momentum was endless. It could even threaten a mid-level supreme martial artist or incipient god realm expert. You look good, but you're just good to look at but useless. Ling Xiao sneered again. His figure was constantly changing, dodging between the cracks in the saber moves. The power of thunder and lightning couldn't even touch him in the slightest before it was dispersed by his defensive chi. He whispered in his mind, the thunder body is innately different from ordinary people. They all have the ability to fight higher realms. Although Ling Xiao looked down on Lei Tangjie, it was because his competence was much stronger than Lei Tangjie's. If he had the same competence as Lei Tangjie, he would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with Lei Tangjie. Lei Tangjie was so enraged that he used all of his skills to attack Ling Xiao unceasingly. Rhea shouted not far from him, the 5th move, the 6th move, the 7th move. Is the 10th move, Lei Tangjie? Why don't you stop? She counted to 10 moves, but Lei Tangjie didn't stop attacking. He continued to attack Ling Xiao. Such a despicable person. Feng Xiao, teach him a lesson. Rhea screamed at Ling Xiao. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.